Welcome along to Rome for the first day of this European Cricket Series. Great pleasure to have your company in Italy's capital city, well known for its history and culture right from the past. But now European cricket is being taken into the future in this place that has so much to offer. We're back here again. We were here for a week at the start of September, and it was so much fun that we just had to come back at the start of November to a brand new cricket ground here in Rome, in Spinacetto to be precise. I'm Michael McCann, and it's a great pleasure for this very first match of 27 in this tournament across 8 teams to have Rico Full with me. The ground's been dressed beautifully, all the trimmings have been sorted, the grass has been cut, the very bouncy concrete artificial wicket is looking spick and span with some new paint on the lines.
Buongiorno and welcome to Rome for day one of this European Cricket Series here over the next week. We are very excited. This is going to be a hot tournament. With first game, we've got Royal Palma Cricket Club versus Kingsgrove Milan Cricket Club. Now obviously we don't know that much about them now, but we're very excited to find out. So let's toss the coin for the first match. Royal Palma, the home team. You'll toss the coin and you'll call, my friend. Heads. Heads is the call. And it's heads. All right, mate. You want to toss? You're going to bowl first. Yeah. What's your thinking behind the decision to bowl first?
It's a morning game, early morning, so it's a lot of wet ground. So I hope so. It's going to be 2 hours to dry this. So it's better be bowling because we are not much succeeded batting first last games that we played. And the problem is we are few players absent, so it's a new team, young team, and few senior players playing. So it's better to bowl first. You never know what's coming next.
So you think there might be a bit in it for the seamers this morning with some
surely,
moisture?
Because we are almost in the winter, so there's going to be a few players with the balls in the morning, and to get the advantage of the bowling. So what do you think is a good score to restrict Royal Palma to in the first inning? I never played T10 format earlier, so I've been watching this tournament recent past, so it was like 120, 130 is the maximum I think that the team scored. Never know, but with the bowling, if you lose some wickets, early wickets, and you restrict under 100 runs, it's going to be a really tough ask to defend, right? Sure. So bowling, our main target is to stay under the 100 marks. So
okay, good.
Restrict them 100 marks. Yeah.
All right, well, good luck. All the best for the first game.
Thank you.
Okay, mate, so you're batting. Let's face this camera.
So
you're
news from the toss. Milan Kingsgrove winning the toss and choosing to field. They're the favourites for this Group A match between Milan Kingsgrove and Royal Palma, and we are all set and ready to go. 27 games across this week from Monday to Sunday. We'll see which of these two teams are going to make it into Super Sunday. The format pretty simple, 2 groups of 4. Everybody plays everyone twice in each of the 2 groups, so 6 games in the groups for both teams. We're all set for the first ball of this one. It will be Gohanisa to bowl it. We're in the power play, of course, a 3 over power play in T10. 5-4 offside field, and we're pretty much ready to go. And behind us you might be able to hear the bells and whistles from about 500 sheep coming in to watch too. Gohar may be distracted by said sheep. Pulls away.
Hey, on off. Rico!
On the leg side.
Is Rico switched off?
Buongiorno Michael, lovely to be here in Rome. European Cricket Series. Gohanisa when he comes. not the best opening delivery necessarily at a tournament that one could bowl. Johannes taking responsibility for this first over, known for his use of variations. Bowling to Rajmani. First runs off the bat here at European Cricket Series Rome 2.0. Nudged into the leg side for a single. Left hand, right hand combination, which is always useful in an opening pair. So Rajmani Singh is off the mark. That brings his partner Memor Javed onto strike to face. A top run scorer in 2019. He struggled a little bit for form in 2020. Lots of encouragement from the fielders. That was well bowled by Nisa. Nisa taking responsibility here. He's got a slip in place. In fact, they're going to put a second slip in place after that. He's got that awkward whippy action. Will get through for the single. A slight misfield on the leg side by Mickey. Short for Michele Battista Commi. Don't get much more Italian than that in terms of a name. Boys from Milan, winning the toss, choosing to bowl. That's been their formula the last couple of years. Short, gets some bounce off this concrete pitch. Quick single, fielded by Joy Pereira. Well backed up in the outfield. That was stopped by Zahid Chima, but in attendance as well, if needed, was a man known as Nimna, short for N. Aduwadara. Good aggressive fielding and some very aggressive running early doors here. So no ball, and it's 4 runs as well. A bit too short, a bit too wide, and also overstepping on the front foot, so not ideal from Gohanisa. And he put it away.
Yeah, and that's the way to put away. No ball. Bit uppish, didn't matter. Through the gap early on in the power play when all the men inside the ring. Remember, first 3 overs, only 2 allowed outside. So free hit coming up.
It's very full, it's bowled him. But of course, it won't count. It's the most bizarre thing, a wicket on a free hit. The excitement and joy that that moment would normally bring, tempered by a, well, it's a dot ball, I guess. It could have been worse. It's the best ball he's bowled all day by a country mile, Gohanisa. Lovely full Yorker to complete the first over of this European Cricket Series action here in Rome. Welcome to you if you're watching us here on Sports Flick. Very first of 1,000 T10 matches across the next year in the European Cricket Series to be broadcast on Sports Flick for everywhere outside of the subcontinent, where, as per usual in the European Cricket Series, we're still on fan code Dream 11. I'm sure you've all been picking your fantasy teams ahead of this one.
A new bowler, Zahid Chima, coming on.
Now this is a name that should resonate with European cricket fans. He was a star of the 2019 event in La Manga. What's he got for us here? Well, that's a bit too short, a bit too wide, and it's our first 6 here in Rome. Well, it was there to go, and go it did. Wasn't going to miss out on this, Rajmani Singh. Well, it's not quite a wide, but it's the the classic situation, right arm over bowler, struggling to adjust to the left-hander, pushes it across him and gets punished.
Yeah, that was too wide for his first ball. We want to be bringing it in a bit. Zahid Chima, in he comes.
It's a much better ball, but it's still too full, and it's given the treatment. 6 and a 4. That is quite a way to deal with Chima, who is often Milan's best bowler, their go-to man. But Rajmani Singh seeing the power play and seeing loose deliveries and rightly taking advantage.
So a little bit of pressure. Zahid Chima, first 2 balls have been dispatched. The 6 and there 4.
So he's got a deep cover and a long off now. That's a much better response from Chima. It's a high-class fast bowler who maybe not quite into his early morning rhythm, because it is pretty early here. 9:15 start time. Not good if you're someone who's not the earliest of risers.
No, we were speaking to their captain, weren't we? And he was also the same. He would have batted first if they won the toss.
That's good from Chima. Using this pitch, it's one of the bounciest artificial pitches you've ever seen. If you get it short back of a length, it really leaps up at you, and he's got the pace to do that and ensure that if he drops short, it's not going to be at a comfortable height, waist height for that pull shot. It's good from Chima.
Yeah, seeing the way this pitch played yesterday, Michael, I think a lot of the teams, as this tournament goes on, they won't be pitching too many up.
And that's nicely bowled again and dropped in the slips. Well stopped by Hassi on the boundary, but this should have been the first wicket of the second ECS here in Rome. Proper fast bowling from Chima. Back of a length, leaps up at him and just trying to fend it away. It's Dinik Samara Wikrama who drops that one. Came at a really nice height as well.
Good delivery that. When we see that again, the replay, you see how it came back into him. Everything's been going away and he got that one to cut back. Beautiful delivery. Should have had his man back. And he comes again.
It's just a touch leg side. Rajmani content to knock it for 1. Club president of Royal Palma, Rajmani Singh, at just 25 years old, and he has been for 3 years or so now. One of the youngest club presidents in Italian cricket. Very much one of the central men in the club's history. Their formation, they're only formed in 2018, Royal Palma. They've already shown capable strides. They failed to qualify for the quarterfinals in either of the T20 competitions this season, the Coppa Italia or the T20 Open Championship, but they came close in both, and they had 2 very tough draws against some of the biggest teams in Italian cricket. So Gohar Nisa to continue. He'll bowl out in the 3 over power play. That's 2 full. He has got Chima out there who misfields. Well, there is a bit of early morning dew, but that's still poor from Zahid Chima. Overpitched, nicely played, using that bottom hand to manoeuvre the ball through the long off region, but he gets 4 when he should have only got 1 really.
Yeah, just watching that again, Chima a little bit unfortunate. His footing went from under him. So this bit of dew early morning here on this ground on the outfield, playing its part on that really.
Swing and a miss. Well, that's wided on first instinct. That looks a tad harsh to me. Although the game, both in terms of umpiring and commentary, always looks easy. In terms of umpiring and playing, I should say, always looks easy from the commentary box.
Yeah, shout out to the umpires. The men in black, Nirmal Singh and Rohan Fernando.
That's just a bit too full again. And it's 6 more. Making hay in the early morning, Rajmani Singh. He's had his Weetabix. That's his second 6 already. 25 off just 11 balls. Getting his side off to a really good start here in the power play. If you're around 40 at the end of the power play and you haven't lost too much damage in terms of wickets, you're in the box seat, and that's where they're heading.
Yeah, Rajmani Singh has batted very well in this power play. He knows where the players are, hitting it over the ring.
He's still got a slip in, so still willing to attack. In fairness to Nisar there, he was bowling to the plan. They've got a 6-3 offside field. Only 3 fielders close in on the leg side, so that's where the boundary opportunities are. And straight onto the pads. Well, that was the most speculative of LBW appeals, bordering on comical from Nisar. It's swinging further down leg and it's still hit him well outside the line. Might have been hitting a second set.
I didn't think it was that far off. Looking at that again, I thought it was angled into him. I think it would have missed the leg peg, but yeah.
There
you
we
had
go.
your Weetabix this morning.
I'll trust the qualified umpire next to me. And that's another LBW appeal that they're adamant about. The fact that we could see all 3 stumps, again, is a clue that not the best of shouts. Just swinging back in, but this is good from Gohar. Finding that full awkward line with these white balls that we've seen definitely do offer a bit of swing early on.
They do indeed. He'll want to get this one a little bit more across him. Aiming at the off and getting it, swinging into him. That's what he's getting it to do, swing in. But outside off and swinging into the middle stump. Let's see if he can.
He's just lost his radar. That will be wided. Second wide of the over. In the blink of an eye, the power play is disappearing in front of us. Blink and it's gone in T10 cricket, just 3 overs. That's too short. Not bowling to his field. He doesn't get all of this, but he'll still get a 1 bounce 4. He knows where his gaps are, and with this field you just cannot afford to offer anything leg side. Dropped short. Immediately Rajmani Singh was onto the pull shot. It's calculated aggression because he knows that there's a real lack of boundary protection. There's no boundary protection on the leg side. Short doesn't get hold of this. On it very early there, Rajmani. And so concludes the power play. 38 without loss after 3. Milan Kingsgrove will be very happy for that. With that, the favourites in Pool A, the boys from the north of Italy, had a lot of success in recent years in 50 over cricket. They've got a talented squad, but got to adjust to the shorter formats of the game. They've played very, very little T10 cricket, apart from a couple of practice matches between themselves as inter-squad games. And Joy Pereira, the captain, was talking about how that's probably their biggest adjustment. Just intent with the bat, intent with the ball. In this much shorter format, they've had their difficulties in T20 cricket as well at times. Well, they've taken Chima off after Chima's 1 over where he didn't really get his radar going for 13. So to bowl the 4th and the first since the power play will be the man known as Nimna. And that's a very good start from Nimna. He's only 17.
Sorry, Michael.
No, it's okay.
Yeah,
He's
Nimna
17.
We talked to the captain. He said he was one of his main men. If he needed a wicket, this is the man he brings on. So let's see if he answers the captain's call.
Well, yeah. We're both so excited about him that we both wanted to tell everybody about how exciting he is at the same time. He's quite a prospect. That's nice once more, just inside the wide line. Oh, well, it's been given. I thought he was just about okay there. The batsman kind of gave a pleading look up to the umpire, who eventually gave the decision in favour of the batting side. But Nimna wants to keep an eye on, so he'll bat anywhere between 3 and 5. He's one of Milan's big hitters. Now we're seeing what he's got with the ball. This one goes over the vacant backward point region for 4. It was quite full. It was a bit of a scythe. Staying deep in his crease. Comes off the bottom of the bat. From low to high. It does go aerial, but he's found his gap.
Yeah, Roy Pereira was telling us that he hasn't got his strongest team out here today. He's got a few youngsters in. This is one of them. But he was saying that he thinks that his team's probably stronger in the bowling department than the batting.
It's a shot of great conviction again, but he has picked out the sweeper this time. Yes, it's been their formula this season, Milan Kingsgrove, and last season, no matter what the format, win the toss, bowl first, win the game. And 9 out of the 10 times when they have won the toss and fielded in white ball formats, they've gone on to win the game. So even in this more unfamiliar format, it's no surprise they've opted for that way round today. That's too full again. Well fielded out on the extra cover rope. Good work out there by Hasib Hamid Ansari, because it is awkward, it is wet. We've already seen Chima misfield out there.
Batting very well, Ajmani Singh made the most of the power play. Yes, he had a chance. Now, with wickets in hand, he'll be wanting to play a few shots and go big. Right on call, you see him having a good old swing at that one. Just having a look round at the field, they do have a third man, but he's not on it and no fine leg, so anything like that, if he makes contact, is going to go all the way to the boundary.
It's a 6-3 field. Got to stay offside. Well, he's gone offside, but he's been met with a crunching blow. That's a lovely shot for 6. That's as good a 6 as we may well see all week. So sweetly timed. Again, just over pitched, and on this concrete artificial track, a half volley really is meat and drink. And that has gone just short of the cow paddock. This brand new ground in Spinacetto that's, well, once upon a time was just a farmer's field, but a farmer's field it is no more. It is a magnificent cricket ground here, hosting this 27 game T10 tournament. If you missed it over the weekend, there was finals weekend on this ground for Italian cricket this season, and after a double victory against Kings 11, Brescia became Italian champions for 2020, and then in an ECL 2021 playoff they beat the 2019 Italian champions Asian Latina to qualify for the big dance in the Manga next May. Only one spot left now to be decided, which is Spain. Well, there'll be a playoff at the end of November. Apart from that, 15 of the 16 teams now all confirmed.
Yeah, I was thinking the way this game's going and the way, I mean, 52 runs of 4 overs, sensational batting. They need to make a change. Spin is what I would call for, and spin it looks like it's going to be.
It's understandable that they're looking for something different. They've got to contain Rajmal Singh. He's the problem. 37 off just 18 balls. Will be Dinak Samarawikrama to bowl. 30-year-old trying to bring some calm to proceedings. Very full, And 2 full, and once again met with disdain. It's a first 6 of the tournament for Memo Javed. He's joining in the fun. Rajmal's hit free. And there goes Javed. Well, there's a spinner on a concrete surface that is quite literally a road. You just can't afford to be that full.
And he's an answer. What's he going to do? Where's he going to put this one?
Well, that's a much better length from Dinuk. That's his length on this pitch. And it will leap up as well. Kick off. Just watch how that kicks up off the length. Goes over the bat of Memo. It's again a bit fuller. He's going to get lucky. This will plug. I think of 2. Definitely wasn't there. It's got protection out straight. Relatively conventional spinner's field, which will now change for the left-hander, but he still keeps a long on, a long off, an extra cover and a deep mid-wicket. He's coming right arm around to the left-hander. Can they contain Rajmani? Hasn't got all of this, but he may well still get 4. He does. Found the gap between long on and deep mid-wicket. Or even the ones he doesn't quite hit cleanly are going for 4 off Rajmani's bat. Comes off the inside edge. The bat turned in his hand, and still it goes.
Yeah, that skidded away, didn't it? You're absolutely right. Didn't time that at all. But it just goes to show how quick this outfield is.
Quicker ball. Rocks back. Rotates the strike. Rajmani has 42 off just 20. Plenty of bowling options for this Milan Kingsgrove side. Dinuk trying his luck here. Very full. It's a side outside edge. I think he's somehow kept that in, Sammy. His body language would suggest he hasn't, in fact. Well, this is quite well bowled by Dinuk. Bit of spin, held it back. Doesn't get the reward he deserved.
Yeah, he's trying his best, getting it in the right areas. The other interesting thing is going to be on this wicket with the bounce. It's with the wicket keeper standing up. If there are stumpings, they're going to have to be awfully sharp because the ball is going to be taken quite high up.
Nicely bowled by Dinuk. It's his area, aggressively fielded. Precious dot ball. Could do with a wicket, could do with a breakthrough, and the one they really need is Rajmani. One would think surely just has to keep hitting here and continuing from the excellent start that he's given his side, because at the halfway point with the Italian captain Joy Pereira set to come on, Rajmani has 42 off just 20 with 4 4s and 3 6s. He'll be on strike to face Pereira with Royal Palmer, who were the slight underdogs in this game against Milan Kingsgrove, very much on top. They're 66 without loss after 5 overs.
Yeah, so Joy Pereira, the Italian captain, going to see if he can, for his team, get the wicket or 2 they need here to slow down this run rate. Because at the moment they're looking at a score, certainly if these two can accelerate, at around about the 150 mark. That'll take some getting. In he comes for his first ball. No, he doesn't. Batsman wasn't quite ready. Rajmani Singh, 42 of 20 balls. That's it hard and high in the offside. That is going all the way. 6 runs. He's certainly not messing around. He gets the opportunity, flashes hard. 6 runs.
4th 6 of the day for Rajmani Singh. He's now 1 hit away, being the first half centurion this European Cricket Series in Rome.
Balle, balle, balle. There we have it. 6 runs, and that brings up his 50. Well batted, Rajmani Singh. We're liking it. T10 at his best, folks.
We're absolutely loving it. He's scored more than half of his runs in sixes, 5 fours, 54 from just 22 balls. Oh, it might be an early 9:15 start local time, but somebody is very much wide awake, and that somebody is Rajmani Singh.
Wide ball, the bowler trying to do something different, trying to keep it out of his stretch, but he can't bowl wide. So yeah, Rajmani Singh, forget the Weetabix, Michael. He's had some aloo parathas this morning. There goes another Kinna Badda Shaka. Yeah, baby, that's the way we like it. Big hitting T10 style. The fast and furious format of the game that we're loving. No wonder it's taking the world by storm.
6 wide 6. I'm really surprised that Pereira's bowling medium pace here, because he's better known for bowling his off spin.
Good bit of fielding there. Bahar Nisar. Yeah, Joy Pereira just held that one back. Took an age to get to the batsman. 2 runs though. Weird dot ball. Just trying to do too much with that one. Trying to hit it too hard. Doesn't have to, just has to keep doing what he's doing. Rajmani Singh, 62 now of 24 balls.
I've seen though how quickly in T10 it can all change. Rajmani gets out, there's a bit of a collapse. Suddenly Royal Palmer only end up with maybe 120 when they should be looking well beyond that now. And the momentum shifts, but beforehand they told us that they were aiming for around the 120 mark. Now they should be setting their sights more towards 150. If Rajmani stays there, there's a century on here.
Certainly is. I mean, he had a chance earlier on, but ever since then he's been going well.
He's had a bit of luck as well.
Calling upon Nimna to come back. He's just got to be wary of his line. He's got to make sure that he doesn't over pitch. And on this wicket, they'll learn very quickly. You have to be short of a length outside the off stump, not giving the batsman any room. Mahmood Javed, he's very much played an anchor role at the moment. He will want to play some shots himself. Good bit of backing up there was important, otherwise it was looking dangerously like being 5 runs. So Mahmood Javed just happy to take the singles and keep the big man on strike. They got away with that, short and horrible. Rajmani Singh got on too quickly, but straight to the fielder.
Well, the form he's in, it's a bit of a surprise that didn't go for 6 really. My eyes had already turned to deep mid-wicket boundary and who was going to have to fetch the ball back. Nicely bowled by Nimna. One of the youngsters to watch out for in this tournament, just 17 years old.
Well, he's lobbed the wicketkeeper. That's going to go for 4 runs. Not one of the most authentic shots, but it's effective. Was beaten by the pace, but managed to get a good bit of top edge onto that. 4 runs. No protection there at all for the bowler.
Well, it's quite a hostile ground, and when you get a quick bowler bowling short, it really does leap up at you, but Got to take the pull shot on in the T10 format. Fortune has favoured the brave so far today.
Well bowled, well played and well fielded. Good bit of cricket there. Into the 90s now. Oh, that is epic. What a beautiful pickup. Effortless, really. That's all about timing. What a lovely shot. Top shot that. That's out of the top drawer. We see the replay there. Both feet off the air. Top shot. And that's 6, bringing up 100 runs off just 7 overs.
Well, what a start this is. Remember that Milan Kingsgrove are the favourites in Pool A. They're the favourites in this game. And Rajmani Singh in particular, with help from Memor Javed, is absolutely taking them apart.
Oh dear. And when things are not going your way, they're not going your way. The fielder there should have made the stop here from the captain, Joy Barrera. Seemed to have done the hard work and then just succeeded in pushing it over the line.
Yeah, not the finest moment. Milan
As
Kingsgrove
Joe
aren't
Barrera
helping
gives
the
this
toss.
ball a wipe, he'll be thinking, come on guys, let's hear you out here. It's in the air, could be the first wicket. And he's got his man at the second attempt. So finally the first wicket goes down. Joe Barrera gets his man well caught there in the boundary, second attempt. Thought for a minute he came in too far. Did well, he held on to it. So Milan Kingsgrove Serie A champions 2014, 15, 17 and 18. Coppa Italia champions 2017. One of the favourites in this European Cricket Series here in Rome. They've got some work to do here if they're going to make a winning start. Will that wicket bring more? Who knows? The danger man is still there and he's on strike. Rajmani Singh. That's 6 more. Wasn't the best of balls. This type of ball, you bowl that to a left-hander, you know it's going to be dispatched. And he just really helped that on his way. Well, that's not the ball to bowl once you've got a wicket. Takes all the pressure off. Batting team now back on track. They've got wickets in hand. They're going to go and play their shots here.
Up to 75 off just 30 balls now, Rajmani. 8 sixes. 2/3 of his runs through sixes. And he's flicked this away. That could be yet another one. It certainly is another one. Blink and you miss it. A T1000 is there for Rajmani Singh, and it doesn't help that Joy Pereira is just feeding that pull shot. It's poor bowling, but it's really decisive, clinical batting.
Yeah, I mean, he's bowled one ball outside the off stump, which ended up being the dot ball. That should be telling him where he's got to be bowling here. He can't be bowling middle of the leg to this man. Well, that was wide outside the off stump. Latches onto it unbelievably. Hits it for 6. It's raining sixes here. Patake chalpe swere swere. Wow, loving it. And this man is rolling away and getting closer and closer to a historic European Cricket Series T10 100.
It's on 87, or in his language, Rajmani's language, 3 sixes. We make that it is the end of Joy Pereira's over. I'm sure he won't be particularly enthusiastic about having to bowl a potential 7th ball. 3 of the deliveries he's bowled have gone for 6. 1's gone for 4. He did pick up that wicket, but well, normally when you pick up a wicket in an over, you're pretty pleased as a bowler, but when 3 of the next 4 balls go for 6, very much takes away the joy of the moment. He's conceded 22 from that one. Rajmani has 87 off 32. Harkmal Singh has joined him out there. Harkmal himself hit a 31 ball 100 last season, so he's not the worst man to have join Rajmani on his merry way. These two will be thinking 2 big overs here, and 160 is still very much in reach.
Definitely the way, not just the way they're hitting it, but the way they're being fed at the moment. The bowling has been there for the taking. They've bowled them pies really for the standard of these two. Not really thinking too much about it.
Well, nobody has gone for an economy rate of lower than 2 runs a ball. Ouch. Dinnock back on for his second. His first went for 14. Bit of furniture being rearranged by Harkmal Singh. Must say I'm not really sure why, because he hasn't been out there for more than 2 minutes and he hasn't faced a ball. But he's decided to get unpadded and repadded again.
So Harkmal, he's going to have to go big straight up. He won't want to hang around. Just taking his guard now. Just looking at this field. 1, 2, 3 guys there on the leg side waiting for the big shot. You've got a sweeper on the off. Well, a big swipe at that, and that's what he can't afford to do. Can't waste any balls on dots. No dot balls required here. Get back onto ball. This is not very sensible from Harkmal. Obviously he wants to hit big shots himself. You've got a man at the other end poised to make 100. Get him on strike.
Well, he's caught in 2 minds here. Penultimate over feels like he's got to hit, but that's 3 dots now. Really costly. Big mini win so far for Milan.
Well, that's better. This he gets a single. Gets Rajmani on strike. It was raining 6s a minute ago, and now all of a sudden it was raining dots. Gets a single. Rajmani Singh, over to you, big man.
Field changing for the left-hander. 3 sweepers out on the leg side.
Balle, 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 ginna, sona.
Oh, and dropped by Kit Harris next to us.
Wonderful strike. And yeah, Kit Harris, one of our co-commentators, part of the European Cricket Network team, had a chance for his moment of fame. Puts it down. He'll come up with all sorts of excuses. Drop catch, but 6 runs on the board.
He's into the 90s.
Oh, that is absolutely majestic. The fielders just watch it go over for 6 more. He's going to do it in style. 99. Wow. The expectation around the ground is there. What a start this would be to this European Cricket Series in Rome. Who would have thought it? The very first game. And we are so close, are we not, to seeing a ton master. Let's hope the pressure doesn't get to him.
He's hit 12 sixes and 4 fours. 88 of his 99 runs have come in boundaries. 99 from just 34 balls. When he was on 87, I did quit that rather than needing 13 runs, he just needed 3 sixes. And he's delivered with 2 of them. We'll see when he gets the strike back what he does. Now Harkmal has only got 1 off 4. He struggled to get it away in the previous over. Zahi Chima's back on for his second. Does he take the single or go for the boundary option?
Hey, hey, hey! Balle, balle, balle! Take a bow, that man! The ton master! The very first master blaster of this European cricket series. No, apologies, I'm getting too excited. I'm looking at the wrong batsman here. It was the over. Oh dear, somebody get me my medication. Rewind, rewind. It was the over. Oh, calm myself back down again. Anyway, top shot from Hakmal Singh, nevertheless, but it's not quite the 100.
Good to know you've had your breakfast, Rico.
Oh,
you're ready for the moment now.
I'm ready for the moment.
You've had your rehearsal. So at the non-striker's end, Rajmani on 99, leaning on his bat.
I get to know when you're saying does he hit the big shot or take the single. I'm thinking why would he try and do it in a single? Just hit it big. Now I know where you're coming from, Michael. Too much excitement first thing in the morning.
I can't blame you at all. There's been so many sixes. He's actually hit more than a third of the deliveries he's faced for six. It's just redonkulous.
Oh.
Well, I wonder how he's feeling now. He's had all the adrenaline of hitting all these sixes, but we've got to go and retrieve the ball that Harknell's just hit out of the cow paddock. So having had this frenetic period of time where he's been hitting pretty much everything he's seen in front of him for six. Rajmani Singh, also known as Sandy, you can see there on the right of your screen. It's with Harknell. I wonder if he's saying to him, look mate, I know you can hit sixes as well. I know you've just hit one, but we've got 5 balls left here. Just let me face a couple of them.
Well, yeah, because his first
You're not going to leave
balls,
me on 99 not out.
No, he can't be doing that. First 3 balls, he missed that. Then he got the single. Then all of a sudden, we're thinking he can't get back onto ball, and I'm thinking he's a different player altogether, and he smacks a big 6. And I'm thinking, well, that can only be one man because Hakmal Singh can't get back onto ball when he proves me wrong.
Well, I did mention that 31 ball ton last season, and actually, speaking to some of the Royal Palmer players, they consider Hakmal Singh as good, if not an even better hitter than Rajmani. So we might well in pool matches 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 get to see Hakmal have a longer hit, the vice captain, and maybe see these two go toe to toe. But so far it's been the Rajmani show today, and Zahid Chima has got to try and contain him. I mentioned earlier he's a name that might be familiar to some of you, Chima. He's played 4 matches for Italy, 2 with list A status games against Jersey and Kenya. Now Chima, who some might remember from playing for Jandra Brescia at the 2019 European Cricket League, has got to try and contain Harkmal. He's just walloped him for 6. We finally got the ball out the cow paddock.
It's sensible. You can hear the volume goes up. We have got the right man on strike now. Just double checking with you, Michael.
Have you ever heard a batsman blocking a ball for 1 in the final over be greeted with such delight and excitement? A defensive prod for a single in the last over of a game. But here's why. Because Rajmani Singh has 99 not out off 34 balls with 12 sixes. Does he take a single to get to the milestone, or does he get there in style?
Oh, he's got to do it in style. There we go. Taking no chances at all. Take a bow, that man, this time on his ton. First game of this European Cricket Series, match number 1. And we have a centurion. Rajmani Singh, well batted. What an innings. What a pleasure and a joy to watch. That is definitely worth getting up in the morning for, Michael.
It absolutely is. Total delight. Got there uncharacteristically with a single.
Chance of a wicket. And well snapped up. The catch taken. Kemi Komi takes the catch. Chima the bowler. Second wicket going down. Important thing for Royal Palmer is that the batsman did cross. So Rajmani Singh now he's got the 100. safely under his belt, will certainly play some more of his big shots. Slower ball, ends up being a full toss, but just a single from it.
Wondered if this might be a no ball on height, but I think it's dipped just enough in time to be the base tight. I haven't seen Zahid Chima's best today. Well, that's what Chima can do.
Well bowled, yeah. I mean, you were just saying you haven't seen him at his best, and then well, he hears your voice in his earpiece and thinks, take that, Michael McCann, how about this for a Yorker? That was a good ball, but you're right, it's come a little bit late for them. He needed him to be bowling this earlier. Very well bowled, gets a wicket. The end of the innings, 2 wickets, so he's on a, well, first time he's up, he's on one of those funny hat-tricks, isn't he?
Well, does it carry off into other matches? I'm not quite sure it does. But Harkmal Singh dismissed for 8 off 7, and then Atik Ur-Rahman gets a golden duck whilst coming out to have a go. But this innings was all about one man, Rajmani Singh, the club president of Royal Palmer, the main man that formed the club 2 years ago. And it's days like this that make all that time doing the red tape and the admin and the paperwork and the nets and assembling a team worth it. Goes out there as the president and delights us with this hitting. 12 sixes, 101 off just 36 balls, a 35 ball 100.
Yeah, absolute classy innings we're seeing. Well, these highlights will be all about one man, really. Lovely shots. Early on, has to be said that Milan Kingsgrove didn't really bowl in the right areas. There was a lot of leg side stuff there for the left-hander, and Rajmani was going to just, that's food and drink. You're seeing a catch taken there for one of the wickets, second time of asking. And that was the wicket. We've just seen 2 and 2 there, and that's the one right up there, bowled. But what a great display. Royal Palmer, they came out here, they know they were playing one of the favourites, Milan Kingsgrove. Well, the captain was saying that they weren't going to be at their strongest, not at the best, had a few key players missing, had some of the youngsters in. He himself will be disappointed with himself, just looking at some of those bowling figures. So we saw Gothan Nisar, 2 overs for 25, no wickets. And Zahid Hussain was very much similar, of his 2 overs going for 22, but at least he did there at the end take 2 wickets, Chima. And then looking down at that scorecard, I think the captain was the most expensive. Quite unusual, he just stuck with just getting the ball up there, didn't try and do too much with it. Didn't learn that anything on the off stump was being the better ball, where runs were, we're finding runs harder to get with balls pitched outside the off stump than anything on the stumps. Anything that was on the stumps or in the leg side spot was dispatched and put away. Absolute brilliant knock there from the man who's made the 100. Rajmani Singh, first up here. Always nice to see somebody go out there with positive attitude from start to finish. He's batted all the way through the innings, 101, not out of 36 balls. He was well supported by Mahmood Javid, the wicketkeeper. He made 29 of his 18 balls. Just basically played the anchor role, gave the strike to Rajmani Singh as much as he could. And then when he, at the time of the match when it was all about trying to play big shots, he went for a big shot himself, caught there on the boundary at the second attempt. And then we saw the quick dismissals of Harkmal Singh. Came in, played one very big 6, lost the ball for a while, met that our ball sponsor Kookaburra to provide us with another ball to resume the innings, but he wasn't able to do too much more. He was Chima getting his man in the end, caught, miscued one to square leg, and then finally a very good Yorker to Atik Ur-Rahman, who went first ball finding his stumps all over the place. So there you have it, the first innings, 144 for 3. At one point that was looking like it was going to be about 150, 160. So that little flurry of wickets there at the end certainly cut the run rate down a little bit, but it's still at about just under 15. So Milan Kingsgrove, when they get out there, they know they're going to have to go right from the start. The power play, that's going to be key. You've got to make a good start in the power play, and then hope, maybe as Royal Palmer did, to be on around about the 38-40 runs of those 3 overs. Then hopefully those batsmen can stay in and keep going. What they won't be wanting, they won't want batsmen to be going out, having a big swing, making contact with 1 or 2 and then getting out. They won't want wickets to flow and fall at a steady pace, because that's going to do them no favours. And of course, every time you have a wicket, you also have a dot ball, and dot balls in this particular match is going to be like gold dust. Anyway, we shall get ready to see how the reply goes. We'll be right back in just a few minutes.
Welcome back to Spinacetto in Rome for this run chase of game 1 of 27 in this European Cricket Series. A very competitive, I would suggest well over par total of 144 for free posted by the underdogs Royal Palma Cricket Club, powered by 101 off just 36 balls by Rajmani Singh. And now Palma into the field. Sukhpal Singh, their captain, will open the bowling for them. Opening the batting for Milan Kingsgrove. Joy Pereira, the Italian captain, the 33-year-old, facing up. At the non-strikers end, Ahmed Raza Amjad. Gentle lolloping in-swinger to start. And Pereira content to have a look, but they haven't got long to have a look here. Wide run rate 14.3 from the start. I'm Michael McCann, whether you're joining us on Sportsflick or Fanco, it's great to have you with us. Rico Full alongside me. Both sweepers out on the leg side, so offside is where his boundary option lies. He does still go leg side, and he's bisected those two sweepers. That's the first boundary for Milan Kingsgrove. It's Joy Pereira who gets it. Just swinging in, the bat did turn in his hand a bit. The bottom hand muscled it away.
Nice shot. Positive start from him. He knows he's got to play his shots, and this power play is critical to them. They need at least around about 40 of these 3 overs.
It's nicely bowled. And he worked a backward point, quick single. Should bring Ahmed Raza Amjad on strike to face his first ball. And Kingsgrove starting this as favourites for Pool A, now really up against it. He's not got all of this. He'll get a boundary. And it is the first 6, just over the rope. Chancing his arm, as he should in the power play, Amjad. And there was enough pace on it. Managed to get round the corner, scooping it up and whipping it away.
Yeah, it didn't look like he timed it very well. Didn't like he got enough onto it. It was one of those I thought was going to go up, fall sort of somewhere behind the square leg and just drop short of the boundary. But manages to get enough on it. It's good, good start.
Another miscue. Doesn't get so lucky to get a boundary, but single is good enough. Bit fortunate here.
Yeah, Sukhpal Singh, I'm just watching his action, Michael. He's quite a big lad, quite tall, but he doesn't really make use of that with his run. He's got a fairly big run up, but he doesn't really, not one of those bowlers that really steams in and lets it go. He sort of trots in and leaves it all to the arm action. Here he comes in again, he just trots in.
That's a good line and length. Defended away by Pereira. And not a naturally aggressive batting lineup, Milan Kingsgrove. It's one of the reasons why 50 over cricket often suits them a bit better than the T10 or even the T20 formats. Up with a lot going on as well, in the process of getting themselves a new ground. They'll hope it's as good as this brand new magnificent venue that we're here in. The Council of Milan here being very cooperative in those ambitions that in the process of being put together. Team known for being one of the most multicultural teams as well in Italian cricket, regardless of their Sri Lankan roots. They expanded out from that. And it's the big boys in Milan, but right now they're getting a bit of a schooling from Parma. Go big early on here to give themselves a realistic chance, but 14 off the first was a good start. Atik will bowl the second.
bowled quite well there. He's got a pace on it, but just went too wide. And they come back and take a single as well. Good bit of pace, with just completely different to Sukhpal Singh. Sukhpal Singh just really, from about the same markup, really just ambled in and just, it was all in the arm action. And here we see Atiq really running and attacking. What a lovely shot. Got into line there this time, using the pace to go all the way over the top. So,
by George, did they need that, hey?
Yeah, I mean, not a bad start. 14 off the first. With the 2 wides and that big hit.
That short pulled away, but straight to the man. That's a huge wicket. The celebrations tell you how big a fish they've managed to get. They've caught Joy Pereira on the pull shot, rocking back. He timed it pretty well, but he didn't really go with conviction as to whether he was trying to go up and over the infield or hit it low and hard. Halfway between the two. And Joy Pereira, the Italian national team captain, goes for 13 off just 6, featuring 2 sixes.
Yeah, that's a big blow for them, Michael. Big blow. I mean, you're right. It was one of those where all he needed to do was just angle the bat high at the ball. Would have gone over the fielder, safe as chips. But in the end, just hit it flat. Still had to be taken. It was a good catch, taken above his head. That's a prize wicket, and the pressure is on now.
Safe as chips.
Safe as chips.
Chips safe?
Oh yeah, chips are always safe. You can't go wrong with chips, can you?
It's a new one for me. Very full, too full. In that drivable slot, Nijari's charging round to get there, but he won't. Well, that's a good start. Intent from Dinuk, having just walked to the wicket, and with such a big total on the board, there's no other way to play. See just how full it is. He goes inside out through extra cover. He knows that's where his gap is. It's a long off-fielder out. Good use of the wrist to get it into that gap.
Bada अच्छा shot. Field ने बड़ी कोशिश की थी, but timing first class से गई. 4 runs.
And again, he hasn't fully timed this Dinuk, but he'll still get 4 through the straight boundary. It's come off the inside half of the bat. He was through it a touch early, but just lumped it straight. More power than timing. And in the position they're in, Milan definitely cannot be picky.
Yeah, he's come out on a mission. Dinuk Samawikrama wants to take the attack to the bowling. 2 balls, 2 boundaries.
Shorter. Pops up. Shout the stumps, well backed up, so there won't be any buzzers. Or overthrows as they're also known. Single for Dinuk. Well, in the normal context of a T10 game, this is a good start from Milan Kingsgrove, but it's the context of this huge target that's on the board that makes it a very intimidating run chase. Short, missed time. Precious dot, and even a dot at this moment is a big mini shift.
Yeah, that was a, well, you've got to say, you've got to be fair, that was a rank delivery really. It was short on the leg side. It needed to be put away by Ahmed Raza. And to see that just going down as a dot ball, that puts a little bit of pressure on me. If that went to the boundary, you know, they were closing on to 40 runs of just the second over. That is what they need to be. Run rate is good at the moment.
Yeah, they're where they need to be. It's the difficulty sustaining that for 10 overs. Now, we've had a comment from Angus Tarode, who says he's watching from Paris. He says, what's a big mini over? Which I believe, a big mini moment, which is a phrase I used in the first innings. In swinger from Sukhpal, that's very much his stock ball, the captain. Tends to bowl 2 overs at the top and 2 overs at the death in a T20 game. It's no surprise that he's going to bowl out in the power play here. But what I mean by that is that in T10 it's such a short format that things can change so quickly that even 2 or 3 dot balls in a row is a big shift in a small space of time.
That should be another one out here. It's gone up in the air. Who's going to take it? Oh, Sukhpal!
Oh, he had a good old juggle and he's dropped it, the captain.
And just have a look at the fielder who sort of sits on the floor. Look at that, it's going straight to him. It's his catch. Captain wants it. He's not in the right position. And the fielder there distraught. He knew that was his catch. Captain charging in though, had to let him take his responsibility. It goes down. How crucial is that going to be?
Captain not trusting his lieutenants. Well bowled. Back of a length, off stump channel, really nicely done. So Royal Palmer coming into this with just 3 wins from their 8 T20 matches this season. Milan definitely in the better form, but this is the beauty of T10. One day in the sun, or the early morning cloud, I should say, for Rajmani Singh, and it's Palmer on top. It's nicely bowled again. Well played too. Attic charges 20 yards to his left from long off and gets there. Keeps it to 2. Good cricket all round. Overside, known for their youth development. 8 youth titles, the 3rd most of anyone in Italian cricket history.
Comes the captain again. Can he get a wicket here?
Touch too wide. The 3rd wide of the innings from Royal Palmer. Milan bowled 5 during theirs. Sweepers out on the leg side. And of course we're in the power play, so boundary options all over the place and aerial noise all over the place from a helicopter flying overhead. Maybe that's so slightly putting it off there. It's a leg by and up the non-striker's end. Not sure where it's off to, but we'll certainly hear it coming. 2 balls left of the power play. I think he's got to attack here, surely. Back of the length. You get 1 out to square leg. T10 is so quick that even 2 or 3 balls without the boundary and the required run rate starts skyrocketing. It's already at 15 and over, which is 2.5 per ball. That's the problem when chasing a big old target like this. You can't really afford even 1 quiet over, otherwise it's a long way to being gone. End of the power play. 38 for 1 is the score. They're not far behind where Royal Palmer were at this stage, but as we know, Rajmani Singh kept hitting pretty much everything for 6. In fact, our gun statistician Rico Full points me to some of his statistical workings to tell us that they were on the exact same score, except having not lost a wicket.
Yeah, that's the main difference, and this is an important phase because these 2 batsmen, I mean, we've seen already that Dinku can hit the ball well, but you can't be playing too many dots and too many ones. You've got to keep up with that run rate. It can change the blink of an eyelid in T10. Well, it's a wasteful start. Well, if you're going to chase a big target, some charity from the bowlers definitely doesn't half help. That is a loosener from Jabra Afzal, the 25-year-old who normally is a middle overs bowler for Royal Palmer. Probably filling his 2 back-to-back here, I'd imagine. Then goes short. Top edged and sky, there's nobody out there, that's a big old 6. Gone all the way, 6 runs, and I'm just having I was looking at the umpires there because that one that was signalled wide over the head of the batsman of Ahmed Raza was signalled as 1 for the over. Now that was pretty short as well, so I was wondering if that was also going to be signalled as a short one. Hasn't been. He's got away with that, I think.
I guess
think
maybe they decided 6 is enough punishment, and well, it's already, I make it the 4th top-edged pull shot for 6 we've seen today, and we're going to see plenty of them with this short bouncy pitch. Bowlers putting pace on the ball, batsman having to take on the pull shot. Fine leg has now gone out for that shot. Short again, he goes again, and he'll get 6 more. Back-to-back 6s, and if they're going to chase this down, this is what they need. Ahmed Raza goes again. Well, it was still high on the bat this time, but it did come out of the middle, and it goes 20 yards over the rope. You can put a man on the fence, but all he's going to have to do is fetch it back.
Yeah, this is more like it. That last over, they were just getting a little bit bogged down. But well, Ahmed Raza has come out with a different idea this over.
Short again, it's there to go. Doesn't really time it. There's a slower ball, almost comically slower ball, and there's some comical fielding. 3 fielders converging on the ball, and then having a bit of a chat saying, should we throw it in? Do you want to throw it in? No, I'll throw it in. No, you can throw it in. And in the end, somebody did, and they managed to get back for a 2nd run. Not the best bit of fielding we've seen all week.
No, that was sloppy.
It won't be the best bit of fielding we'll see all week, I'd imagine. Not by a long shot. Short again, and he's missed out there. Having looked so good in recent moments.
Just to remind you, we will see both these teams again today, so they've both got 2 games each. They'll have a little bit of a break. And then we're going to see Royal Palmer back again in the 3rd match, and we're going to see Milan Kingsgrove play the last game today.
That's hit him on the helmet there. He's still out there and pulling away with conviction here. 4 more. Square leg can't get round. Well, they've got the required run rate for this over, and now getting themselves into credit. Again goes on that pull shot. This time nothing lucky about it. Right out of the meat of the bat. Ahmed Raza has 27 off 10. Last ball of the over. Does he try and keep the strike, or does he go again? Very, very full. Big LBW appeal and given. That's the one they wanted. Raza with 3 boundaries in this over, but now he perishes trying to hit yet another. It was very, very full, swinging in. Hit him along the line of middle and leg. Looked a very good shout. The umpire concurred, and Jabra Afzal's gone for 19 in this over, but he'll still be a pretty happy bunny because Ahmed Raza won the battle, but he won the war. He's gone for 27 off 11, and both of Milan Kingsgrove's big hitters are in the hutch. They're 57 for 2 off 4. They're up with the required run rate. Their 2 best batsmen are gone.
Yeah, that was very well bowled. He saved that one. Hasn't shown it before. He's hit it, and right on cue, the last ball of the over, fires it in, gets the wicket. How big is that going to be? Both openers back, so it's now down to, well, what we would say as the unknown. What have these guys got? Looks like a youngster out there now on strike.
Nudged away for a single by a man who I've been really looking forward to watching in this competition. I say man without meaning to sound patronising. You could almost call him a boy. 17 years old. And Patufawadawara. It's very full, 2 full, whipped away. That will be 6. Lovely shot from Dinnock. He's got to pick up from where Joy and Ahmed Raza left off. His first 6 to go with a couple of 4s. That will help them along. The non-strikers, I was just mentioning, the man known as Nimna. Now it's Dinnock. Let's chip this one up just over the bowler. Get a single. Bowler landing in a heap, having chased enthusiastically. And this is the problem that you get as well. I have often found people question the standards of fielding sometimes. And I do think you have to make allowances, particularly in the early morning dew. It's not easy out here. It's very full and met with a hammering blow down the ground. A big old 6 right next to our commentary position. Dinnock's second maximum in this over. Well, if Milan Kingsgrove are going to lose this, they're not going to die wandering. Just coming back to that footwear point, because of course you can't wear spikes if you're bowling due to the artificial surface. What's his response has Sidhu got? Very full again, he goes again. This is as big, passing us in a very similar area, very similar shot. Lovely batting from Nimna, who's just walked to the wicket. A teenager, one of the people that we're expecting to be a real star in this competition. And he's announced himself in style here, back-to-back 6s down the ground. One ball left in the over. The adrenaline will be pumping. Does he go for 3 in a row? Very full. You bet he does go for 3 in a row. He could be caught on the rope. No! Oh, he's not. 2 fielders converging. Nobody manages to claim the catch. No one really got convincing hands on it. Never looked likely to be caught. Scooped it up. Didn't quite time this one as well, Nimna. They get back for 2. Oh, you can see the fielders slipping on the outfield. Harkamal Singh losing his footing. And Rajmani Singh, the Centurion, is unable to take a very difficult chance. And so at the halfway point, this run chase is very much on. Milan Kingsgrove losing Joy Lennon, the Italian captain, and also Ahmad Raza, their 2 openers. But Dinnock and Nimna have both hit 2 6s each. They're looking in destructive form, and so they're actually ahead of where they need to be at the halfway point. 79 for 2 off 5, needing 66 for an upset win in this first game.
Yeah, I mean, this young man, to come out and play those shots, well, he's a talent, isn't he? Get hold of it, and he's on his way. So Dinnock, well, he's done a job for his team. He's accelerated run rate. What he'll be thinking is, well, did I need to play that shot? The run rate was good. How big a wicket is that? He's left Nimna out there. We know he can hit it. He's already shown us that. But what else is there to come? Was this partnership between Dinnock and Nimna the most important one? Was this the one that was going to win them the game? Well, we'll have to see now what the new batsman has to offer. Run rate hasn't been a problem. They're right up with it. They were on 79 for 2 at the end of that over.
So Sami Ullah, the very stylish middle order player, the 34-year-old, comes out at the non-strikers because they cross, so Nimna will face.
Oh dear, that's a terrible bit of fielding there. Well, that was Sukraj Singh. He won't be very happy with that. He won't want to see that again. His team have just got a wicket. They should be thinking about getting on top of this game, and then you let 3 runs like that go through. So the bowler, Jabra Afzal, will be thinking, what are you doing there, man? We need to be putting the pressure on here, not taking it and putting it back on ourselves. Slower ball, gets hold of it, it's coming our way, there's a man under it, it's going to go over his head. It's 6 runs. Say smash, good one. It's a Massimo, as they say here in Italy. And that keeps the pressure on the fielding side. So Milan Kingsgrove, even though they're losing wickets, they're still way up there with the run rate, playing some good shots.
certainly haven't seen any shortage of sixes today. Anything you can do, I can do better. Royal Palmer hit 14, and Milan Kingsgrove, I make it have hit 9.
Ooh, that one really rose on him. Came from nowhere. Well bowled. That's the length he's got to bowl, not giving him any option to play what is his favourite shot, which is just to get in line and loft it. That is going to have to be playing on the back foot. He's on his way. It's another wicket, and this could be the all-important one. Wasn't the best of deliveries, I don't think, but once again, didn't give him anything to drive, banged in short.
I'm not sure I'd agree with you that that's not the best of deliveries. I think that's a really good delivery, back of a length. It's coming into the batsman, so it's cramping him for room as well.
Yeah,
little nick.
I suppose for a batsman who's been looking to play those on drives, what he needed to be doing there is just taking a little step outside the off stump, just tickling that away. But if you're staying stationary and trying to play it,
but that's the problem, he didn't pick up the swing of the ball. It was very clever, canny stuff from the bowler. So Nimna, the teenager who we've really built up and been excited about, goes for 25 off just 9, 3 sixes in that knock. He's definitely going to be one who will keep an eye on through this tournament. Of course, get 6 pool games to show us what we can do, what he can do. That is one nice thing about this format, with all the teams playing each other twice. A real opportunity throughout those 6 games. Every player will get their moment to shine.
So that was the end of the over. That wicket falling once more off the last ball of the over. 89 for 4 now. We're into the 7th over, being bowled by Atiq Rahman.
It's their star all-rounder, their top wicket taker this season. Oh, they love one more from him here.
Well bowled, squared him up.
Interesting phase of the game here, because they've got 2 batsmen out here who are completely fresh. Sami Ullah and Sifa Belantuda. They both haven't scored.
Batsman just having a good look at the field.
But do they have a look in terms of the target? They have a few balls, but they haven't got many. Gotta keep going. To get off the mark there. So both of them have nudged a single, but they can't do that for very long. This run rate is remorseless, and that's what happens when you're chasing a big total. It can feel like you're going well, but it can change so quickly. They still need 15 runs and over.
Yeah, just quite happy, the left-hander, just to take the single. He's gone. We heard that from here. Bottom of the bat, straight to the keeper. Another wicket goes. So all of a sudden, Royal Palmer are looking good. Straightforward catch for the wicket keeper. So you were saying, Michael, important phase of the game. Definitely is. These quick wickets going now. That's the 5th wicket down. 91 for 5.
So often their go-to man in a crisis, Royal Palmer, Atiq Rahman. The gun all-rounder has been expensive at times today. He's picked up his 2nd wicket. His first was the big fish, Joy Lennon. Joy Pereira, the Italian captain. Now he's got Sami Ullah, the stylish middle-order batsman. Can he make it 2 from 2? That's a really poor delivery, and the fielder at deep long on shouted "how's that," which was the most blatant "I'm appealing in the hope the umpire doesn't wide this" I have ever seen, and the umpire rightly wided it, as it should have been. New batsman Satif Radagaraja.
pace. Tried the slower ball first up, which I thought was a brave move. Got it wrong, ends up being an extra, but right back where he's been for the whole of this over. Good pace, outside that off stump, good bounce, short of a length. And the new batsman's going to find that tricky. Nice bouncy track this.
It's only conceded 2 runs of 5 balls in this over. Boundary needed.
Through for a single, but yeah, singles are not going to do it. And you can already see that run rate, which they were controlling quite well, going around about the 12, 13. All of a sudden it's shot up to 16.
Well, that is exactly what I was mentioning. You have 1 tight over, only went for 3 runs, and suddenly they now have got to get 17.3 runs per over off the last 3, I should say. That's the required run rate. It's a very difficult equation given that it's been left to the bottom order and it's a bowling heavy Milan Kingsgrove side. Now falls on the bowlers and the late middle order to get them over the line.
So it looks like Rajmani, the man who's already done the damage with the bat, scoring a century, now coming on to see if he can get in a few good overs in, tight overs, and really push that run rate up to around about the 20 mark and put this game in the bag. There's an appeal. It looks like it. There would certainly look like some deviation there to me. Be nice to see this again.
There was a noise. The batsman's suggesting it's come off his shoulder. Looks to me like he might have gloved it. Big appeals from wicketkeeper and bowler alike. The Rajmani Singh Express had already set off.
Yeah, it looked like glove to be, Michael.
Yeah, I thought so. Always a difficult job being out there as an umpire. In the spotlight. Ooh,
I'm just wondering whether the fielder didn't fancy that one. I was expecting a dive there to take the catch. He was left in 2 minds, and in the end, slight misfield as well, allowing the batsman to take 2 runs. All of these runs now so important, and for the first time, Milan Kingsgrove are finding them hard to come by. Slow ball, the slow ball. He had a hoik at it. Saditha. Badhar Garaja. Dot ball's a gold dust in T10.
And they're getting a lot of gold dust at the moment. They're getting a bit of a gold rush.
Should be straightforward for the wicketkeeper. Thank you very much. And the man, Rajmani Singh, he's having a great day today. Does get a wicket in the end. Probably feels he's unfortunate not to have one in the bag already. No doubt about that one. Gets his man in the end.
This time pull shot right off the top of the bat. We'll see a lot of that this week with this bouncy track. Ball leaping up. And the batsman, he could only sky it. The 6th one goes down for Milan Kingsgrove. Well, they're still just about in this, but they really are needing heroics now. Feels like their priorities, as much as anything else, will be trying to get as many runs as they can, because we've seen it so many times in these European Cricket Series events. It ends up coming down to net run rate in the end for qualification for those semi-finals.
Asitha on strike, the left-hander. They did cross. Hasn't had a lot of the strike, to be fair. It's only up until then just faced the 1 ball. And now he's going to have to rush. Oh, if that had hit the stumps, he was going to just have to carry on running all the way back to join his teammates. So just to remind you, there's 2 groups involved. And we're going to see the first 3 days Group A contests. Watch when Singh comes in again. Oh. Oh, so yeah, so we're seeing Group A today, tomorrow and Wednesday.
So these two will meet same time, same place tomorrow morning for the rematch.
That a big hoik, he hasn't got a hold of it. This man under it, and it goes straight through him. And as he drops it, he ends up on his backside on the floor. Yeah, didn't look very comfortable at all. Sukhpal Singh just literally gone straight through him, and then in the end ends up on his backside.
It's his second drop catch of the day. He's not had a good time of it in the field. We did mention that the players, because of the artificial pitch, have got to wear AstroTurf shoes as opposed to spikes, which makes getting your grip on a dewy, slightly wet, early morning grassy outfield difficult. Mitigation. But even so, having got there, to not even get any hands on it was poor. Change the bowling for Royal Palmer. It'll be Hardeep Singh, his little right arm mediums to come on. One of the three go-to all-rounders in this Palmer side. He's got quite a hairstyle as well. Those earrings, you're not going to miss him.
They're not going to do it the easy way, if they are going to do it at all. Royal Palmer, another catch goes down. And another very straightforward one.
Miscued off the bottom of the bat. He's trying to hit this over mid-wicket.
And this time it was Mehboob Ahmed, the guilty man.
Not helping themselves.
Zahid Hussain comes in again. Well, Michael, what is going on out there at this moment of time? That's probably 4 drop catches we've seen in a matter of, say, 12 balls.
I can tell you for certain, it's 2 drop catches in 2 balls. And that, ideally, should have been the man with the gloves. Instead, it's dropped by Sukraj Singh. Swing and a miss. Target almost certainly now out of reach. It's about minimising the margin of defeat. Up next we've got a Royal Roma double header, firstly against Padova and then against Royal Palmer, who are on their way to their first victory here.
Strikes it well, straight to the man, fielding here on the boundary, just the one run. Hardeep Singh just keeping his head focused, getting the ball in the right place. He won't be too worried about those 2 catches that have gone down if his team get the victory in this first European Cricket Series match in Rome. That's well hit, that's a nice looking shot, but straight to the man. It's hit very well. So Hardeep Singh does get a wicket. He thought maybe his luck wasn't in today, but in the end Shiraz Afzal says, okay mate, I'm not going to let you down.
Well, someone's finally caught one.
I'm not going to be buying you a drink tonight as well. So he takes the catch.
And if they're going to win this tournament, Royal Palmer, that's probably the biggest thing we've seen in this game for them to improve on. We know the ability of Rajmani Singh. We knew that coming in. Left-hander, one of their very best batsmen. Can't always depend on him to hit the century though and put the game out of reach.
By ball, just trying to slow a ball. He's got a grin on his face as his team players are saying, come on mate, just get the ball in, put the end of the over, one to come. He's got hold of that very nicely indeed. That's a top shot. Says Guerrera as well then. There's still a little bit of something in the tank, but he's coming too late, unfortunately for his team. That's a big hit.
Well, they need 36 to win off the last.
Just to keep it interesting.
Lovely shot from Gohanisa. But it will be Zahid Chima to face up final over, trying to do the nigh on impossible. Already seen 35 ball 100, but chasing this down from here really would be a worldwide story of shock.
Yeah, and Rajmani Singh, from what we saw of him, he's not going to get hit for too many. He's a nice tidy bowler, very good cricketer. A good first game up. There we go, dot ball to start with. Nicely played, just a single. So really, just seeing out these last few balls. Net run rate is important, so it's important to score the runs, and if the shot is there to play, we'll play it. Remember, these two teams are going to be meeting again at the same time tomorrow. Sliced away, that one is gone over. The third man is being brought up, 4 runs. So like I say, all these are very important runs. Michael McCad now is going to leave us for a short while. He's been doing the man of the match presentation. So, well, I think the man with the ball in his hand for me would be the obvious choice. He's bowled well, but not so much for his bowling, but for his batting. But we don't have any say in who the player is. That all is down to the tournament referee, who for this tournament is Alex Dowdles. Ooh, well, that was short. I'm looking at the umpire. Oh, he's signalling byes. I thought maybe it's going to be 4 wide, but it's 4 wides. All these valuable runs for Milan Kingsgrove. They will help, no doubt, their net run rate at some point in this European Cricket Series. Group A teams, other than these two, we also have Padova Cricket Club and also Royal Rome. So they're the teams you'll be seeing the next 3 days. And that concludes the end of this match 1. And a very good match it was indeed. Saw some good runs being scored. At the end of a very good contest. It was nice to see early on. The start of this innings, I think it was a good charge from the batting side. You can see the first wicket going down, a big wicket. Needed 2 bites at the cherry. We've just seen the first inning highlights. They were all down. All down to 1 man really. There. Milan Kingsgrove had a good start, the first 2 batsmen. Joy Pereira, 13, 2 6s of 6 balls. Ahmed Raza was impressed with him, 27 of 11. Just wondering if he would feel that he threw his wicket away. The same as Dinku Samarawikrama. Both of them got going and probably knew or had a good idea. Well, the captain did. Captain Joe Pereira told us right at the beginning, the first 4 batsmen are key, including himself, obviously. So they knew that if those 4 wickets went early, they were going to give Royal Palma a very good chance to go on and win this game, especially having posted such a high total of 143. And when we saw the wicket there of the young man Nimna, who really impressed, came out there, a lot of pressure on him, had to play shot straight away. As soon as he was gone, that was more or less the end of this run chase. Pick of the bowlers, well, Jabra Afzal, 2 overs, 3 wickets for 29. And then we also had Atiq Rahman taking 2 of his 2 overs for 21. And then nice tidy spells. I was very impressed with the Centurion, the man who's made all the runs at the beginning. Rajmani Singh, we saw an absolutely fabulous knot from him, 101 not out of 36 balls. And then when he came on with the ball, showing just what a classy cricket player he is, what a classy all-rounder he is, bowled very tidy spell there as well. Just bowling 2 overs, taking 1 wicket for 13, and that quite easily could have been a few more. So we're just getting ready to do the man of the match. Michael McCann will no doubt be informed who it's going to be. So just to remind you what we've got up next, we've got Royal Roma Cricket Club, and they'll be playing Padova Cricket Club. So that's going to be match number 2 of this European Cricket Series. That'll be starting at 11:15 local time. 4 matches today, Group A contests. Then we will see in match 3, Royal Palma are back again, and they will be playing with Royal Roma. So Royal Roma have got back-to-back games. So it looks like we're getting ready to do the man of the match. Michael McCann has somebody next to him. With my poor eyesight, there's no way I can tell you from here who it is, so he'll go.
Is man of the match from this, the very first game at the European Cricket Series second event here in Rome, and that man is with me now. Rajmani Singh, a 35-ball Centurion, 101 runs from just 36 balls, featuring 12 sixes, and then a handy cameo at the end, 1 for 13 off his 2 overs with the ball. Rajmani, your first game televised with the world watching, and a Centurion, how does it feel?
It just feels great. Well, it's great to be here. First of all, I want to thank European Cricket Series and Federation for organizing such a big event, because it was always my dream to play such in platform like this, you know. So I got an opportunity to play. So I wanted to show everyone that I can bat, I can bowl. I just became with aggression, you know. Everyone says that we are dark horses, you know, it's a new team. We just 2 years, you know, found this club. And we wanted to play well, good cricket, and we were just said to boys, you know, go and enjoy the game. Doesn't matter if you win, you lose, just go there and express yourself. And I think that's what we did, and we won the match. A little bit sloppy fielding, but it's all good, you know, still learning. In the end, we won the match, and it just feel great, awesome feeling, you know. I can explain my words, you know, and right now, so. Thanks to all Federation, Cricket Series, Callum, for organizing such a big event. Yeah.
And you said that you wanted to show you can bat. Well, you certainly did that with 12 sixes. Was there any particular shots that will stand out in the memory as your favourite, 1 or 2 of all of them?
No, I just, you know, when I got to bat there, no, I just wanted to simple, you know, see the ball, hit the ball, you know. So I think that's what helped me. First of all, I started with 2 easy singles and wides. Pressure. I was really nervous in the start of the innings, twice, you know, it was just to release my pressure. I was so nervous because it's such a big platform for us, you know. So then few wise singles, then I realized I can play. When I got first boundary 6, you know, then it just went with the flow.
You mentioned that you guys are Dark Horses, a pretty new team. They were only formed a couple of years ago. You sound like you've really got the conviction that you're not just here to be one of the 8 sides, you're here to win it, and you've shown that in the first game.
Yeah, of course, you know, we are missing few players, you know, like Dipender Shekhawat. He's a very good player, he's a very good bowler. And then our wicket-keeper batsman, Balwinder Singh, even he's missing. But we came here to enjoy, to show that we can still, you know, play, we can, because it's a new club and everybody is nobody really know about our club, you know. So I said to everyone, just go play and show them, but this is a big platform for us. If you play well here, you can show everyone in Italy that there is a club called Royal Parma. So that's what we did. It's really big, good feeling for me.
Well, there is a club called Royal Parma, and they have a European Cricket Series centurion. The man right next to me, Rajmani Singh, congratulations to him. You're man of the match from game 1.
And we are back, European cricket fans, for match number 2 of this European cricket series here in Rome. We have the Royal Roma Cricket Club versus the Padova Cricket Club, and we're going to toss the coin. Royal Roma is the home team, so you'll flip the coin. Padova, you'll call. Okay, let me see. Yeah, okay, yep. Tails the call. It's a head. Okay, so you won the toss. What are you going to do?
Batting first.
Batting first. Why are you going to bat first?
Because बैटिंग करना चाहते हैं क्योंकि हम ऑलरेडी इस ग्राउंड में हमारी होम ग्राउंड है, हम पता है ये ग्राउंड में कैसे चेस करना थोड़ा मुश्किल है इसमें, इसलिए हम बैटिंग करके थोड़ा प्रेशर डालना चाहते हैं दूसरी टीम पे ऊपर.
Okay. It's their home ground and they are planning to bat first and score some runs to put pressures on the opposition. They know how to. They know on this ground chasing is difficult, so they want to take advantage of the conditions that they are aware of.
Okay, and what do you think is a good score to post when batting first here?
I think almost 110, 120 is a good score in this ground.
Okay, well, good luck. All the best.
Thank you.
Okay, so you're in the field.
Yeah.
How do you feel about that?
Yeah, no, Uncle, we want to field.
You wanted to field anyway?
Yeah, because that's the reason what he said. Their home ground. We want to field first. When we won,
Sure.
So we will field.
Okay, so how much do you think is a good score to keep them to?
We possible 80, 90 runs.
80 or 90. Okay, we're excited to see you play. Good luck. Thanks. Royal Roma have won the toss and they're having a bat.
So that was Stefan Gooch with the news from the toss. That is that Royal Roma have won the toss. They have elected to bat. And if you just joined this stream, maybe unfamiliar with the concept, you'd be forgiven for thinking this is a one-day international between England and Sri Lanka. Padova in the Sri Lankan looking strip, homage to the fact that the vast majority of their players are of Sri Lankan descent and background. And with Royal Roma it's more of an incidental look that is similar to the England shirt that they used when winning that 2019 World Cup final against New Zealand on a champagne super over. So opening the bowling for Padova, the 4th seeds in Group A will be Nuwan Samira, their opening batsman and bowler, their key all-rounder. Played a few games for the Italian A team 4 years ago. These two, the lesser fancied 2 sides in Group A, both will be desperate to get off to a winning start. We need Niazi to take strike. It's a good start, but nicely driven straight. Good cricket all round. Well, they think of a second. There's a bit of confusion about where the ball was. Hassan eventually located it right by his foot. And Niazi off the mark with a single. Mubarak Hussain, the wicketkeeper batsman, onto strike. I'm Michael McCann and have the pleasure of being joined by Kit Harris here for the European Cricket Network, going out to you on fan code in the subcontinent and exclusively today for the first time on Sports Flick in India as a helicopter goes overhead. The right-hander Hussain will take strike. 2 singles to get us going.
Well, this game's got its work cut out, hasn't it, to match the opening innings of game 1.
Yes, I think we're still all recovering from that extraordinary century of 35 balls featuring 12 sixes from Rajmani Singh. It's in nicely bowled, but it's beaten the keeper as well. We get 1 because of one of the 2 boundary riders allowed in the power play being out at 3rd man. It was some quite extraordinary hitting. He said to me afterwards, they're a very new team, much like Royal Roma. Both of these clubs only formed in 2018. He said, we wanted to show people we're not dark horses, we can bat, we can bowl. And I just said to him afterwards, well, you did show you can bat. Goodness me, did you show you can bat? Comes wider of the crease, angling in towards that off stump. Direct hit would have been gone. Misses, didn't look far away either. Good early pressure from Padova. just nudged, dabbed into the offside. There was a lot of hesitation over the run, and that angle seems to suggest that he would have been a goner. Full, this has gone straight up. It will take some catching. Oh, there was 4 of them around it. Nobody called with conviction. And nobody ended up really getting underneath it at all.
It's got to be the wicket keeper there, hasn't it, Michael?
You would think
Lots
so.
of fumbling and uncertainty. But you see, look, the 3 of the keepers, 3 of them around it. The keeper's the one who's furthest away of all 4 of them.
Didn't really fancy it. As it is, the chance goes a-begging. Blocked back. It's a very good first over to start for Padova, having been put into the field after Royal Roma won the toss and elected to bat. Nuan Samira, a gun all-rounder, concedes just 5 runs from it. Very, very happy with that, Padova, escaping a third of the power play with limited damage.
Well, in contrast to what we saw in game 1, that is a very sedentary start. 100 plus looks to be the minimum really on this absolute road of an artificial pitch. What's also very unusual so far after the first game is to see any spin at all. None of the spin options being used by either team in the first game. Is the second bowler, Akash Handun.
Very slingy action, and he should have picked up a wicket with his very first ball. It's a really poor drop from Asad Ali, should have been taken. Comes right off the toe of the bat, skied up towards deep third man, misjudged it. Ended up keeping a bit lower than he expected, misjudged the trajectory of the ball. His teammates have got hands on hips and arms up in the air in frustration. It really was a pretty simple catch.
He's got a wonderful slingy action, hasn't he, Handun?
And there it goes again, but that's too full and can easily be capitalised on. We're in the power play. Clean shot like that through the infield. It's the first boundary off the bat in this innings for Royal Roma. Their first boundary off the bat in this European cricket series in Rome, of course.
First intentional boundary, you might say.
Yes, yes, correct. Pardon me. Glad someone's next to me to keep me sane. Well, that pretty poor drop catch from Asad Ali providing the life. He's already making the most of that life. That's very, very, very full. And he somehow hit that down into the ground and to the third man boundary. Absolutely not what he intended, but back-to-back 4s.
He generates a bit of pace from this very low slingy action. But, the trouble is there's width on offer, so it gives the batsman lots of opportunity to really swing his arms. To that left-hander, he just needs to bowl it up in that block hole. It's harder to pick up the ball when the bowler is very slingy. But if you can get a good wave at it, you will get it away, even if it is, as we just saw, off the edge. It's to angle it more towards leg.
Does he go for 3 in a row? You bet he does, and he'll get 3 in a row, but this one is 6. Hits the scaffolding and heads towards us, off it. Lovely clean shot down the ground, stepped away, made room, and connected. No straight bat, but who cares? Hockey shot down the ground from Man. 4-4-6.
Yeah, just in the slot, wasn't it? Not quite the Yorker, not quite the length ball, right in the half volley zone. And he's looked absolutely lovely down the ground, Man.
Back of the length and flicked round the corner. 4 consecutive boundaries. 4-4-6-4. It's a poor short ball, gets the treatment. Short, and with that right arm around slingy angle, only going much further down leg. And And he just wasn't going to miss out on that. His beans are really racing now. He's got 20 from just 7.
Yeah, Maniazi getting on top of the bowling already, and I said first over was pedestrian. This is anything but.
That's a full toss. That should go as well, but he's missed out. And he'll have to run back. Well, he's actually ended up running a single there. He ran halfway down the track. Got sent back by his partner Hussain. And then ran back. The irony being, the worst ball of that over is the one that produced the dot ball. 4-4-4-6-4. Dot to finish though. So he escapes from it having conceded 22 runs. It could have been even more. Akash Handon having a bit of a nightmare start. Got 1 over left to make the most of it in the power play. And if you're Mubarak Hussain, who now has the strike, surely you're thinking just get a single. Give Niazi the strike back.
Yeah, that's the way the smart teams play it. When one batsman has started to get away, the other batsman gives them the strike, plays himself in with the opportunities he's got. And then perhaps if the alpha player is out, then the beta player can step up. New bowler, Damit Kosala.
That's well enough, Kosala. I'll see him with the bat later on as well. He's one of quite a few good, promising teenagers to keep an eye on in this tournament. Just 19 years old. It's a destructive left-handed batsman, as well as a talented bowler. In this power play, he's got no protection leg side. They're all in the ring, 4 fielders. So it's no surprise the batsman tries to swing that way. Man misses out. He'll get a wide. He's got to settle into his rhythm. So he's got to change the field now. He's got sweepers out at fine leg and third man, which would suggest some short stuff's coming. He's more short stuff, and his radar's not right.
It's an interesting pick, isn't it? First change to bowl Kosala. There are plenty of other more experienced bowlers available. I admit he was not someone I necessarily thought was nailed on to bowl, in fact.
Short, cross-batted swipe down the ground.
Again, you know, Michael, that last one would have been a wide. Well outside the little marker. The batsman managing to get something onto it.
The opening batsman sent out there with destructive intent, and sometimes that can lead to you just losing that composure to know where the wide line is and think, no, we'll just calmly take the extra. That's very short there to go, and go it does. Well, he's got the field set for short pitched bowling, but that came up at a height that was pretty easy to deal with. Not much above waist height and not really quick enough to trouble him. Helped round the corner very nicely. So Mubarak Hussain gets his first boundary, and the scoreboard keeps on flying along in this power play. Short again. LBW appeals, and then kicked onto the stumps. Some good football skills. Not given out on either count. The LBW appeal, well, I mean, that was pitching a good foot or so outside the leg stump. It's hit him on the thigh pad and is probably going over the top as well. And you hear people jokingly say on village greens across the world, apart from that, it was plum.
Yeah, otherwise good.
Short again and wide again. That's the third wide of the over. He's got to get his rhythm going. This is starting to become one of those overs where if we're in club cricket as opposed to high-level professional umpires, we'd be struggling to know how many balls are left.
You can look at the umpire all he likes, but he is consistently bowling outside the tram line.
That's a better ball. That's his line. That's good from Kosala. Just reining himself in, asking the umpire how many are left. Just one more now in this over that has gone on a fair amount of time. We've had 9 balls already. And we will get an 11th.
Well, you say one left, of course, but there's often room for a more, isn't there, with this way he's bowling so far.
Yeah,
That is 4th wide in the over.
It's a time at which to stress one legitimate delivery. Well, that is a legitimate delivery, but again, it's right there in the slot to be pulled. If you're going to bowl a bouncer, even on this bouncy track, you've got to get it up at head height. And instead it comes up at around waist or chest height. And having seen his way in, he's just not going to miss out on that. Munim Niazi takes advantage. It's his second 6 and a definite victory for Royal Roma across this power play. 44 without loss.
And that last shot, for me, Michael, that's the classiest of them all. Just swiveled on the pull and didn't roll the wrists on it to keep it down. That was the secret. He knew the field was up at square leg. The next change up, Ghulam Abbas, again, is not someone who I necessarily would have anticipated bowling early on in the innings.
Well, he's normally a second change bowler for them. So this is a change of tactics. Out of the power play, they've got third man, long off, fine leg, mid wicket and long on. And that's a full toss that has got hit me written all over it, but he's got a wicket with it. Filth gets wickets sometimes, and that is exactly what has happened here. A disgusting delivery, and yet somehow Ghulam Abbas picks up a wicket. He's pretty sheepish about it. Look at that. A waist height full toss. There was a bit of outswing on it, which was the only good thing you could say about it. And credit to the fielder Akash Handon, who holds on. But he's going to be absolutely filthy with himself, as the Australians would say. Mubarak Hussain goes for 6 off 7. He's hit a full toss straight down long on's throat. And after a wonderful opening partnership, dominated by the not-out batsman Niazi, Hussain, trying to join in the fun, goes in the worst possible way.
Just wondering about the no ball, weren't they, the umpires? I think the non-striker Munib Niazi just said, are you sure about that? Was that definitely legal? We've seen the replay once, and it was, as Michael McCann said, the worst possible ball, a full toss that wasn't quite high enough to get to the no ball.
No, I didn't think it was a no ball. And there is a very obvious response as well to Niazi, which is it should have gone for 6. That's hit the pads, big LBW appeal. And not given. Laying 2 wickets in 2 balls and a wicket in a much more proper mode of dismissal. But the fact we can see all 3 stumps is a clue that the right decision was given. So Niazi survives, and now it's Shoaib Awan who comes on to strike. One of the key players in this Royal Roma lineup. He's known to his teammates as the king of sixes. He's hit more sixes for them than anybody else across the last 2 seasons. 31-year-old looks for his options.
Well, they've got the bases covered, haven't they? The 4 boundary fielders spread like a starfish, but behind square on the leg side there's room.
It's very, very full. It's gone straight through him, and it's gone straight through everybody. 4 byes. Not the finest piece of wicket keeping. Swung in, and it did swing late in defence of the keeper, but didn't really get down to it, wasn't low enough. And the ball scuttled through for 4 extras. I like that expression. Field spread like a starfish. Certainly is. Trying to contain Awan, who could be a really destructive hitter, but he's gone! He's gone for a duck. A second ball duck. It's a 2nd wicket in the over.
This is an absolute cracker, look. What a great sight for a bowler. Lovely block hole Yorker on off stump. And the wood flies out of the ground.
Doesn't get much better than that. Well, the first wicket Ghulam Abbas took in this over was probably one of the worst wickets we will see all week in terms of aesthetics. And he's followed it up with arguably one of the best.
Absolutely, light and shade. That's the beauty of the shortest form of cricket, isn't it? These 10-over games on the European Cricket Series. You get such a variety, not just through the course of those 10 overs in an innings, but also across half a dozen balls in an over.
Well, he's still got time left in this over, Abbas. He's got Shoaib Awan, Royal Roma's biggest six-hitter. Now Anil Kumar comes to the wicket. It's a very good ball first up. Pitching just inside the wide tram line and then swinging away. That's excellent from Abbas. Only 19 years old, getting his chance to shine here in Rome with the world watching. It's on that very early, almost pushes a catch to cover. Enthusiastically fielded by Ramesh Silva. They get through regardless. And that's the end of the over. Kumar off the mark, and the 50 is up. 50 for 2 off 4.
That's not necessarily ideal either, is it, for Roma, because Munib Niazi, 31 off 13, he was rather deprived of the strike throughout that over, and it was rather more difficult for Hossain and then Awan to make anything of the bowling. So Kumar coming in and playing out a dot and then stealing the strike with a single. He's going to retain the strike, and Niazi once again finds himself at the non-striker's end. I'm not surprised that the captain's filling his boots and coming on to bowl where the new batsman's facing him. His second over.
Short, very good start. Missed by the keeper again down the leg side, so they'll pick up a bye. Ghulam Abbas, who started that previous over with that horrible full toss that picked up a wicket, ends it with 2 wickets and just 1 run conceded. And if there wasn't the TV footage to prove it, he'd be able to retell the story such that it was 6 balls of utterly destructive fast bowling, which doesn't quite tell the full picture. Here's Samira. Shaping across the batsman, cramping in for room, and should have got him out. We've seen some really poor drop catches today, but that is up there with the worst of them.
Just overran it, didn't he? He took a great catch out on the boundary just a couple of overs ago. Just came in a bit too far, realised he'd misjudged it, and it was gone over his head. Couldn't quite cling on.
Radhika Seren, the guilty man. Short back of a length, well bowled, skips up off this pitch. Stepped away to leg to try and make room. You could see what he was trying to do, because apart from long off, there's nobody out on the offside boundary in front of square. Trying to manufacture and make room for it, but the bowler followed him really well. That's again cramping in for room. He's gone down the ground this time, and he's lucky. It's been overrun by the fielder Kosala, who never really had a chance of taking the catch. Handon cleans up. Good tight bowling from Samira, who is without doubt Padova's key man with bat and ball, their top wicket taker this season, and with experience for the Italian A team. But that's too full, that's in the slot, and that is gone. A lovely shot. This wasn't a hike, the timing was very pure off the bat from Niazi, and he deservedly gets 6 for it. His third 6 of the innings. He flies on to 38 in double quick time, and now he's finally got the strike back. He's determined to make the most of it.
Well, he's got to make the most of it now, Michael, by taking the single to retain the strike. Going into over number 6. This is the last ball of the over.
No, he goes for the boundary option again, and he loses the strike, so not ideal strike management from Munib Niazi. Anil Kumar, who has just 2 off 5, will take strike at the start of the 6th over. And Padova, who finished 3rd in their 4-team group in the Coppa Italia, and also finished 2nd bottom in their group in the T20 Championship. Only won just 2 of their 8 T20 games this season. trying to pull this back in the field, and to do so, they've got to get the key man out, Niazi. 59 for 2 off 5.
Here's Ghulam again, down the pitch, and that is going to drop safe, won't go all the way. For 6 at least, but it does get him 4. So he may be the new batsman, but look, he was racing down the pitch, and I rather fancy that Ghulam Abbas pushed it a bit wider there, but he managed to hit it inside out, opening the face of the bat. There's the first boundary for Kumar. Good follow-up from Abbas. Just finding the block hole. Nice wide Yorker there, and Kumar wasn't able to get hold of it that time. Just went for 1 off the bat in his first over. And this is straight up in the air. 3 fielders converge on it, and the catch has been taken. So there is the all-important wicket to get rid of Kumar. And the catch nicely taken in the end by Ramesh Silva. Again, pitched up to the bat, a little bit slower, and he's spooned it. Silva at mid-off deciding he was the one to call for it, and that was the right call, I think, because the bowler would have had to run back.
Well, if they were to be really, really picky, it's not the wicket they'd have wanted, because that's Niazi, but the more batsmen who fall at the other end, the more the pressure grows on Niazi. And it does seem like this innings is entirely dependent on him, needs support.
And that's got Niazi back on strike, left-hander. That's a lovely flick across the line. In fact, it has got all the yards on it to go for the maximum 6. Just all in the wrists here. He's played that swivel pull so nicely in his innings.
It was very flat, wasn't it? I can understand why you didn't think it was a 6 off the bat. I don't think any of us did.
42 he has no. Oops, that might even be a no ball. It is a no ball. So although he's only going to get one, coming back for 2. This could be risky. Big appeal, and he's gone. He's run himself out. That was such a risk. I don't know why he decided to do that. He'd already got himself the free hit. He'd already got 2 runs off the ball when you count the no ball. And, well, rather against the run of play, given how he was carrying on with the bat, Niazi has been suckered into a second run. And I don't think really he was all that close. Well, no, I've perhaps been a little bit too harsh there, Michael. It was close.
Based on our replay, it would suggest that it was close, but the umpires made the right decision.
I'm sure it was out.
Very tight one.
But, I thought the second was just too much of a gamble there. And what's more now, it could be a new batsman having to face the free hit.
Well, it's 2 new batsmen out here, both of which haven't yet faced a ball. It's not what you want. Even in T10, it's no harm to set a platform. Wasn't much of a platform here. It was more all dependent on Munib Niazi, who's run himself out for 46 of 18 balls. A very impressive knock. 40 of those 48 runs coming in boundaries, but he's gone now. And it's going to be up to the middle order to rescue this and get them past 3 figures to get whatever else they can on top.
The non-striker with 17 on his back is Hassan Mubasher. 23 is Kulvinder Ram. Now this is a free hit, but the field can be changed because it's a different batsman on strike. Thick edge is going to be covered by the third man. So he's taken a big hit at the first one. Ram is off the mark, and that brings Mubasher. Actually 2 Mubashers in the squad for Roma. Usman is not playing in this 11. Hassan just taking his guard now. Oh, that's wonderful! Such a clean pickup, such a straightforward shot. Just no flourish about it at all timing and power. Completely still, right into his arc. 6 runs.
It was a bit of a golf shot almost, like he was on the tee. Nice clean swing, and then stood and admired it.
Just a lovely line drive, wasn't it? Completely still, so he's obviously got a hitting zone if the ball is, as they say, in the slot, but what a glorious way for Mubasher to get off the mark.
And that's what they need. No time to wait in T10. Going at 13 and over here. They can keep that up and they'll get 130, but of course that's been powered by the shots of Niazi, who is there no more.
Well, Ghulam Abbas finishes with 3 wickets for 20. Now Damith Kosala is coming back for his next over. And Abbas, oh, what a assortment box it was from his. 2 wickets for 1 run in his first over. And he picked up another wicket, the important wicket of Niazi in his second over, but went for 19. That's that clean hit again, but not timed quite so well.
It's that same shot though, it's a bit of a go-to for him. That little meeting it with a straight bat and then whipping it through mid-wicket upon contact.
Yeah, it should be easy by now for the bowler to work out where he's not going to bowl. But other batsman on strike, just a glide for 1.
Game always looks easy from the commentary box though. Commentators have never dropped a catch, made a misfield, run themselves out.
I dropped a catch.
Well, we have, but not while we're on the mic.
I dropped a catch right here in the first game.
That is very true.
Back on strike. That's a risky place to bowl there. Right on a length and very straight. Let's look at that. That's where that is exactly where he wants you to bowl. You bowl that again, then Mubasher is going to have it. It does go up in the air. He hasn't got much on it, but enough to get it to drop safe. I don't want to call Mubasher a one-shot wonder at this stage, Michael, but at the moment he certainly has a distinct flavour to where he's trying to hit the ball and how.
Yes, he's a bit like one of those restaurants that runs on a limited menu anyway, and then they've got a few things off it, so there's only one thing left.
Ram just going for the singles, really. And there's going to be an overthrow here, because the fielder who was backing up the throw just slipped and skidded as he was picking it up, Radhika Suran. That won't do too much harm to the run rate, because that extra run, well, yes, it brings Ram back for his second, but it's actually the end of the over, so that means that we'll see more of the dash of Mubasher.
Oh, I like
leg
that.
side shot. Yes, as soon as I said it, I realised what I'd done. I've given Michael McCann something we may hear a great deal more of for the rest of this week. So 6 runs from Damith's second over. And now it's going to be Daham Rusiru to bowl his seamers. He's the 5th bowler coming on. He's got to bowl 2, therefore, of the last 4 overs. This one is very much in the same zone. It's going to be a difficult catch. It's landed just short of the line. Umpire's just seeking confirmation of that. Shorter this time, so he got right. He's always trying to drag it to leg. That's his shot, but he got more elevation on it than distance. 1 bounce 4. Mubasher certainly swashbuckling, to say the least. Moves to 12. That's not just, oh dear, no, that's not just 1 wide, that's gone for 4. So that means 5 wides go in the extras column. The wicketkeeper just got a little bit wrong-footed, you see. It yorked him. Hard enough for the batsman to face a yorker, but that nutmegged the keeper. And,
has got to be said though, he's had a really poor day between the stumps, or poor innings really.
Well, Sujan Fernando can do no more than watch it go through his legs to the boundary. Oh, no, ow, now you don't see that very often, Michael. The bowler in his gather, he's just hit the ball against the back of his left thigh and ever so slightly hurt himself. Rusiru was just grabbing his leg there.
He's signalling that he can't continue. So they're going to have to complete the over using other means. He's immediately signalled, not even called for treatment or the 12th man to come on. He seemed to just immediately say, yep, that's it, I'm done, I'm out for the count. So this over that's already gone for 9 runs off the 1 legitimate delivery because of the 4 and then the 5 wides.
But look, if
a
he's
bit of a horror show for Padova because now they need someone else to complete it.
Truth be told, if Rosiero has done his hamstring, then he needs to go off. It's all very well saying he's not going to bowl. He is going to go off. That looks like a left hamstring job. But he's certainly walking off without too much trouble. Hopefully he just needs to have a stretch and a warm-up and he'll be good to go in their second game of the day. So on comes 12th man. Who's going to bowl the last 5 balls of the over? It's going to be Rishan Kavinda.
Well, he's only an occasional right arm medium bowler, the 21-year-old. Need him to fill in here at the death. Tough job.
Well, that's not a bad start to his 5-ball over. Replacing the injured man. It's a little bit of slow, medium, gentle movement away. But, I shouldn't think it'll be too long before Mubashir decides to give it the old heave-ho.
The only man in double figures apart from Niazi, Mubashir. Everybody else in this top order has struggled.
Watch out leg side. Very high. It's going to go over the fielder, I think. Yep, there's 6 more. And, well, at the moment, you know, there are 4 fielders on the offside, and I think that's rather too many for the way that Mubashir is batting.
4 fielders, too many on the offside, arguably. Have a 0-11, why not? 0-9. 0-11 would be handy if you could have it.
That's a bigger one. All the way down the ground, high over the gantry, up against the cameraman for 6 more. Well, he may have a limited repertoire, but it's effective. Every shot the same arc. The only way you're really going to bowl to him is to bowl back of a length, outside off stump, and hope he tries to fetch it to leg and hits it up in the air. But anything that's straight, anything that's on a length or fuller, is going to spank over that leg side field. That's absolutely, see, that's it. The worst possible ball you could bowl to this batsman in this mood. And it's 6 more in exactly the same place. Full ball on middle stump, and he whips it away.
And again, it's that golf shot, stand and deliver stuff, but Hossein, who's at long off right in front of our commentary box, is just saying the exact same thing. As soon as he saw that ball, he threw his hands up in the air in disbelief.
Now, well, he's frankly, Michael, he's lucky that he got a wide for that, because if he'd got it on the batsman's pads, that would have gone away as well.
The only question would have been, is it going for 4 or 6? Got to drag his length back here.
He's got to go outside off, wide, outside off, and short. There it is again, and the batsman's getting under it. Mubashir has bashed another into the cow field now. And, well, they're all looking distinctly fed up with this, the Padovan fielders, but they've only got themselves to blame at the moment because they are feeding Mubashir the ball that he wants every single time.
They're not just feeding him, it's a buffet. Open season. That over felt like it went on forever. Of course, we had the first delivery bowled by the man who went off with a left hamstring problem. Gahan Ruseru conceded 9 off that one legitimate delivery. 4, then 5 wides, and then dot 6, 6, 6, wide 6 to finish it off. The unfortunate man receiving that tap, Rishan Kavinda. So between Ruseru and Kavinda, 34 coming off that over, which is the biggest over that we've seen here at the European Cricket Series in Rome.
Yeah, right. When you add in the 9 from Ruseru
And dare I say, it must be one of, and I'm sure our stats boffins behind the scenes will be working this out, I've already messaged a couple of them, one of the biggest overs we've seen in European Cricket Series history across 600 odd matches. 34 runs from it, and now they've got to be looking at 150.
Now they've got a new ball, replacement ball, just in case they lose another. There's been a bit of a hiatus while there's a hunt in the ploughed field. I think they might have rescued the original ball from amongst the mud and grit out there. And Padova, they have got to go now to Akash Handun to bowl his second over with his slingy action, which rather means that they've got to find a 10th over from somewhere. I dare say it won't be Kavinder again, but it will therefore have to be either Kavinder or, more likely, another as yet untried bowler. The smartest thing that Kulvinder Ram can do right now is to take the single and get Mubasher back on strike. He's going over the leg side. See a neat bit of fielding. Concentrate on trying to catch it, don't come in and dive, because if you miss it, it's 4. Just restrict them to the single. So Ram's done his job. He's got his 1. Here is Mubasher back on strike. 36 of 10 so far with 5 sixes. And that is a 6th. Wonderful shot once again. They're just not learning, I'm afraid. Slingy half volley right into his slot. And once again it's met with that angled blade. Smacked away. Nobody has yet tried short and wide outside off stump. And they're near enough for them to hear me. Six sixes so far. Now this is going to be 4. It was shorter this time, so he wasn't quite able to get underneath the ball and to get the air on it. And actually, of all the shots he's played, that 4 is probably, Michael, the most conventional.
Absolutely, he's on to 46 of just 12 balls. Yes, you did hear me correctly, dear viewers. He's faced 2 overs worth of deliveries and has 46 runs to his name. Hassan Mubasher, or Mubasher the Basher, as we've christened him.
So what's Handun got now? Oh! Underneath it this time, high in the air, and there's his 50. That's yet another 6, his 7th maximum. And Hassan Mubasher goes to his half century from just 13 balls. Now, earlier today we saw a century from 35 balls, and that's the fastest century I've ever seen in any medium, at the ground, in the flesh, in the game, on television. And I've just seen my fastest half century now. A 13 baller. 7 times clearing the rope. Mubasher, take a bow. He's not finished yet. That's the ball. Outside off with a bit of short, and he can't get under that one.
That is only the 2nd dot ball of this extraordinary innings. 50 of the 52 runs scored in boundaries. 7 sixes and 2 fours. Bit
better this time. Over the wicket's definitely the way to bowl to Mubasher. He's just going to get the single, but you know what? That's the single that keeps him the strike. And well, Handun went for 22 off his first over. And he's gone for 18 off his second. So 40 off 2 is quite a return. And now we have the rather vexing question for Padova, which is who is going to bowl the 10th over? Because we saw poor old Dam Rusiru, after 2 deliveries, go off with a tweaked left hamstring. Ishan Kavinder bowled the next 5 balls for 25. And Mubasher is on strike, so Ramesh Silva.
His little left arm medium dobbers, the 41-year-old. Not ideal to have him come on for 1 over at the death.
Well, where a left-hander likes to bowl, on a length on middle and leg, could be fatal here. But, actually, they may get the bonus here of getting Mubasher off strike. They have. tried to play across the line. It just got beaten by the ball on the inside edge. So there's some welcome respite for the bowlers. 5 balls to go in the innings.
Dot 1-1 since his 50. Not quite able to keep going on in the way he was to that extraordinary 13-ball half century. Wide.
Well, he wouldn't have been expecting to bowl Ramesh Silva, and he'll be glad to start with 1 and wide when you consider what's happened to some of his teammates. Ram just content to rotate the strike. He's played a very unselfish innings here. Oh, he's going to get an extra run there because there's another overthrow. It's the second time it's happened in the innings. The fielder backing up in absolutely the right place to back up in terms of direction, but just too deep. They run in line, these fielders, but not close. So Ram is back on strike. There's the judicious single that will give the last couple of balls of the innings to the big hitting Mubasher. 54 from 16 balls, 7 sixes. Doesn't get much of the bat on that one. It's going I have to say it's going pretty well at the moment for the emergency bowler. Silva is getting away with it. Another single. Not the finish to the innings that we might have expected, Michael.
It's a strangely becalmed finish, and a lot of credit has to go to Ramesh Silva. They've had 8 T20 games this season. He's only actually bowled 4 overs in those games, and now he's had to come in at the death, and he's finishing off really well. That again will only be 1.
So that closes it. And, well, slightly damp squib to the fireworks that we were enjoying from Niazi to begin with, and later Mubasher. Just look at some of the shots, first of all from Niazi. 45 he made. Okay, sometimes, as with that shot, a little bit of luck. But it was this swivel pull that was simply gorgeous. All wrists. Then in came Mubasher after the wicket. First of Mubarak Hussain. And then the second ball, Shoaib Awan, bowled by Ghulam Abbas. Second of 3 wickets to the slow medium bowler. Anil Kumar hit a solitary boundary before he just spooned the ball up, and a nice little catch held by Ramesh Silva. So at that stage Abbas had 3 wickets, and it needed some work from Munib Niazi, but he wasn't able to conclude the innings as he was run out coming back for that second. So his work concluded, run out for 45, and then, well, in came Hassan Mubasher. Whenever the ball was pitched up to him, he got underneath it and just scythed it away for 6 runs. He did it 7 times in very similar areas, all between long on and deep mid wicket. Just that line over and over again came to him, middle and leg, and it fed him 56 runs unbeaten from 18 balls, 2 fours and 7 sixes, and a very brainy innings, an unselfish one from Kulvinder Ram at the other end, not out 10 from 8 balls, just content to give the strike back to Mubasher every opportunity he got. So the final score of the 10 overs, 144 for 4. Niazi the top scorer early on with 45, as the other batsmen were pulled as a carpet from under him by some good medium pace bowling from Ghulam Abbas. 6, 0 and 6 for the top order, and then came Hassan Mubasher, not out 56. Superb innings, Kulvinder accompanying him well, and they put on 73 runs in the last 4.2 overs, and in all that time Ram only had to face 8 balls and made just 10 of those 73. The bowling figures, well, the only man to emerge with much credit was Ghulam Abbas. His first over went for 1, He took 3 for 20, including 2 in his first over. And Damit Kosala was comparatively inexpensive, as was Nuwan Samira. But what tap the bowlers got at the end, Akash Handun and Rishan Kavinda coming on in place of the injured Rusiru, really bearing the brunt of the batsman's wrath. A decent score, even by Rome standards. We know that plus 100 is a minimum really on this superb batting pitch, but 144 is distinctly competitive, and it's going to require some hard work from Padova. Do they have the batting power to achieve the 145 they need for win? Can Roma cut them off? Well, we'll be back here at the European Cricket Series Rome on the European Cricket Network with me, Kit Harrison, my commentary colleague Michael McCann, to see exactly what will happen in that run chase in just a few minutes, and we'll look forward to your company then.
Welcome back to Spinacetto in Rome for the second innings of Game 2 of this European Cricket Series. We've already seen a magnificent century from Rajmani Singh help Royal Palmer to a comfortable win over Milan Kingsgrove in match 1. A bit of a surprise result. And in match 2, between the two lesser fancied sides in Pool A, it is Royal Roma who have put up a very good score of 144 for 4 from their 10 overs. Hassan Mubasher the Basher, I should say, as he was christened, with 56 of 18 balls. Munib Niazi with 45 from 18 balls. It's an identical score to what we saw in Game 1, where Milan Kingsgrove fell well short in the run chase in the end. As we're set for the second innings of this, Milan Kingsgrove falling 23 runs short in Game 1. What can Padova do in the run chase? Opening the bowling for Royal Roma is Shahzad. Padova very dependent on their top 4. They're a side that, on the whole, are more of a bowling team, and their bowling got obliterated, which doesn't bode well. Captain Nuwan Samira facing up. Damif Kasal is at the other end. Samira is their key man. If Royal Roma can get him early, they'll feel very confident of winning this game. And those pads are something to behold as well. Combination of blue and white paint mixing together. Uncertain first shot. He's off the mark. Good start here from Umar Shahzad. Shan Kavinda gets a single. He's been sent up the order to pinch hit Kavinda, the 21-year-old. I'm Michael McCann, and once again I'm joined for the second half of this game by Kit Harris.
Hi Michael, it's going to take some getting this, isn't it? But I'm looking forward to seeing Kavinda hit his big shots.
Samira on strike now. Full, big LBW appeal. You rarely see them given from left arm over, but it was very, very full. We look again, well, probably pitching outside the line of leg stump and then swinging further down leg as well. So you can totally understand why it was not given.
Yeah, I think that would have missed leg stump, Michael. You could see all 3 stumps when it hit him, even with the camera angle we have.
That's very, very full. Driven well straight. Good tumbling stop from Noor Mohammed. So both batsmen are off the mark. Samira and Kavinda both have 1. Shahzad took a hat-trick with the first 3 balls of the innings in a match in the T20 Italian competition a couple of weeks ago. That's a wide. Single dot, single wide to start for Shahzad here. The top wicket taker this season. You can see why he's offering some threat early on here with the new ball. That left arm over in swinging angle, but just not got his radar set. And that's a full toss. Not really capitalised on. Still awaiting their first boundary. Padova will be eager to make the most of the power play. When you're chasing a big total like this, you'd think they've got to be at least on to 40 by the end of these 3 overs. Very, very full. There to go. He's had a go at it. And he will just about get 4. No, it stopped. Great bit of football skills out on the boundary. It was aggressive but thoughtful batting. It was mistimed, but he knew that there was nobody out on the fence, I should say, on the offside. Sonu with the fielding, well supported. Knows that he's got to have a go with this big target on the board. Power play, all of the offside field up. Whipped away, that's a classy shot. The flourish as well, down to the fine leg boundary for 4. That is the first boundary of this run chase. Just straying onto the pads, and with the in swing as well, it can be helped on its way. Just look at that flourish. Bit of Viv Richards about it. Way whipped the bat round.
It's uncanny, isn't it, how much these kits look like Sri Lankan national kits from X number of years ago.
Well, it's Sri Lanka versus England.
But
We've
well,
had quite a few comments on our YouTube stream saying, have I tuned into... I didn't know that England and Sri Lanka had organised a behind closed doors series.
The Rome kit, I mean, that's just... Isn't that wonderful? Look at Anil Kumar ready to bowl there. It's straight out of the kit bag, isn't it, for England in the 2019 World Cup? Even the epaulettes, look on the shoulders.
Gone and rung up the ECB and said, look, have you got a few spare jerseys unsold that we can get on the cheap?
Oh, I think there must be some kind of intellectual property issue potentially here.
For both teams. Kumar starts well. He's blocked into the offside, but good batting too. Knows that you can't really afford a dot ball in this format in particular. And so just manages to make sure he doesn't guide it straight back to the bowler. Knocks it away for one. Singles aren't enough.
What we need to point out, I think, is that the players have nicknames on their backs. That's why Anil Kumar has Pandit on his back.
Oh, he's straight down leg, and that will go. Another boundary for Samira. He's being positive as he's got to be with such a big target to chase. That natural in-swing having come wider of the crease, only making that shot all the easier to execute. Positive from Padova. They've got no choice.
No, you're too right, they haven't. I'd back them to get 100 for sure, but 144 in a 10 over a side game, it really is a different prospect altogether. You need two batsmen to come off, really, unless you have a freakish situation where one batsman scores a century, as in the first game today. The extras will help, of course.
Yes, and what was notable about the Kingsgrove replies, that even though they scored very quickly, Ahmad Raza, Dinuk and Nimna all got in and got quick 20s and got out. To chase a big total like this, probably need two half-centurions, if not someone to really have their day. Oh, he swung that away. He's fetched that from a long, long way outside the off stump. And he's hit it for 6 over long on. What a shot. Well, that is a good foot and a half outside the off stump. It's swinging further away as well. Does he care? Does he heck? No respect for the bowling. Nuwan Samira taking the attack to the opposition. That is as good a 6 as we've seen all day. It wasn't just a leg side slog. He knew that both of the sweepers were out on the offside, so any half decent hit through the leg side was going to bring in rewards. He's come right on the round now. Well, he's gone for a big appeal. Instead it's given as a wide. Was this one of those vintage, often seen appealing for the caught behind or dismissal in the hope of not getting the wide?
Yeah, it was one of your favourites, Michael.
The ones that village wicketkeepers all across the world try with regularity.
The strategic appeal.
It didn't work. And that's again swinging across the batsman, but he goes for that favourite region of mid-wicket.
Cheeky this.
But it's clever as well.
Just
from
hit it
Samira.
one-handed, look.
Oh, so he did. Lifted it off the hand. That was a bit of a cross-court forehand in a game of tennis. He's got there and tried to whip it cross-court with a bit of top spin to keep it down just inside the tram lines.
He didn't seem to hit it too hard, but he hit it hard enough.
1, 4 wide, 6 wide, 4. That's a better ball from Kumar. Short but rearing up at the batsman's chest, so That back of a length stops the kind of golf swings that we saw from Mubasher in the first innings. And the similar types of shots that we've seen from Nuwan Samira so far. That again is back of a length, but he's lost his line. That be a wide. The umpire gets the airplane out. Padova in this run chase, but they're really, more than anything, happy to be here, Padova. They were the first cricket team in the city. Quite a nice story. They actually helped set up a second team in the cricket in the city so that they had a rival to play.
Heartwarming.
Oh, that's too wide and too full. There to have the hands thrown at it, and the hands certainly were thrown at it. It's a 6, and this over is really hurting Royal Roma. Lovely clean strike of the cricket ball from Rishan Kavinda. His first maximum. Joining in after Samira had all the fun earlier on. And that absolute mess of a second over finally comes to a conclusion. It's conceded 25 runs. Anil Kumar having a really tough time of it. And Padova putting themselves in a good early position in this run chase.
Yeah, I mean 15 runs and over would be absolutely perfect throughout the innings. But you need to get a little bit ahead of that rate in the power play, of course. Umar Shahzad now is going to get rid of his second over, a third of the innings.
That's too full, and that's a lovely clean straight bat down the ground. It's gone dead straight underneath our cameraman.
Look at the high elbow there. Oh, that is gorgeous. As a line, it holds the pose, and why wouldn't you after a shot like that? A wonderful follow through on a lofted on drive.
That's so good, it's almost X-rated.
It's just so classy. Brings up that point that that comes up often, that just because it's 10 overs aside doesn't mean it all has to be swipes across the line. That is a classic shot.
Goes again.
Oops.
Inside out. Doesn't get hold of this though, and he almost perishes. That went as high as it did long. And the fielder running back, Rajwinder Singh, the Royal Roma club president, just couldn't get there. Wouldn't call it a drop chance. It would have been a scorchingly good catch. You can see he's having to go from the inner ring, and he can't lay hands on it in the end.
Yeah, you just see the ball appearing from over your shoulder at the last minute there, and it relies upon you having got yourself into exactly the right position to extend the hands. Technically a drop, but I can't fault Rajvinder for spilling that one.
That's gone down there, gets skied in the air. This will take some catching. Keeper's underneath it though, takes responsibility and takes the catch. They really needed that breakthrough. Padova have been destroying Royal Roma in this power play, but now they suffer their first loss, and it's a big loss to Nuwan Samira, their best player, their key all-rounder. 28 off just 11 balls he goes for. Umar Shahzad, the top wicket taker for Padova this season, unsurprisingly, for Royal Roma this season I should say, unsurprisingly is the man that provides that breakthrough. And with just 3 balls left in the power play, the game takes a swing towards the bowling team. Shahzad with the breakthrough, Samira gone.
Yeah, good to see a left-hander come in at this point. I believe it's Damit Kosala, just to reduce the bowler's margin of error. 3 left-handers in the top order. He's not on strike though. This is Rashin Kavinda back on strike.
Get on to strike now. They like to have a flexible batting order, Padova, in white ball formats. It's very commonly seen. They will use their 3 left-handers, you mentioned, Kit, to ensure that for the majority of the innings, wherever possible, there's a right-hand, left-hand combination to put the bowlers off. And when you get a lot of singles in a partnership like that, no matter what level of cricket you are at, it is very irritating. And they're having to already adjust their field appropriately. Still in the power play, both sweepers out leg side. He can't afford to give any width outside the off stump here. He's in fact got a 5-4 leg side field. Well, there's a bit of width on that outside off.
Oh, well done.
Worked down towards third man. That was exceptionally fielded.
I think if he hadn't got that mitt on it diving, that would have been streaking away to the boundary. Oh, that's so nicely done.
Well, that is Marc-Andre ter Stegen or David De Gea before the Spaniard has lost a bit of his form in goal for Manchester United in the last 12 months or so.
They got nothing on Kulvindaram.
Certainly don't in that particular instance. Good aggressive fielding again from Shoba Wan this time. We've seen some questionable fielding so far in the first couple of games. Royal Roma are setting their bar high. Big underdogs in this tournament. They've lost all 4 T20 games they've played this season. Only founded in 2018. Good to see the growth of the game across Italy. And I mentioned with Padova as well, they were formed back in 2004. And then 10 years or so ago, very actively tried to help create and grow a second rival club in the same city as them. They now, unsurprisingly, play 5 or 6 times a year in friendlies because travelling across Italy to other opponents isn't necessarily quite as easy. Also investing heavily in their youth system. They've just started a female team in the last couple of years, and this is exactly what European cricket is all about. As Dharanveer Kumar, well, Roma's change bowler, comes on.
Oh, well done.
Slow ball Yorker, that's a good start.
That was spin slow.
Teasing.
There's names on the back of the shirts from Roma do give us the opportunity to see everyone's nickname. Dharanveer is
It's Vicky. I'm intrigued to know quite where that's come from. Comes wider of the crease and beats him. Very nicely bowled. Just holding it back. Oh, and they're appealing for stumping here. Well, the wicketkeeper Mubarak Hussain is adamant. The umpire's coming in to replace the bells. It's really nicely bowled. Just holds it back off the seam. There was then an appeal. Mubarak Hussain feeling that he took the bells off, with the batsman maybe lifting his foot, not given by the square leg umpire. This is again well bowled. Just one into the covers. So they've just been slowed a bit, Padova. The loss of Samira has stalled them, and the problem with a run chase like this is you just cannot afford to be stalled for very long at all. Required run rate already creeping up and up and up to 15 runs per over.
Yeah, I'd want them to be around 55, 60 after 4. They've slipped here.
Sliding down leg. Feels for, how's that? I'm not even sure that was hitting a second set of stumps. But they'll be happy enough with just one leg by. Remember, it's the right arm around angle as well. Probably pitching in line with the leg stump. By the time it's hitting him, we can see all 3 sets of stumps, and it's hit him around the waist. Coming right arm over now. Very wide of the crease. It was full in the slot, but going straight to long off. It will be just 1. Padova now without a boundary in the last 9 balls, including that wicket of Nuwan Samira. And if you're new to T10, watching us on Sportsflick or Fanco, depending on where you are in the world, you might be thinking, well, 9 balls.
That doesn't sound so bad.
Doesn't sound so, yes, exactly. But 9 balls in a T10 game, that is 15% of the innings. And it could well be a wicket off the 10th. Taken, went very high, but he was very calm under the catch, Mohammed Noor. A 10th ball in succession without a boundary, and a second pad of a wicket goes down. Just back of a length, wasn't really there for the big shot. And Mohammed Noor, coming 20 yards in off the rope, takes the catch, and so the left-handed Kosala has gone. He's their top run scorer this season, the 19-year-old, but he hasn't made much of an impression here. He departs for 1 of 3 balls. At the end of the 4th over, the pressure is massively on Padova, who are now 47 for 2.
So is Dimutu Kalman, who's come in, right-hander. I think I would have preferred to keep the left-hand, right-hand going. But, that's not the case. But clearly, what really must govern Padova's decision about their batting lineup now is who can hit them out of this mire. They need the 6-hitter to come in right now, and presumably therefore that's number 99.
Well, yes, Dimitri Kalman is their star all-rounder, and he would naturally be a better hitter than Ramesh Silva, who would keep that left-hand, right-hand combination going. And so they've clearly decided they're going to change their normal white ball strategy, because in T10, being a hitter of any description is all the more important. His man slides it across him from that awkward right arm around angle. Man, as he's nicknamed, Munib Niazi, to give him his full name.
Well, he's had a good start to the game, hasn't he, with his 45 or 14 balls. Now he gets a bowl.
Any value for his match fee. 3 for a single. Turns 22 this Friday. We're hoping to turn 22 with an exciting Sunday in store. Super Sunday. And we'll have the 2 semi-finals and the final. Top 2 from each pool go through. 3 days of Pool A action, which this is the first day, then 3 days of Pool B action. Everybody plays everybody twice. 6 pool games for everyone. That's very, very full. It was there to be hit, but it was miscued, and it's dropped out at long on. Shoaib Awan charging in. The big unit jumping and landing, failing to take the catch, but then Hussain, who's been a very excitable wicket-keeper, even by the standards of wicket-keepers, is again having an appeal. Square leg umpire just comes in to rearrange the furniture. This is why what was missed initially, then they set off. It was a direct hit, but the batsman was almost level with the stumps.
You can never take your eye off the crease as an umpire at square leg, can you?
This is skied in the air. Noor's taken a good one, but this time he leaves it, and Rajwinder went one-handed when 2 would have given him a better chance.
I'm not sure he could have got 2 to it, actually, Michael. Look at he was just backpedaling, look. And I think he stuck one hand out more in hope than in any great intention.
Yes, you're absolutely right. Swing and a miss outside the off stump. Strike 1 at the ball game.
Yeah, Rajvinder's had 2 very difficult chances, both involving moving backwards. He decided to try and take one over his shoulder but couldn't quite get there, and then he tried to take the next one backpedaling, and the same result. Now it's all just slowing down a bit now, Michael. That takes us to the 4th over gone. That's the halfway point, in fact. Michael just doing some electronic manoeuvres in the box. We seem to have lost our internet connection in some regards. Bring our scoring data back online in a few moments. So the halfway stage then for Padova in this chase of 145 to win in the second match of the European Cricket Series here in Rome. The Rome team, dressed as the England World Cup cricket team, are sitting pretty at the moment. And Dharamveer Kumar, 3 runs off his first over, is now starting his second. He just has, he has the action of an English seamer, a very rhythmic, smooth, gentle run up, bustling really from side to side. Then into his gather, just focuses on getting power and gentle swing. He does look every bit the English seamer. He's been dealing strictly in dots and ones. And dots and ones are all very well when you're building an innings, but at this stage I'm afraid Padova, in their very nearly Sri Lankan replica kit, really can't afford to build at all. They have to go for it. I think they are trying to go for it. You see that Muthu Kalman almost swung himself round in a circle there. Just can't get hold of it. Kumar is bowling just at an immaculate line and length, waiting for the batsman, almost daring him to make a mistake. That hardly seems fair. To bowl that nice leg stump Yorker, would have hit the batsman clean on the pads. Tactical, oops, gets out of the way of it. Just avoids it. Manages to earn the wide in the process. Leg cutter. He's bowled more than a couple of those. I think he's now rather regretting that he did bowl it, because if he hadn't got that gentle seam movement away, watch that, just move away off the seam. If he hadn't got that seam movement, he might very well have struck the off stump. But he's proved very difficult to score any runs off at all, Dharamveer Kumar. He's trying to, when he's trying to bowl straighter to hit the stumps, on account of getting that seam movement away, trying to hit middle and leg. A couple of times he's tried to do that in the last 3 balls. He's just pushed it that little bit too far of the leg stump and got a wide. Somewhere between the two would suit him very well. Half-hearted swish across the line. It's just going to get 1. It's just not going to be enough. You'd hope at the very least that Rishan Kavinder, 17 off 14, now on strike, if he can somehow get the bulk of it, he is really the last chance. Super slow ball, really tempting. Kavinder almost entranced by it, waits and waits and waits and just guides the single. At least he'll have retained the strike. I suppose that's as much as he can hope to do right now. 56 for 2 with just 4 overs left, 24 balls and 89 to win. Michael McCann.
Well, much like a bumped out old car that you're desperately trying to keep going, but you know in truth is a few years past its best, Padova are really struggling to get into any kind of gear or started at all in these middle overs. The last boundary they hit was from the first ball of the 3rd over, which in a T10 game is an eternity ago. Boundaryless in their last 23 balls, and now we are getting towards miracle territory. The required run rate 22.25 for good measure.
So we still haven't seen that 5th bowler. This is the 7th over. Munib Niazi bowled his first, which went for 4. That's a good flick, but he's found the fielder, and in spite of a little bobble, he doesn't go over the line. That was cheeky.
He nearly ran over the rope
well,
as well.
It was a bit of kidology from Shoaib Awan there, wasn't it? And Kavinder has timed it well, but perhaps not hit it hard enough. And although he was 10 yards in from the line, and although he juggled it, Awan's catch has seen off the opener at long last. And now he perishes, just 18 off 16. Well, he didn't really get the strike that he needed to get his iron, but I'm afraid that poor old Padova are further into the mire at 56 for 3.
Well, they were the least fancied of these 4 teams in Group A, and so that has proved in this game so far. The key players of Sampa Fernando as well as Abdullah are both out injured, and that has without doubt hurt them.
Akash Handun, the new batsman, just getting off the strike with a single from his first ball. He bowled 2 overs for 40, Handun. So as he watches from the non-striker's end, he'll be hoping to at least to have some sort of a comeback with the bat. And Dimutu, that's going to be his 3rd run off his 8th ball. He really has struggled since coming out.
Of course, the beauty of this format, though, is even if you have one bad game, you can make it up. 6 games, you play everybody twice.
Ah, that's hit firmly and well. 6 runs straight down the ground. The ball desperately over-pitched. Big full toss, and almost baseball style there on offer. And Handun gets his big old weight behind it, and at last there is the boundary that has been eluding Padova for so long.
Yes, that was out to left centre, and if it didn't go straight to one of the many catchers in baseball, of course, the advantage of those huge mitts, might have got him onto second base. A decent hit from Handun.
Just a bit of a snicky sound, but not much interest beyond the bowler, and I think that's just rubbed the thigh pad on the way through to the keeper. Let's just have another look at it. Yeah, it's just flicked the inner thigh.
Maybe the pocket.
Yeah,
that kind of region.
A pocket there between leg stump and the batsman. You know things aren't going your way when the misfields only get you a single. They need far more than this, I'm afraid, Padova. But it's really about consolation at this stage. Try and get as many runs as you can, simply for the purpose of having a decent net run rate at the end of the inning. 7 overs gone, and Padova are 65 for 3.
Yes, at this point it does look like we're into margin of defeat sort of territory. Remember, of course, that we're here with you on Fan Code in the subcontinent, and then exclusively for the first time for viewers across the rest of the world on Sportsfoot. If you've got friends who are still thinking of signing up and joining us on here, remember you can use the promo code SPORTS1. Get 1,000 European Cricket Series matches across the next year, starting with these games here live from Pinaceto in Rome.
So, 5th bowler is at last made an appearance. It's going to be Shoaib Awan. In all likelihood, he's going to bowl overs 8 and 10. Well, I don't think that throw there is going to make much difference. Anil Kumar certainly looked keen at short cover about the direct hit, but the single was pretty safe in the end there, and Handun just moves down to the non-striker's end.
Yes, something of a specialist death bowler, Shoaib Awan. Often bowls overs 14, 16, 18 and 20 in T20 games for them.
So, Kalman on strike. Well, that's he's got the wide for that. And certainly the right sort of bowl. Length outside the off stump. Just making him reach for the ball, but just a fraction too far from the bat. This is straight up back to the bowler, and he's taken an absolute blinder. I'm not sure about the third roll. He might have been looking at his captain when he went over for the third time, but the ball itself wasn't struck hard, but he really had to dive full stretch. Just rolled the wrists over it. Little off cutter. Really no sort of shot at all from Kalman, and he's grabbed it, overbalancing with his right hand. And the extra roll just for show. 5.0 across the board from the judges. And, well, Padova now 67 for 4. And I'm afraid to say it's all over Padova, Michael McCann.
Yes, it was sort of like one of those dancing shows that you kind of wanted 4 judges in a line to each give their scores, both for the catch but also the celebration afterwards. Sort of lay there like a dog, almost wanting his teammates to pat his belly in congratulations at his achievement. Kalman gone for a pretty miserable 3 off 9. Only hit 1 boundary in the last 6 overs.
Big swing and a miss. They managed to change ends, the batsman, while the ball was in the air. Not that it was in the air for that long. Akash Handon.
Notice more rhyming work from the lyrical genius next to me. It's all over for Padova, joining Mubasher the Basher. You've been up writing these yesterday, Mr. Harris, having them prepared.
It is, as you say, genius. You can't prepare genius. Well, that's, well, that'd be a good catch down at third man. Very fine he is, though. Well, never did you see a third man as fine as that. Almost as if it was the plan. Beautifully taken, the top edge. And Handun going for the shot across the line, as he always seems to do. But, third man very nearly at long stop. Check this out. So fine. He'd normally be about 45 degrees from the perpendicular, but that's beautifully judged. And a second wicket in the over. And Padova now are 5 down. And still just 67 on the board.
Handon gone for 9 off 7. Did hit that 6. Just the only boundary we've seen since the start of the third over. But nobody apart from Nuwan Samira has really got going in any meaningful way. Now they've brought the left hand right hand combination back.
Another swing and a miss there. Non-striker is Ghulam Abbas, so he has yet to face a ball. And then Ramesh Silva has come to the crease, the left-hander. He's the one who's played and missed his first ball. Well, at least he's off the mark, Silva. You can see, truth be told, that after the openers Kavinda and Samira, really we haven't seen that there is a lot of batting in the Padova side. 8 overs gone now, 2 to go, and it's 68 for 5, and that means off the last 12 balls there's an academic requirement of 76 runs. 77, Michael McCann.
Well, as advertised, Padova are a side that anyway are stronger in the bowling and fielding departments. And then they're missing Abdullah, who's one of their key batsmen, out injured, so won't be involved in this tournament. And their batting has looked like it's left a lot to be desired so far.
Anil Kumar's not going to bowl his second over. His first went for 25. You'd think he'd rather fill his boots now, coming on low down in the order, but the captain, of course, decides he's going to have a go. Starts off with a wide. That is harsh, isn't it? The opening bowler gets some tap, goes for 25 in his first over because of those 2 opening bats that Padova have, who really can bat, Kavinda and Samira. The captain won't let him come on to bowl his second over. He bowls it himself.
Well, he could still get a chance in the final over of the game, but one would imagine after Awan has just taken
2 for 3
in that magnificent over, he's picked up that pair of scalps that surely you can't take the ball out of his hand.
As an opening bowler who's gone for 25 in his first and gets to bowl at this stage of the game to numbers 6 and 7. you'd be absolutely steaming not to come on now and bowl a cheap over, get a couple of wickets. But that's why you stand for the position of captain.
Absolutely.
When it comes to the amateur cricket elections. You get to come on in this situation.
Are you suggesting that captains manipulate the averages?
I'm saying the captain fancies a bowl. Of course he does. There's not much batting going on now.
Manipulating the averages through bowling it and batting at the most favourable times. Poor Anil Kumar, when you look at this card, this bowling card, he's the only person that's gone for runs of any real significance.
So if there's any justice in the world, the captain won't get a wicket. And there is really as easy as you like a run out. It's all becoming rather going through the motions now. Very easy dismissal to effect. The ball going straight to the mid-on fielder. Ghulam Abbas's run out. Really the simplest work from Munib Niazi. He just went straight to him, underarmed the ball back to the captain.
Should be said though, Royal Roma, of the 4 teams that we've seen so far, we've had one look now at all of the Group A teams, have definitely been the best in the field. Held the vast majority of their catches, their ground fielding has been good as well. If they can keep that up, that will be a real asset for them across these 6 pool games.
Ramesh Silva back on strike, big top edge. They don't even think about the single at this stage. They probably would have got something. I think they would have got a single, to be honest, if the new batsman, the number 8 at the non-strikers end, Radhika Suren, had been backing up and thinking, we will go for the runs here, but he's rather sitting on his bat. Captain yet to get a wicket in the over he's treated himself to. Ramesh Silva just strolling an easy single there. And he'll retain the strike with it, as that was the last ball of the penultimate over. And with just 1 over left to go, Padova are 71 for 6.
Well, they're still not even halfway to the target, which gives you an idea of just how far they've fallen short. We've been speaking about bowling figures. Well, Shoaib Awan has got a chance to claim some really exceptional figures here. 2 wickets and 3 runs from his first over. Now he's got a chance to have a go at Padova's lower order. Silva facing up. He has 3 from 5.
He's going to take a while to come into your screen, Shoaib, because for a slow medium bowler, he's got a very long run up. It's the best part of 20 metres, I would say. And well, no wonder he lost his way up to the crease that time. Might have had to stop to ask for directions.
It's a slower ball, totally beat him. Just can't quite hone in on that off stump. I was going to say, does Silva use this as a chance to get his eye and get a feel of batting out there, because in future games he might well be required in more of a pressure situation, but he's just deciding to swing off his feet.
If you can just drift one onto the stumps.
Oh, well bowled. It's another wicket for Awan. Well, I speculated this was a perfect time for him to secure some oh so superb figures. That's going to help. He's got 3 for 3 now. Just a drifting slow ball out of the back of the hand. Cannons into middle and off. Silva gone for just 3 from 7. And Shoaib Awan, well, he's normally better known amongst his teammates as the 6-hitter. But his wobbly mediums are always handy at the death, and they're proving so again.
Well, we were promised 6s, weren't we? But he faced 2 balls and was out to the second one, batting at number 3. Very much treated as the pinch hitter, but he's really earning his spurs with the ball now.
Beauty of being an all-rounder, of course.
So here's Daham Rusiru at number 9. Neither of these batsmen have yet faced a ball.
And Rusiru yet to get a score in double figures this season in his 6 knocks.
Yes, you can see why. I think with that shot, he's
cruel but fair.
Yeah, he is. This is very much, you know, all of this is amateur cricket, and this is very much a club side. Two good opening batsmen, Kavinda and Samira, and not much further down the order. But certainly Rusiru looks like, with apologies, no batsman at all. Shoaib should be able to get through his defences. He meant to play the pull there, and it ended up being quite an effective cut for one. So Rusiru avoids the ignominy of a duck and has managed to get a single, and now it's an opportunity for Suren to do the same.
So that was an odd-looking shot, but beggars can't be choosers. When you're a lower order batsman in this context, I think you're just happy to get off the mark. Yeah. Damage Awan's figures. He's now gone for more runs than wickets. 3 for 4.
Appeal for a click. The batsman was walking. I swear it, Michael. The batsman was walking. Did you see? Just check. Yeah, check this out. The batsman's reaction. Someone appealed for a click. You can't tell on the replay. It would have been a very fine edge. The batsman just takes a step and then sees the umpire's not giving him.
Step and then does sort of, oh, I was just turning around and getting ready for the next ball.
The umpire does have the most charming stance, doesn't he? So he's just got a little bit of sass, hasn't he, as he's leaning over there towards the left. You go, girl. Another swing and a miss. And that concludes the proceedings for Padova. Well, after a strong start, in which it looked like they might have the firepower to make it work, they have really fallen away to a final score of 72 for 7. And it's been a very clinical, very effective performance with the ball and in the field by the Royals from Roma. And really, with the exception of one expensive over, it was a strong start and a very damp ending. Here we're just looking now at the first innings. In fact, this is the early stroke making that was made by the Roma team. That gorgeous catch that saw off Mubarak Hussain. These 3 wickets that fell quite quickly when Ghulam Abbas was bowling. He took all of them. Really, the impetus was provided by Munib Niazi, who scored 45 from 14 balls. We've seen the 3 wickets there from Ghulam Abbas. This is the run out of Niazi. When he looked good for a 50, just came back for a second run that really wasn't on. And it was a good bit of work from the keeper to get rid of him. And then we had the great joy of watching this 13-ball half-century as Hassan Mubashir went on his way to an unbeaten 56 from 18 balls. 7 times he cleared the boundary on the leg side. And 100, I think, is the mark for a decent total, really a competitive total, on this solid artificial pitch. But thanks to Mubashir's swashbuckling half-century, Roma powered their way to a whopping total of 144, which was coincidentally exactly what we saw in the first innings from Palmer when they won game 1. So then when the roles were reversed, the target of 145 was always going to be very difficult. And Padova had a strong beginning, 18 to Kavinda and 28 to Samira, but then it all fell away. Some neat catching and some very good bowling, which interestingly for this pitch owed a great deal more to accuracy and a little bit of swing and seam movement than it did to any great pace. That seemed to be the key. It's unfortunate as the second one of the difficult backpedaling catches that Rajvinder Singh had to contend with. The fielding was diligent and competent. This was just typical of the way it fell apart with that simple run out just towards the end. Nice bit of slow bowling from Shoaib Awan, who took 3 wickets in the end to complement the seam bowling with the leg cutters of Dharamveer Kumar. You can see there on the scorecard, after that good start, 41 runs were scored off the first 15 balls, and at that stage it all looked...
Man of the match from Game 2 of this European Cricket Series in Rome was only going to be one man, the man we christened in the commentary box as Mubasher the Basher. 56 runs from just 18 balls, 7 sixes and 2 fours. The batting tent away to my right still cheering and enjoying the moment, and why shouldn't they? Royal Roma off to a winning start, beating Padova here thanks to the efforts of the man to my left. Sharad is here also to provide a bit of translation as we hear from the man himself. Firstly, we've got to start with those reigning sixes. Just what did it feel like to be out there hitting the ball to all parts?
आपको क्या लगा आज बहुत अच्छा टाइमिंग कर रहे थे, बॉल को कनेक्ट कर रहे थे, जो छक्के मारे एंड में, उसके बारे में कुछ बताइए।
सबसे पहले तो अल्लाह का शुक्र है कि मैंने इतना अच्छा परफॉर्म किया अपनी टीम के लिए, और ऑब्वियसली अच्छा तो लगता है ना जब आपकी जो है ना बॉल बैट पे आ रही हो, तो बहुत खुशी हुई है मुझे कि मैंने अपनी टीम के लिए कुछ किया, अपनी टीम के लिए परफॉर्म किया। थैंक यू।
First of all, he would like to thank God that he got an opportunity and played so well. And yeah, he's obviously happy that he was connecting the ball well today and he got a chance to perform for his team.
And Royal Roma, as some of our viewers might be aware, and it's on your jersey, a very new cricket club, only formed in 2018 and haven't necessarily had that much success in the white ball format so far, but have got a chance to impress on the world stage here at the European Cricket Series in Rome. Just how far do you feel you can go in this tournament?
आपका बड़ा नया क्लब है, 2018 में बना है और आज तक मतलब वाइट बॉल क्रिकेट में इतना अच्छा खास खेले नहीं हो, तो पर आज अच्छा स्टार्ट हुआ, तो ये टूर्नामेंट में कहाँ तक जाने का सोच है, क्या परफॉर्मेंस करने का सोच है?
सबसे पहले तो ये हमारी पूरी टीम की एफर्ट है कि हम आज इस मुकाम पे पहुंचे हैं, उसमें हर प्लेयर ने अपना जो हिस्सा डाला है, और सेकेंडली हमारा क्लब जो नया है, लेकिन हम लोग पहले पाकिस्तान में, इंडिया में सब बहुत क्रिकेट खेले हैं, लेकिन यहाँ पे इटली में आके हमने जो है ना अभी न्यू स्टार्ट किया। So I hope हम अपना पूरा बेस्ट देंगे और इंशाल्लाह फाइनल तक पहुंचेंगे।
Yeah, definitely the club is new, but everyone, the club members have played cricket wherever they were before in India and in Pakistan. So they are very confident of coming together and performing well, and they would obviously like to go to the finals and win this tournament.
Well, thank you very much to Mubasher for his time. He is deservedly the man of the match. Mubasher the Basher, as we'll be remembering him from now on throughout this week. 50 of his 56 runs coming in boundaries. Why hit singles or twos when you can hit fours and sixes? Stay with us, but because we'll be back very, very shortly. These guys will be in action again. Mubasher the Basher will be bashing it around with the bat. We'll be back with Rome in Rome with Game 3 very shortly. We'll see you soon.
Cricket Series here in Rome. We've got Royal Roma Cricket Club versus Royal Palma Cricket Club. Now we've seen Royal Palma play already. They played the first game and they won, so they'll be up and about and they'll be feeling confident. Royal Roma in the middle of a game at the moment. They're looking good. Should be a good game. Let's toss the coin. Royal Roma, you're the home team. Royal Palma, you'll call. Heads the call. It's a tail. All right. So, you won the toss. You're going to bat first.
Yes.
Okay. Why are you going to bat first?
अभी हमने बैटिंग में देखा हुआ है ना, जैसे बैटिंग के लिए थोड़ा स्टार्ट अगर अच्छा मिल जाए तो दूसरी टीम पे ऑलरेडी प्रेशर आ जाता है, इसलिए जैसे हमने इस मैच में अच्छा स्कोर किया है, इसी हमारी कोशिश यही है कि नेक्स्ट मैच में भी पहले बैटिंग करते हुए हम अच्छा स्कोर खड़ा करें, दूसरी टीम पर प्रेशर बनाएं.
The intention is same, just like this game, they're going to try and put on a big total and put the other team under pressure, and they've been able to do this once, so they think they can repeat the performance again.
Okay, excellent. Well, good luck. Have a good game. Okay, so in the field, how do you feel about that?
Yeah, I'm ready for all things and not problem, because I am ready to all situations in bowling and bowling doesn't matter.
Okay, so no problem.
Not problem, no.
Okay, well you won the first game, so you must be feeling quite confident after that game.
Yeah, absolutely. It was wonderful inning by Rajmani, 100 in
35 balls, I think it was. Incredible innings.
Incredible innings. So I am very confident. All guys, not problem.
Excellent. Well, we're looking forward to seeing you. Have a good game. So Royal Roma have won the toss again, and again they're having a bat.
Padma pulled the first over in their victory earlier this morning and is going to do so again now. Sukhpal Singh. And there's Niazi off the mark. Nice and easy. Just working it into the leg side, and he one of two batsmen for Rome who really did come off in their victory against Padova earlier on. The other one, Hassan Mubashir, we would expect to see a little down the order. But this man, Mubarak Hussain, he made a rather stilted 6 from 7 balls. Kind of got away with it because Niazi was going so well at the other end that it ended up putting together something of a partnership. I'm not sure he is off the mark there, because I think that's just hit him on the thigh pad and it's going to be merely a leg by, and that is the case in fact. Little bit of swing back in with the new ball. A bit higher than the thigh, wasn't it? It was just on the bottom of the rib cage. So early movement for Sukhraj away from the left-hander. Nicely bunted down the ground. They're coming through for the quick single. Pressure was put on the fielder, Atikul Rahman, and that meant ultimately that the single was available, but the batsman having said yes and put pressure on the fielder to great success, and found they'd put too much pressure on themselves and went back to where they were. Back down the ground. And Atter's having a nightmare. There's a second misfield. And this time the batsmen do commit to and complete the single. Outfield isn't exactly a billiard table, but compared to the cricket club you play for wherever you are around the world at home, it really isn't all that bad. Not for two misfields in and over to gently struck drives. That one swung away and he's going to get runs, 4 of them. In fact, the signal comes from the square leg umpire that it went all the way for 6. The ball just drifting onto leg stump, and a lovely shot across the line, square enough, just over the rope. And the subtlest of signals from the square leg umpire there. So that's the first boundary. And, it's a decent start now in this over. Mubarak Hussain is underway properly in this Rome innings. Just attempted the glide there, but it's hit him very high up, almost on the back handle, perhaps even on the glove. There was a fielder at short third man anyway, so a good shot for that ball, but not a good shot for the field. And it concludes the first over, at the end of which Rome, having decided to bat, have reached 9 without loss. The umpires just having a little consultation at this stage as they change ends. All is well. So this time it's Hussain who gets the first boundary under his belt. He's got 6. And now the left-handed Munib Niazi is on strike. And the change bowler, so I should say the second opening bowler, just preparing now. And again, as it was in the first game, it's going to be Atik ur Rehman. Oh, that's kept low. The appeal answered in negative from the umpire. Is it just shading down the leg side? We're at a slight angle here, you can see. It's certainly pitched outside leg stump, and in fact it's hit him outside the line of leg stump as well. So that leg bye happened without any sort of threat. Atter, his first over went for 14 in his previous game today. And there's an edge! And in the end it's a deliberate one down to third man, successfully struck wide of the short third man fielder. And hazard-free single therefore for Hussain. You say hello, Michael McCann.
Hello, Kit Harris. Hello, everybody across the world, whether you're on Fan Code in the subcontinent, keeping an eye on your fantasy team, on Sportsflick across the rest of the globe.
So, very nice line and length there, I think you'd say, from Raymond, because he does like to swivel pull, to pivot on that back foot, Niazi, and so you really got to get your line exactly right. If it's over towards his body even a fraction more, he'll really be on that pull. There you go, you see it was straighter this time, and he's muscled it away in front of square for 4. It's got no margin of error bowling short. You see this one not outside the off stump, just over the top of the off stump, and that is right in his hitting zone. It's a very subtle difference. If you're going to bowl short to Niazi, you mustn't bowl it too straight.
Well, it's the height as well that's the problem. It sits up at a very inviting waist height. He's not quite quick enough, or certainly hasn't been so far, to get it up at head height, which you can do off this bouncy concrete surface. I've seen some bouncers causing real trouble.
Sort of lost the plot there, didn't he, with that wide? What do you think's the secret to bowling to Niazi then? I mean, it's a risky business, isn't it, Michael? Because he does play that short ball well on the swivel pull. Would you be pitching it up outside off stump?
Well, he's looked very good so far, Niazi, against the short ball, but I don't think we've seen him face many well-directed short balls.
That's an easy nudge. They won't mind too much if it's just going to be singles. I think there's one ball to come in the over.
If you're going to bowl a short ball, you've got to really bowl it with conviction and try and get it up at the helmet of Niazi. And we haven't really seen anyone who's got the pace and the accuracy to execute that yet. Either there or back of a length so that it's not in that drivable slot.
Now that's gone high. It's going to be a very difficult catch, backpedaling. And oh dear, well, I know he slipped. It's unfortunate. I feel sorry there for Shiraz Afzal because he thought he'd got to it, but in fairness, I don't think he ever did. Hit high on the bat. Didn't quite get it in this really meaty area, and yeah, I think I probably would have gone for 4. Poor old Afzal has just slid at the last moment, so I think he's going to think that's his fault. It concludes the second over, and Roma are 21 without loss.
Well, it's a decent, although not quite spectacular start in Spinacetto for Royal Roma. The 2 winners facing off. Winner stays on in the case of Royal Roma after beating Padova. Normally want to be around the 40 mark after your power play.
Sukhpal is going to bowl his second over straight away, and that's short and hammered on the back foot. It was just so slow. If you're going to bowl that short, it's almost a long hop. Gives the batsman so much time just to sit on his back foot, and he's really, really imperious when it comes to playing that swivel pull. It's his best shot by miles. And Niazi, you really can't bowl to him there, Mike.
Swung on that leg like he was a ballerina. Gorgeous shot.
I'd see a ballerina play that shot though. That's all cricket and no dance. And there's the wide. That's the right area to try and compensate. Push it through wide right side of the off stump, but he's gone a little bit too wide on that occasion.
But again, that ball from Sukhpal is an example of what we've not really seen so far at this ECS in Rome, which is well-directed short balls with pace right up at the batsman's lid.
Well, I'm not sure pace is quite the word with Sukhpal. Now that's very short, as you said, drops safely.
Well, that's a slow ball bouncer.
Well, they're all slower balls. They're all slower balls from Sukhpal.
Yeah,
he hasn't got anything other than the slower ball. But no, the point you're making is a good one, because if it's just a little bit too short, it hits the batsman higher up the bat and he can't middle it, which is exactly what you were predicting, and it is what happened there. So he's rather got away with that shot. He's got to be judicious and selective. He can't play that every time, Niazi.
All of the offside fielders up now. Can't give width.
Hussain has got himself underneath it. Fielder comes in for the catch, shells it, and he's managed to save the 4 at least, but that unfortunately was a shocker. He did all the work in skipping round the boundary, got right underneath it. There wasn't much power on the shot, and it just went straight into his hands and out again. Didn't give with the hands, did he, Shiraz Afzal? They were like iron gloves. So just the single was the result of that. Niazi back on strike. And he's ridden the bounce there very nicely. He just sits up, you see, at that pace. Just sits up and he plays his swivel pull once again. His beautiful pirouette, and it's 4 more.
Well, you just cannot bowl waist height at this pace. It's gimme stuff. He's not going to miss out. And once again, to no surprise at all to everyone except for seemingly the bowler Sukhpal, it is dispatched. He's not quite finding this back of the length.
He gets a nice little bit of movement. He bowls this leg cutter, and if you look at, you see that on the replays, it does go a little bit, but he's got to bowl it in that English length, hasn't he? The good length outside off stump.
That's at least a better length, albeit the line was leg side, but it cramps him for room, because they can only get 1. And the reason I mention about how dangerous one can be on this surface with fast bowling that is up at the helmet off this concrete surface is I had the pleasure of commentating on Italian T20 finals weekend on Saturday and Sunday just gone, where we saw Brescia qualify for ECL 2021 and become the Italian champions for this year. And we saw across that finals weekend just how damaging a ball to bouncer can be. We haven't quite seen it today yet.
There's that short ball again, and it's up and over the infield on the offside. As soon as he'd brought all the fielders up, remember he's not just the bowler but the captain, he brought all the fielders up on the offside and then serves one up short and wide, which is just about the last thing you would want to do. So I'm afraid the captain, I think he, by the look of his body language, he knows it, he's got that all wrong in terms of captaincy and execution as a bowler. 3 overs gone, 39 without loss.
It's a good power play for Royal Roma. I always benchmark 40 is about where you want to be. 39 without loss is very good. 2 batsmen in, set and going. The dangerous Niazi looking good once more. And yes, in the list of cricketing crimes, bringing all of your field up on one side of the wicket and then serving up a juicy appetizer in said area is right up there.
Now this is a different proposition altogether, because coming on first change as he did in the last match is Jabra Afzal, and he took 3 wickets in his 2 over spell in the previous game, and he was very much the destroyer for Parma as they kept Roma to 23 runs short of their own total. So Jabra is the one. You see he's just a bit quicker than Sukhpal Singh, and so when he banged the ball in shorter up around shoulder height, it's just that harder to get underneath it and really hit it hard and in the air.
Now if Afzal can get it up around the helmet area, then we might see Niazi properly tested. We of course haven't seen him get out to a bowler yet. He ran himself out pretty stupidly in his first game.
Now that's high, it's going to clear the fielder and go down the ground for 6. Niazi once again is pumping the runs straight, full outside off, and that full swing of the bat. Look at that follow through. High arm, look at that poise and follow through. Oh. What a beautifully executed shot. It's all in the swing. And for the second game in succession, Niazi goes past 20. Now has 25 not out to add to his 45 in game 1. And he's motoring once more. This time he goes for the onside. Good length ball. And couldn't really get right to the pitch of the ball on that occasion because it wasn't full enough for the big 6. But he's just dropped it short of the fielder for 1, which is the second best thing.
Well, someone's definitely told Niazi that the cameras are here today, because every single shot he plays, he finishes with a big old flourish, and as Madonna would say, strikes a pose.
Hussain, he's made it to 16. That's a better return already than his 6 runs in the first game today. Now that's very high. It's going to be caught at third man. Fielder's underneath it. Oh, he's dropped it. Oh, not another one. Oh, they couldn't catch a cold, some of these guys. It's gone in his hands, bobbled out again. There's no give with the hands. That's the secret. They're very good fielders when it comes to getting to the ball and underneath it. The throwing is great, but his hands didn't give at all. So they've just presented a nice hard surface for the ball to bounce straight out of. Would you believe it?
Well, their fielding was very good last game, Royal Roma, but not so good so far here.
Yeah, well, as their fielding goes, it's not so much a royal aroma as a royal stink.
My commentary colleague Kit Harris advertising himself for fielding coaching clinics and doing his best to book himself in for one here live on air.
Well, yes, it's not coaching so much as basic. It's basics, isn't it? But still, there's not much a bowler can do in that situation. When he's earned a wicket, and at least the last 2 or 3 balls they've just worked it around for singles, so it hasn't cost too much so far. We come to the end of over number 4, and Roma, having had a real jump start, have just had a quieter over there. Jabbar Afzal has only conceded 9, and they're 48 without loss.
That's 6 from the over, just keeping them going. Well, from our first look at all of the teams, Royal Roma seem to have comfortably the best record in the field, and they are a side generally known for being one of the better fielding teams in Italian domestic cricket, but it seems like they've caught the disease from all the other teams so far today, or I should say dropped the disease really.
Hardeep Singh, and it's going to be a tricky chance to Atikur Rahman, who gets underneath it and holds it well. Very nicely done. That'll make them all feel a lot better. Goodness knows the bowlers have deserved that, and we see the breakthrough at long last. First ball, just a nice little bit of shape back into the batsman, and he went for the lofted on drive, and well, that time it was yet another example of a Palmer fielder getting right underneath the ball, and on this occasion it went in. So we say goodbye to the man who really dominated the first half of game 1. Munib Niazi is departing now for 27.
Well, Niazi with 72 runs across his 2 innings so far. He's back in the hutch. We've seen from Royal Roma they've got plenty of batting though. They've set a really good base from which to get a score comfortably in excess of 100.
Hossain is back on strike because the batsman crossed, and that's gone high, and he's going to be, oh, I think that was another half chance put down. At third man by Mehboob Ahmed. Just see here, he goes across the line, top edge, spirals away. Yeah, that's hit his hands, you know, Michael. I'm afraid we put that down as another chance.
But again, he's trying to take it above his head height rather than, as you're always taught, take the ball level with your eyes. Give
well,
yourself the best
it was swirling over his head. That's a whole bunch of chances put down isn't going to get you anywhere in the game. But, that single takes Hossain to 22, and it's no surprise that the number 3 batsman, now taking his leg stump guard, is Hassan Mubashir. He came in at number 5 in the first game, and he hit those 56 off 18 balls. So of course he's promoted to number 3, and he'll be eyeing that leg side shot of his straight away, I think. There it is, and 6 is his first shot, his first runs off the bat. It wasn't even that bad a ball, it was wide of off stump, which is where you should be bowling to him, but he's swiped it all the way across the line without hitting it too high. Look at the power in that shot, it's almost a golf drive. Well, and he's off the mark with a maximum.
Well, he did mention the golf analogy in his 50 last time out. Bit of golf, or almost an axeman about him. Will he go again? Well, that's a big LBW appeal, and Mubashir the Basher has survived. Might be fortunate to do so. This looked well worth a shout.
Going down the leg side?
I'd have said so. That would be the reason.
But the wicketkeeper certainly was.
Which is always a clue.
Yeah, when you see the wicketkeeper preempting the path of the ball by moving to leg, it often suggests he's anticipating it will pass the batsman on the leg side. Hossain back on strike. I like that. That's smart cricket from Hossain.
He's seen Hassan Mubashir hit 7 sixes in game 1 for Royal Roma, and now in their second game already hit a maximum from his first ball faced, and said, over to you.
So, 5 overs done.
In fact, he hasn't, of course, because it's the end of the over. He's kept the strike.
Halfway through.
Forget everything I said.
12 runs off the bat in that over, plus the leg by, 13 in total. And we started with the wicket. For a halfway stage over, that ain't half bad. So, Hardeep Singh has got the breakthrough. And with half the innings to go, it's 61 for 1.
So they'll be looking at a minimum of 120 here. Can they be the first team to pass 150 today? Well, they're not going to be with batting like that. Lovely bowling, swinging in. Very low, no issue with height, no issue with line either. He'd stepped across. It looked plumb as plumb can be. Well, there you go. He's trapped the ball with his back leg that was deep in the crease. And no attempt to suggest his bat had hit it, because in fact it was such a toe crunching Yorker that he seems to have injured himself, and he's got to walk off as well.
I tell you what, you'd all be jabbed for Afzal today, wouldn't you? He's bowled only, 19 balls? And 4 of them have taken wickets. What a strike rate.
Had a very good time of it in the win against Padova. He picked up 3. And now he's making an impact here to try and restrict Royal Roma, keep it as something manageable. Both of these teams posted 144 batting first in their wins in match 1. That's well bowled and well played too. Using the pace off it, just grazing it off the face, and it has gone away for 4.
That'll cheer him, the captain. I mean, very effectively played. He was out second ball in the previous game for nothing. So he'll have felt the pressure. Will Shoaib Awan, and that's a very neat little shot to play first up. And to get 4 for it is a rich reward.
Normally better known for his power hitting, but showing a deft touch there. That's a little cutter, it's caught him out. Wicketkeeper can't quite get there. Just couldn't make up the ground in time. Memor Javed. And it's a real piece of fortune for Shoaib Awan. He's known to his teammates as the king of sixes. We haven't seen it today. Not yet, anyway. Mubasher, the Basher, has strike. Can they find a way to stop him? That's short. Hasn't got hold of this at all. Oh, and again, fortune favours Royal Roma. They'll skip back for 2. And they'll get there comfortably. Good aggressive running. But again, held back, deceived in the flight. Coming very, very high off the bat. Off the edge. Fielder couldn't make up the ground. That's 2 balls in a row where they've got away with it. Mubasher, the Basher, facing again. Well, no bashing going on there. Just tries to work it through the offside, and he gets off strike. I'd be intrigued to see the wagon wheel for him across that 56 off just 18 balls against Padova, and then his early knocking so far here.
Yeah, that's not a wagon wheel.
Yes.
That wheel wouldn't support a wagon.
Huge appeal, and not given this time.
I reckon that was close.
His second wicket in the over, and it looked a very good shout here. Very good shout indeed. Let's have another look. Maybe hit him outside the line of off stump. Wow. On the first replay we've got, that doesn't look like it's going over, and it seems to be hitting the middle of middle. So Shoaib Awan, who struggled in game 1, the king of sixes, 31-year-old, has been handed a second chance here. Easy to pick him out with that interesting aesthetic of the cap and the helmet on at the same time. In this lovely new cricket ground, Spinacetto. Not a bad way to spend a Monday afternoon. This has gone straight up. It's another chance. Atik underneath it, takes it. Well, they've held on to one. They've had a few half chances that haven't quite gone to hand. But Atik Uriman makes no mistake. It's a really important breakthrough from Hardeep Singh. Immediately gets the wicket. A very valuable one to Shobawan, who can be really destructive, goes. He did get one life from a drop chance, hasn't really managed to take advantage of it. He goes for 6 off 4 balls, caught by Atik Uraman. Hardeep Singh with a wicket on the first ball of the over. He now has 2 for 12 from his 7 balls so far. New batsman is Anil Kumar. He's not facing though because they crossed. It's very, very full again. Inside edge onto pad. Some speculative how's that appeals from the fielder at point. I think it's more excitable than anything. Just cannons it into his own foot. They can be quite painful, those ones. They need some bashing from Mubasher. Slower ball. He can only get this out down to long off. Now, I would speculate that Royal Palmer have watched the mistakes that Padova made in bowling to Mubasher, and they're determined not to repeat them, because we saw Padova keep pace on the ball, bowl into his slot, very, very full, half volleys, going for lots of cutters, little off cutters, slower balls, holding it back, making Mubasher put the vast majority of the pace on the ball himself. Oh, that's an awful delivery. And they'll be pleased in an odd way to get away with just a wide, because that quite possibly should have gone for 6 over fine legs head. That's another good ball. It's gone through the wicket keeper as well. It will be 4 byes. If anything, it swung too much. How did that miss the leg stump? Went through everybody and went through the wicket keeper. Slow ball. Mubasher round the corner, and he'll get 4 through square leg. Well, he's not quite as fluent as he was against Padova, but he does find the boundary. Hassan Mubasher just whipping it away. Look at those wrists. Quick on the ball, and then the ballerina-like spin afterwards. Beats the sweeper. 4 to Mubasher. The basher. Does he go again? You bet he does try and go again. He came half a mile down the pitch there, swinging off his feet. Top ball to finish the 7th over. Royal Roma Cricket Club trying to build themselves towards a decent total. Pardon me, end of the
7th over.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wrong to doubt myself. For once.
Well, there was a graphical adjustment was just taking place.
So Royal Roma from here, they'll want minimum of 120. I'd suggest the 144 that we've seen posted both times batting first so far will actually prove in the context of the week to be an above par score.
Yeah.
144 in T10 is generally a very good effort. Here's Rajmani. Little cutter, it's a front foot no ball though. That is not what the doctor ordered. If you're the fielding team, the prescription completely messed up by Dr. Rajmani Singh, who has turned up with a front foot no ball that is short, waist height, and deservedly gets the treatment from Mubasher the basher. And it is given as a 6 as well. Consultation with the square leg umpire, so 7 conceded, and he hasn't even bowled a legitimate delivery yet. Rajmani Singh, club president of Palmer, and he comes. That's a quicker ball. It's too short though, waist height. Oh, he might have got a wicket with it. He has. What a catch! A wicket that was more about the fielding than the bowling. It was a bit of a rank long hop in truth. It's the man out on that square leg rope, Sharaz Afzal, who's already had some trials and tribulations out there today, has a magnificent moment. Just tips it in front of him and takes it on the rebound, avoids doing the football goalkeeper thing of tipping it over the bar, which would have been 6 of course. And Mubasher the Basher, who hit that remarkable 13 ball 50 against Padova, has gone. A big moment.
Yeah, that's the kind of impetus halting wicket on which a game can turn, isn't it, Michael? That he just for some reason, I think you're right in what was, that he wasn't able to get on top of the bowling because the bowling was much wiser all the time to Mubasher, but he has now perished. We'll have to see what we didn't see this far down the batting order last time.
Oh, appeals for a caught behind from Rajmani. This is Kulwinder Ram, who did get a bat against Padova in game 1.
Well, he was the smart guy, wasn't he, that made not out 10 off 8 balls, just pushing the ball into gaps and getting Mubasher back on strike. Now, conversely, we're going to have to see him try and hit some shots to get the total up. So it has to be a different Kulwinder who gets us through the next stages of the game.
There he's content to get 1 into the covers. Hasham Mubasher has perished, and Munib Niazi gone after a cameo at the top of 27, so they're going to need somebody else to do it here for them, Roma. It's very full, comes off the inside half of the bat, really make good contact. Fielded up there by Sukhpal Singh, the captain.
Yes, it's tempting in this stage of a longer innings just to...
Oh, that's an awful delivery. Well, he was trying to bowl right out of the back of the hand there, really hold it back. Rajmani Singh ends up looping overhead height, so it's a free hit.
I was going to say it's tempting just to try and get the 1s and 2s and reconstitute your position to create a platform, but you just can't afford to do that now.
Well, this is a free hit. He's got to go for this one. Oh, and it's a dot ball. Well, no, it's not. They get through for 1. Can, of course, be run out on a free hit, though, so risk to Anil Kumar from the non-striker's end, charging down to take on the wicket-keeper's arm. So they get a bye to finish the over. Eight overs gone. Royal Roma trying to build their way towards a competitive total. Have to start thinking of their options with the ball, Royal Palmer. Sukhpal Singh and Jabra Afzal are both bowled out. Hardeep Singh is also bowled out. It's going to be Atiq Ur-Rahman to come back for his second. Normally comes back to bowl the very last over at the death. They've brought him back on for the 9th here, so they're going to have to find the 10th. It's not a bad start at all. Leg stump Yorker.
Well, they've got Rajmani for the 10th. He's only bowled 1 over.
Ah, that's correct. Yes, that's true. Back of a length, beats him, leaps up. It's a good delivery. Atiq Ur-Rahman, the top wicket taker for Royal Palmer this season. things quiet at the death. It's worked away through the covers. Hockey shot, cross-batted swipe. Oh, it's a terrible mix-up. Comedy cricket. Yes, no, wait, sorry. He charged down, was sent back by Anil Kumar, and Kawindaram has to go. It looked like there was only one there, but Kawindaram had got a different memo, and the wicket-keeper just comedically waited a few seconds to rub it in before taking the bails off. Kawindaram goes, and Royal Roma lose another wicket. Trying to build towards a total, but at the moment it's not so much building blocks as stumbling. Drunkenly stumbling towards the 100 mark, losing wickets as they go.
So Dharamveer Kumar at number 7, his first bat of the day. Roma only lost 4 wickets this morning, so it's the first time a number 7 has come out to bat for them. Well, we know that he certainly bowled very well. He bowled an over for 3 and an over for 4 in the first game. Can he bat as well? No, he can't.
Well, that is somewhat harsh. Dismissed by my commentary colleague after just 1 ball.
That was a pretty leaden-footed sort of shot.
An awkward prod with glue in his feet.
I'm sure. I think you're being slightly flattering to prods there.
He's got bat on this one. That gives the strike back to Anil Kumar, a 43-year-old who's definitely the more established of these two. No doubt about that. Rahman trying to round off his spell. Oh, that's exceptional. He's followed the batsman. So if the batsman had stood where he normally was, that would have been a wide. But it was very tactical. Knew exactly what he was trying to do. Kumar has stepped away. Just watch Kumar here. Kumar backs away. Rahman slides it in between him and the stumps for a very valuable dot ball. And so at the end of this 9th over, Royal Roma still short of 3 figures. They tried to set an imposing first innings target. Haven't really seen enough games to properly know what par is yet on this pitch, but in T10 European Cricket Series tournaments across the continent, it tends to be a borderline around the sort of 120 mark. And right now it would appear that they're going to fall short of that. Swing and a miss to start the final over. Nicely bowled by Rajmani with his zippy fast mediums. 93 for 5 after 5 overs. 93 for 5 after 9 overs. Shall we try that on take 2? Wider of the crease, but that short, a poor delivery and pumped through point for 4. Just can't bowl there anytime, never mind in the final over when you've got limited offside protection. It's a loose ball and deservedly capitalised upon.
His big work is yet to come. I know it says Sandhu on his back, but Rajmani Singh, he's the one who could excite us after the break with another chance to get big runs.
Short, but that's a much better short ball. And he's going to get the run out as well. Nice stuff from Rajmani Singh. He runs out Anil Kumar as they try a desperate single. This was a much better directed short ball. There's a cutter as well coming back into him. Couldn't really do anything about it. And Rajmani follows through, executes the run out. Ruthless fielding from Royal Palmer, I should say.
So here's a man who hasn't had an opportunity to bat yet. Coming in at number 8, Sir Nur Mohammed. And actually he's had something of a, what you might call thanks for coming so far, because he didn't bat nor bowl in the previous game. And with high standard of club cricket, when a man comes in at number 8 and doesn't bowl, you better be a good fielder, because you wonder what his main role is in the team.
Swings off his feet, misses out. 25 years old. Wicket-keeper batsman, but well, he's actually known as more of an accumulator, which explains why in this T10 format it's been used further down the order. Hasn't got much time to accumulate. He's got to go here. It's a very, very slower ball. He's managed to just about get it out. One bounce through to point. They skip through for 2. They almost ran into each other as well, the batsmen there. But they do get through. Only 6 runs scored off the 5 balls so far in this final over. Watch the batsmen here. Well, they almost ran into each other, almost ran into the stumps, almost ran into the bowler.
Oh, they need 1 for the 100 here. So that's something to finish with.
Straight back to the bowler, and he's taken it. What an excellent catch from Rajmani Singh. Really good athleticism. He's already got a run out in this over, and he finishes the innings in sparkling style. This is as good a catch as we've seen all day. Just held the slow ball back. It was so early on it, Noor Mohammed. Still took a really good piece of fielding to take it. And so Royal Roma will finish on 99 for 6. 99 for 7, pardon me, from their 10 overs. It will be exactly 100 to win in the chase for Royal Palma. So falling well short of what we saw from them in their first game, where they posted 144 for 4 against Padova. Started so well at the top. Munib Niazi with 27. 2 4s and 2 6s for him. Mubarak Hussain got 23 of only 12 at the other end. Left-hander with some rasping pull shots. That was the best of them for 6. Well by Niazi, who carried on his good form. And that knock against Padova. Did get a bit of fortune as well, Niazi. This dropped catch, helping him along his merry way. Same with a really clean strike down the ground, but only found Atik Rahman, who catch. Wickets then continued to fall regularly. That was the plummest LBW you've ever seen. Mubarak Hussain and LBW to Jafar Afzal. And they really did find some good control after this early period of scoring. 4 guys helping things along. Hassan Mubashir hit a 13-ball century, half century I should say, in their first game. Perished here after 2 big 6s, caught on the rope nicely by Shiraz Afzal of Rajmani Singh, his second of the innings. And a comical run out, both batsmen ending up at the same end. Anil Kumar not interested in the second run, so found himself run out. Within the ran, pardon me, it was who was run out. The run outs continued. Anil Kumar himself eventually was run out 2 for 6. And the innings ended with that good caught and bowl by Rajmani Singh. Dismissed Noor Mohammed for just 2. Karavir Kumar left with 5 not out at the other end. So batting card for Royal Roma is one that tells the story of 2 openers who got going, but nobody else really. Munib Niazi and Mubarak Hussain both making it into the 20s at a very good pace. Hassan Mubashir with 2 6s in his 16. But then nobody else from there on in able to make any impression at all. The next 5 only scoring 27 between them of 24 balls faced, which at the death really isn't good enough. And so it's a very manageable target of 100 to win for Royal Palma. He did suffer some damage up top, Sukhpal Singh conceding 26 off his 2. Atikur Rahman bowled well, was economical, coming back at the death. Jabra Afzal picked up 1, but the stars of the show were Hardeep and Rajmani Singh. Rajmani coming on at the death with 2 for 15 off 2, which given he bowled the 8th and the 10th over is a really good effort. and then Hardeep Singh with 2 for 18 from his 2 overs. And so that means that when we come back for this conclusion of match number 3, Royal Roma, having posted 99 for 7, will try to defend that. Both teams looking to make it 2 wins from 2. Royal Palma will need 100 for victory. We'll see you back here very shortly for the run chase.
Welcome back after the halfway stage break in Game 3 here at the European Cricket Series in Rome, where the target for Rome to win both their games is to defend a total of 99. And well, it's all about the Parma batsmen, because they will be eyeing a total of 100 to win, with something approaching, if not optimism, then certainly enthusiasm. Rajmani Singh, number 50 on his back there, just preparing to take guard. In the first game against Milan this morning, scored 101 from 36 balls, reaching his century from 35. At the non-strikers end, number 11, Mehmood Javed. And well, it should be so simple, shouldn't it, for Parma to score these runs? But the question is, what do they have after these two opening batsmen? Because the rumour is possibly not much. So if they can get this crucial wicket of Rajmani Singh early on and keep Mehmood Javed quiet, they may find that they start to make inroads, and quite rapidly. My name's Kit Harris, commentating for European Cricket Network. Coming on to bowl now, Umar Shahzad. He also opened the bowling against Roma. Apologies, against Padova. And he went for 19 of his first 2 overs, and he did get a wicket. Both of these teams won their games this morning. That is going to be a wide. Umpire signalled it very quickly, and now gives us a rather longer look at his signal for wide. And the 2 defeated teams from this morning, Milan and Padova, they will face off after this game, the battle of the losers in Group A. Trying all kinds of things here, isn't he? Over the wicket, around the wicket. His poor old Umar Shahzad, but it's not coming out right so far. And it's good afternoon to Michael McCann.
Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, wherever you are across the world joining us. Well, welcome.
That's going to be sliding away past the infield for 4 down to third man to get Rajmani Singh off the mark. This hasn't quite found his line, has he? That's a very awkward ball, left arm round, and then sending it away wide of the off stump. You're better off bowling it over if you're not finding your rhythm as a left arm seamer.
Just used the pace nicely.
Left arm round to a left-hander is a very unusual approach. So another one from the umpire. And Rajmani's going to struggle to get 100 off his first 50 balls of any type here, because a lot of them are going to be wides by the look of it.
Well, that's 3 wides already in 5 balls bowled. Only 2 of them legitimate.
Nicely timed, but just the single.
He hit 12 sixes in that 100 earlier on. 88 of those 101 runs coming in boundaries, but it doesn't matter how many you get. Always start back on the zip the next game. Can all change. Mother Cricket can throw a spanner into the works. Now run out at the non-strikers, something like this to bring you back down to earth.
And Mehmood Javed now on strike, the right-hander. And he's away as well. His contribution was not stellar, but certainly indispensable in partnership with Singh. 29 off 18 he made in the first game, so he's now underway. And these bowlers in their England one-day international costumes, or so it seems for Rome, they haven't really had much to struggle with. And 4 more off his pads down to leg stump. It's been a very, very sleepy sort of first over from Umar Shahzad.
It's a mixture of wides and loose deliveries, sort of stumbled through this first over. He's now coming back to left arm over. He's swapped around multiple times. And that's the best ball of the over, a really good Yorker. They'll still get through for one though. Good running and calling between the two opening batsmen. You mentioned that this will be a much sterner test of their attack. They were facing Padova with 144 on the board, the weakest team in Pool A based on seedings and form coming into this, and now they're up against Royal Palmer, who are a very different proposition. Rajmani already with that century to his name today.
Yes, these bowlers only had to go through the motions as Padova shipped 72 runs. This is going to be rather different, and they haven't got a lot of runs to play with. But the target's 100. But I think this, at the very least, is a smart move. The man who took 3 wickets in his 2 overs while conceding only 4 runs, having bowled third change, is now going to open. And that's a positive move. Shoaib Awan comes into the attack. Whoops, first one's a full toss. He didn't bowl any of those in game 1. That's what the pressure of bowling to a batsman like Rajmani Singh can do to you. He bowled lovely little slidey swingers early on at a gentle pace, but he didn't bowl any of them to a batsman who'd scored 135 balls.
The commentator's curse, ladies and gentlemen. A Kit Harris production.
I still call it a good idea. I'm sticking with this, but he's just under a bit of pressure because he had an easy time of things in the first game. 3 wickets for nothing. That's nice. They didn't need to play the fake appeal gambit there, did they, Michael? Because it was well inside the line.
No, it was wholly unnecessary. But definitely encouragement deserved for the delivery. It is understandable that they'd also have Noah Awan opening, given the tap that their opening bowler received in the game against Padova, the unfortunate Kumar, who went for 25 from 1 over.
Oh, isn't that amazing? Almost a sort of dill scoop there over his head.
Don't think this came off bat. I think it's hit his body.
It definitely did come off bat, Michael.
I need to change my prescription. Yep.
Very nicely done.
What a magnificent shot from Rajmani, who's lighting up this tournament in Rome on a slightly gloomy Monday.
So it doesn't seem as though he's really done anything yet, but already he's scored 15 off 8. A strike rate of nearly 200, and it just seems like he's gone completely quiet compared with the 300 strike rate that he had in his century in game 1. Now 1 off 1 balls so far for Mehmood Javed. He doesn't need to do that. He doesn't need to play those wild swings. Not at this stage.
Well, you mentioned that Javed's 29 off 18 was sort of only a supporting act. Normally that's a very decent knock in T10, but when you're next to Rajmani Singh, who's hitting pretty much every other ball for 6, it's pretty hard to not look like you're stumbling along in comparison.
Just 10 and over needed here, so trying to hit lots of 4s isn't necessary. You go, see, the runs come. An extra here, leg by there.
Sometimes they're just gifted to you. It's the 4th wide of this innings already. Bit of wide-itis spreading. One given the unfortunate disease from Umar Shahzad, who bowled 3 in his first over that did seem to go on for an awfully long time, a 9-ball first over.
And I can tell you that these bowlers, they'll be so used to having it their way after their easy time of things in the field against Padova, that it is going to prove quite difficult for them to sort of get their game up to what really has to be an electric fielding performance. Should be a simple single, and is, because it's not simply the case that they have to try and keep the batsmen quiet. They've got to stop them getting 10 and over, and this is a team that can score 14, 15 and over.
And of course it's also the mental side of the game. They would have been so excited to be on TV for the first time. They were really pumped up for that game against Padova. There was huge celebrations afterwards whilst I was doing the man of the match interview with Hassan Mubashir, and having to then immediately, just 15 minutes later, get yourself refocused and playing again.
Right, here's Rajmani back on strike. One ball left in the over. Well, fair enough. Go for the big hit. It can be a very good bowler, Shoaib Awan, and that's a nice ball to finish with. Just, not something that Rajmani Singh could get onto. So 2 overs gone, and Palmer not doing any more than is necessary to keep up with the rate. 21 without loss, 100 needed in total to win.
It's not a bad start, but remember, of course, that 3 over power play with just 2 boundary riders allowed out presents arguably the best scoring opportunities of the innings. And Shoaib Awan desperate to rescue things for my co-commentator Kit Harris. He'd been so supportive of him coming on after that poor full toss from his first ball. Pulled it back very nicely, going for just 2 off the following 5. Shahzad is going to bowl his second. He's going to bowl both of his out of the way in the power play up top, and that's what he normally does in T20 as well. He bowls 2 at the top and 2 at the def, so I'm not surprised that they've used him in the first and third over of this innings, as they did against Padova.
And he's got a break because he's bowling to Javed. There's a chance here at the non-striker's end. If he hits, Anil Kumar wasn't able to. So now the challenge is on as Rajmani Singh, 15 off 9, is back on strike. Still just 2 men out on the boundary, of course, because it's the power play. And that's going to be 4. Easy as you like. Both of the fielders were set for the short ball on the leg side. There's no one outside the ring on the off. So as soon as it was the short ball on the off side, he just tucked into it. All you've got to do is hit it over the height of a man, and you found a boundary.
Well, it was out of view, but his captain Rajwinder Singh in front of us at mid-on, as soon as he saw that ball come down, before the batsman had even hit it, threw his arms up as if to say, come on, we have a plan, and this is not part of the plan. And in a vintage bit of follow the ball captaincy, they've put point out now.
Yeah. And that's lofted high with that huge follow through, and it's a maximum. 4 followed by 6. Let's look at that follow through. Oh, it's just glorious, that swing of the bat. Oh, so much poise and balance. And now Rajmani Singh is starting to show us what we saw in the first game. Successive boundaries.
He likes to hold the pose, doesn't he? I'm trying to remember a boundary today where he hasn't stopped as soon as he's finished playing the shot and just gone sort of counted in his head. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, the replays definitely picked me up. Yeah, there we go.
It's just showing he can be a touch player as well, and immediately set off, screamed yes, and therefore put pressure on Noor Mohammed, who wasn't able to gather cleanly. And that, in its way, in terms of cricket, of tactical cricket as a batsman, is just as good as the 6 down the ground, being able to take the single straight to the fielder just by putting pressure on him. Going to get more than just the 1 wide there. In fact, they're going to get bonus 4 wides. 1 for the wide ball and 4 more as it reaches the boundary. So that really is the last thing that anyone on the Rome team would want. I mean, he's a very good batsman. They've got to see bowling to Mahmoud Javed as something of an opportunity, if anything. He is the lesser of the 2 batsmen, despite being a very good one, and they need to try and keep him quiet. If they're going to feed wides down to him, it may as well just be bowling to Rajmani Singh at both ends. That's the single.
Well, if it keeps going at this rate, I already interviewed Rajmani Singh after game 1. If he keeps batting like this, we might well just have to just preempt the man of the match
yeah,
and book him in for every game.
He's
Just say, come and have a chat with us after every game.
He's taken 2 wickets, Michael.
Yeah, he certainly has. Yeah,
you've got his name on the card.
You knew exactly where I was going.
Last ball of the over. That's a good outcome, doubly so, because not only is it a dot ball to Singh, but also it means he doesn't retain the strike. So 3 overs gone, that's the end of the power play, and the score is 39 without loss.
He's been Royal Palmer's most economical bowler. He's picked up 3 wickets for them. He's also looking to repeat the heroics of that century. He's not going to score a century here because they need 100 to win, but score of substance would go a long way to taking his team home. Rajmani Singh doing his best to do that. We're in a good position after the power play. About where they'd want to be, 39 without loss. But now the sweepers can go out. Different phase of the game. We haven't seen much spin today. But we're going to see some here.
No, we're not. It's Dharamveer Kumar.
Pardon me. I'm talking nonsense.
I mean, he's not very quick, and it's probably no quicker than a professional spinner. But what you'll get from Dharamveer Singh is just bowls these little leg cutters, doesn't he? That rolls his fingers down the seam. You can see the grip he has there. Rolls the fingers down the seam. Just gets a little bit of movement away from the batsman. He was a very effective bowler in the first game of the day. It's bustling action. Just the single. So Javed very happy just to play second fiddle to Singh, just to rotate the strike and give as much of it as possible to the really explosive partner alongside him at the crease. And Dharamveer Kumar, what he does have is great accuracy, so he has to stick to his stock line and length. Just like that, that's very nicely done. Oh dear, and the batsmen are going to be able to get 2 here. That's unfortunate because the bowler did everything right. Yes, it's not me, it wasn't me, it was him. You can see the reaction there. Just overran the ball. Took his eye off it as the last moment, Nur Mohammed. And I suppose the last thing you need in that situation is a senior pro like Anil Kumar saying, "It wasn't me, boss." Singh back on strike. That's high. It's not a chance though. Nor is it 4 at least. But, despite that little fumble, the batsmen are restricted just to the single. So far we're seeing evidence, in spite of the presence of Rajmani Singh, that Rome do have a solid bowling attack. They were made to look good when Padova were batting. But you take Rajmani Singh's big hits out of the equation here. Roma are still a very capable and diligent bowling side. They're very effective. Oh, it's hit the batsman unintentionally. He's appealing for obstructed the field, which he won't get because the batsman wasn't even looking. Just have a look what happened here. Should get the wide. There, umpire signals the wide. The non-striker comes, Singh. The throw has hit the striker. The striker had no idea, of course, where that ball was. Wicketkeeper had a brief attempt at appealing for obstruction. So 2 wides is the result of all of that, and the ball has to be rebowled. Singh back on strike. That's so brainy. That is so brainy. When what they really expect him to do is to go for the big hit, he just defends it into the ring, not only getting the quick single straight away, but also a bonus run for the overthrow, because again, this is a little technical problem, is that the fielders, we've seen it before with Roma, when they're backing up, they back up in line, but they don't run in. So it takes enough time for the ball to get out to the fielder backing up that you can come back for the 2 anyway. When you're backing up, it's important to try and be on the single, so you've got to run into the wicket as well. Good ball. Ranveer Kumar just sticking to his line and length because that's what works for him, and he does get that little bit of nip off the seam. Swings it into the left-hander, just moves it off the seam fractionally away. I know he does it all at a tiny percentage of the pace of a genuine fast medium bowler, but it is nevertheless effective. Now that's gone very high, there isn't a fielder there, and it's got all the way. So it was just a little over-pitched on that occasion. Not quite the length ball, just a bit fuller and right into Rajmani Singh's hitting zone. Isn't that a gorgeous follow through?
Well, he always makes sure the cameras know exactly where he's ended up. I'd love to know. I might actually ask him, because it does seem like I'm destined to be having a second man of the match chat with him on the same day. Whether that's how he normally bats, or that someone has told him, mate, you're on TV today, there's 4 cameras, it's going out on fan code in the subcontinent, sports flick across the rest of the world.
It's going to be famous.
Make the most of it. When you hit a good shot, strike the pose and hold it. He's been magnificent, and it's already becoming very clear that Royal Palmer are very dependent on him, as they have been in T20 and 50 over cricket the last few years.
So 4 overs gone, 53 without loss. We're going to see Munib Niazi. He bowled second change in the previous game as well, and his 2 overs went for 4 and 9. He got a wicket. Very similar pace to the bowler we've just seen, Ranveer Kumar. But he has more seam than swing. He has the comparative pleasure of being able to start his over bowling at Mehmood Javed. Bowled his leg cutter there. Very lucky not to get caught for a wide there, don't you think? He says it's almost a little votive offering there of thanks to the umpire.
Yes, an offer of maybe buying him a snack.
Very kind, very kind.
All of dinner would be bribery, but a snack is okay. A chocolate bar, something like that.
All us bowlers know that. When you thank the umpire for a little bit of discretion first ball.
You've got to look after your umpires.
Javed just putting Rajmani Singh back on strike. The funny thing is, and a lot of cricketers will know this, when you open up with a loosener like that and the umpire says, oh, you know, it's a loosener, I'll let you get away with it, they then say, but don't bowl, if you bowl it again, I'll have to call it.
You think that's not how it should work?
How can
you can't have half a wide.
How can it
it's
not
either
be
a wide.
How can it not be wide the first time?
It's either a wide or
right.
it's not.
I'll just if you let me get away with it, I'll just bowl it there all day.
Yes, nature of umpiring and bowling.
The important thing about discretion and goodwill, I think, is that it must be taken advantage of.
Well,
right. Rajmani
your
Singh
words,
back on
not
strike.
mine.
Now that's very high. It's not quite catchable though. In fact, it's gone all the way. He barely.
Even his edges go for 6.
It was more off the face, I think. Yeah, it was. It hit it off the. Well, it was the toe, not the edge or the face. He hit it off the toe, not where he intended it. And another 6. It's remarkable, his bat speed. That's what it's all about.
Yep.
Huge backlift.
Pardon me.
Huge backlift, huge follow through, and to get from one end to the other of that swing, the bat speed is phenomenal.
15 sixes now. He's closing in on a half century here.
15 sixes in the day, we should say.
Yes.
43 he has. Just working it down the ground. Takes him to 44, and it is all very, very straightforward at the moment for Palmer. And Rome, well, they've gone pretty flat, haven't they, Michael?
Yep, they are about as flat as the pancakes at the hotel breakfast. Which, that's fine for a pancake, not so fine for a cricket team.
They're appealing for the catch there. There was a catch it as soon as it went past. He's given it after a long wait.
It's gone.
That does surprise me. He even seemed to look at the square leg umpire. Someone will always say catch it when it goes past. Yes, I think he did glove it, you know. It certainly seemed to lose pace. We might see a change in the travel of the ball here. No, we see nothing from that angle that helps us. It was a long appeal, but nevertheless, Mehmet Javed has been dismissed. He can't quite believe his luck in getting the appeal in the positive. First wicket goes down, 1 ball shy of the end of the 7th over, and Parma are 61 for 1.
Javed gone for a strange innings of 5 from 9 balls, most of which consisted of watching Rajmani crash it around at the other end. Harkmal Singh comes in at number 3, the vice-captain, and he himself is a very good 6-hitter. Cracked a 31 ball ton in a game last season.
Yeah, but you say he's a big 6-hitter, but this morning he looked in a complete mess. But that isn't messy, that's tremendous. Oh, he's had something rather more filling for lunch. He's off the mark with 6 runs. You see, we heard all about these 6s earlier on today, and he scratched around for 8 off 7 balls. Well, that was nearly an 8 in itself.
Cleared his front leg and determined to prove to my co-commentator that he is worthy of his number 3 spot in the batting order. Harkmal gets underway in style.
So 5 overs gone, 67 for 1. Rajmani Singh is still there and will have the strike, 44 off 20, and the equation is really no more complex than 33 off 30 for Parma to win.
Having said that, Royal Parma will be well aware that if Rajmani Singh goes, could get a mini collapse, a bit of panic sets in. Much stranger things have happened than for Royal Roma to win this match from here. But right now, they need a breakthrough. It's Rajmani they've got to get out, but both of these are big hitters.
It's spin! What time is it?
I can hear the excitement of the former Iceland international spinner next to me, Kit Harris.
It's 2:36 p.m. and we saw some spin.
Well, we have seen a couple of overs in, it was either game 1 or 2, but very little of it. Gurvinder Ram is on. His right arm offies. This is belted down the ground, bottom-handed, bisected long on and long off. 4 more, and Rajmani is just short of his half-century now. His 5th 4. Lovely crisp shot, meeting spin with the same disdain that he gives the seam. Finally a bit of spin on, immediately met with treatment. What's Ram got in reply? Does Rajmani go to his 50 in style? He's really held this back. Rajmani does go to his 50 in style. The style he's adopted all day, the only style he knows. Yet another 6. His 4th of this innings, his 16th of the day. It was so slow. He could have left it and taken the wide, but that wouldn't be Rajmani Singh's way of playing. And the Royal Parma Club president goes to his half-century. And he goes again. And he'll get 6 more. Back-to-back 6s. He's on to 60 now. They just can't stop him. They can't contain him. Nobody can here in Rome today. He's on fire, this guy. Just over the rope. 5 4s and 5 6s. He brought up his 50 off just 22 balls. Now, content to play a shot we've very rarely seen from him. A block. 4-6-6, so we weren't quite on for any 6-6s in an over sort of malarkey. Oh, that's a very good ball. He's got him. Rajmani's out. He is human after all. He does make mistakes like the rest of us. He was batting like an immortal today. 101 not out in game 1. And he goes for 60 off just 25 here. It is spin that does the trick.
Told ya.
It is spin that is the elixir. And it is spin that has got Rajmani Singh out. What a knock from the club president. The man who started Royal Parma as a club, was integral to it forming 3 years ago. And in their 3rd season, they're here on the ECS stage in Rome. But he having impressed so much today, is gone. Bowled by Kawindaram for 60 off 25 with 5 fours and 5 sixes. He ends today with just the 161 runs in the bank and just the 17 sixes. More than 100 runs in maximums alone.
Well, that's what we call in the spin bowling fraternity getting your checkbook out. He's gone for 16 runs in his first 3 balls. He's bought that wicket, but a wicket it is nonetheless.
Atik's first ball comes off his pad, so he won't get off the mark. End of the 6th over. And well, they have got the breakthrough belatedly. You see that final ball drifting down leg. The pads of Atik, and it did in fact dribble away for 4. Nobody down there at fine leg, no one in remotely the same postcode. So including those 4 leg byes, the overs ended up going for 24 runs. So the spin experiment brought a bit of everything. It did get the wicket of Rajmani, but surely too little too late. We've seen some improbable turnarounds here, but Royal Palmer need only 13 runs to win off the last 4 overs as Anil Kumar comes on, nicknamed Pandit, hence why you might hear what we're calling the players not quite matching up with what else you see on the shirts, because they're the only team that have got their nicknames on the back of their shirts. Standing ridiculously deep in his crease here, and that's why going to try and turn it into the leg side. He'll get 1. That is very much Harkamal Singh's style. Likes to stand so deep in his crease. His most common mode of dismissal last season was actually hit wicket.
No way.
Absolutely.
That's amazing. How many times did he get out hit wicket out of how many innings?
He was out hit wicket. I don't actually have the numbers, but I know he was out hit wicket in just shy of half of his innings. It was his most common mode of dismissal.
So just shy of half. So
once again, he went wider of the crease to try and cramp in for room. Instead, it's a wide. So he likes to stand so back deep in his crease, Harkamal Singh. It's informed by a good source in the camp. Some of his teammates have told him you can stay deep in your crease without being that far back, but
well, obviously he can't.
Trod on his stumps a few times, but when it works, it works in fine style. That's a very good ball, as good a ball as we'll see all week in terms of defensive bowling from Anil Kumar. Gets it inside the wide line by inches, but they're going to need a heck of a lot more where that came from. Just 11 to win here for Royal Palmer. It's very wide of the crease again, gets the nick. That is a classic cricketing dismissal. Beautiful stuff from Anil Kumar, very well bowled. Atik Uraman gone for 4 off 4 balls. Well, they might be about to lose this game. They probably will, Royal Roma. But they're not going down without a fight. They've managed to dismiss Rajmani in the previous over. And now Anil Kumar's got Atik Uraman. Another wicket goes down.
Yeah, you're right when you say it's a classic looking dismissal, because well, it was all just perfect, wasn't it? The ball just moving away, the batsman followed it, went for the drive off the back foot and got a nice thick nick to the keeper. And it's sad, isn't it? There are 3 players in the Palmer team: Shiraz Afzal, Gauravjit Mangat and Mehboob Ahmed, and I'm not really sure what they do, because they don't get to bowl and they don't get to bat. And here, of course, is the captain coming out to knock off the winning runs at number 5.
Here comes Anil Kumar. Very short, that's hit him. That could really hurt. We've seen quite a few spike up off this concrete turf.
It's not actually the captain, I spoke too soon. It is Mehboob Ahmed, number 22. So that's his first ball of the day. And if he played it any worse, it could very well have been his last. Ooh.
Strays down leg. Be on towards the victory target. Mehboob Ahmed, also, according to teammates, one of the very best 6 hitters in this Royal Palmer side. We just haven't seen him have the chance to show it yet.
He's got the chance now to finish it in a blow or two.
It's very, very full. This is a really good over from Anil Kumar. Lesser men could have come on and given the scenario, seen it as a mere formality. But instead, he's picked up a wicket, a really classy wicket, finding the edge outside the off stump of Reman's bat.
Now, captain going
He's conceded just 3 runs.
I'll make a prediction here. Captain going to give himself an over because you can't go for too many runs because it's only 10 to win. Do you remember in the last game?
We talked about tactical stats manipulation by bowling at the right time, and that is the privilege of the captain. You do all the admin, all the red tape nonsense, all the picking the team, sorting the 11s.
He's not going to. This is the perfect time for a tactical captain to come on when he wants a cheap wicket and not too many runs. Which is, he bowled the cheapest over in the previous game when it was all easy pickings against the lower order.
It's going to be Shoaib Awan.
He deserves a wicket. He bowled so well first up.
Only conceded 6 from his first over. Look at how deep he is in his crease once more. Swing and a miss. Awan adjusting to the very strange batting style. Sort of almost like a baseball hitter. He just stands so deep, poised and ready. You don't really expect any kind of deft batting with a stance like that and a backswing like that.
It's extraordinary, isn't it? Both feet between the bowling crease and the popping crease.
You see now why I said what I said. Hit wicket is a very regular mode of dismissal, and it's very much in play here. If he can bowl a bouncer that pushes him back, it'll tread on his stumps, or his bat might hit them on the downswing. That's a good ball, and that's very clever, and that's exactly what I've been calling for today with the bouncers. A proper bouncer bowled at pace at head height on this pitch is a real threat. And it's a bigger threat to Harkamal because he can't step back. He's got literally nowhere to go. He cannot play the pull shot if you bowl a proper bouncer like that. Stops in his run this time. I've never seen anyone bat quite like this.
Yeah, you're right. Is that any weight transfer he makes to the back foot has to be limited by the fact that he's only got about 10 centimetres to play with.
Again, that's a good bouncer. Harkamal actually did very well to adjust. Had to kind of jab it out to long on for a single where it's fielded by Kumar. There's one story that's the most comical story with him where he actually went so back deep in his crease that his bat on the backswing knocked all 3 stumps over.
I'd like to see that.
Oh, that's come off the outside edge and falls in front of point. They get through for a quick single. The luckless Awan not having things go his way. He's bowled a good over here. He bowled a good first over earlier on. Comes right off the top of the bat, off the outside edge. And that brings the unusual Harkamal Singh, the vice captain, onto strike. Turns 25 on Friday. He's got this very peculiar batting style. Look at how deep he is in his crease. Oh, he's not going to be tested much by that. That's a filthy wide, and the wicketkeeper does well to ensure that there's only 1 extra on top of the initial wide. It could have been 5 wides. It will instead be 2. Good diving stop up there from Mubarak Hossain. Creeping ever closer to the target, Royal Palmer. Runs required now into single figures. Again, it's been the Rajmani Singh show for Royal Palmer. 2 for 15 off his 2 overs, and then dominating with the bat up top. 60 off 25.
Oh, I think that's going to be a no ball. It is. It's as good as done then. 5 extras there, no ball and 4 byes, and a free hit. And well, there's not much you can do with a free hit in this situation because the extras themselves bring the score up to 99. So everything's level, Michael. 1 run to win, and a batsman with a little bit of oomph will try and do this with a 6 off a free hit. Why wouldn't you? Oh, that's disappointing.
Well bowled by Awan. I was just about to say they'll want this done as quickly as possible.
It's good for the run rate,
because of net run rate. And with 6 games in the group, you play each other in a round robin. We've seen so many times in these ECS tournaments, it is net run rate that it comes down to. And so collapsing and being all out in a run chase that you're well short of, rather than batting out the overs and getting what you can, or in this situation, failing to finish off the run chase quickly, can come back to haunt you. That's not what they'll want. Just wanting to, well, they've already dotted the I's. They've just got to cross the very last T.
So Munib Niazi has been given the daunting challenge of bowling at the very least a maiden, while ideally taking 5 to 6 wickets.
Good luck. And everybody's come in, so they're doing their best to delay the inevitable. And that will be the winning moment. It's an edged 4 through third man. And it's a comfortable victory in the end for Royal Palmer, who came into this tournament as one of the sides who we were really interested to look out for. They're only formed in 2018, but they've been pushing some of the top teams in Italian cricket in recent years, competing in the latter stages of big white ball competitions in Italy. And they're showing what they can do on this stage today. They have 2 wins from 2 now. They defeated the Pool A favourites Milan Kingsgrove in the first match of this tournament, and now in match number 3 they've won against Royal Roma Cricket Club, who could only put 99 for 7 on the board. Royal Palmer get there easily enough in the end, winning this match by 7 wickets. And again, it was all about one man really, Rajmani Singh, the man of the match, who I'll be off to have another chat with.
We go back now to the first innings, and you can see that gorgeous trademark swivel pull from Munib Niazi. But really there were only flashes of style and brilliance in an innings that faltered and started several times. Catching wasn't great, has to be said. That was the catch that really started to turn things round. Roma were batting. They managed to get up to 99 for 7, which really, on this very, very flat pitch, it's the better of the 2 different types of artificial pitch. It's not the one that's just on concrete. This is the higher quality pitch that sits on top of a kind of gravel on top of concrete, and it is really true and consistent bounce and pace. There's nothing in it really for the bowlers at all, and you've got to get more than 100 in order to win a game like this. 99 for 7 then was the total that Rome made, and Palmer in chasing, it was always going to be about one man. Pick of the bowlers for Palmer. Rajmani Singh himself took those 2 late wickets, including that wonderful Corton bowl to conclude the innings, 2 for 15. He had to go with his 1 wicket, bowling in the first game. It wasn't long before we saw him batting as well, and although comparatively he had a slow start, making just 17 runs off his first 8 balls, which for him represents something of a slowdown. It wasn't long before he really hit his straps, and once again, with no more than token support from Mehmood Javed, he raced his way to another rapid 50. This time it took him 25 balls to make 60 runs, added to his 36 ball 101 from the first game. Just check that out. 161 runs today from just 61 balls in 2 innings. But there were late wickets for Roma. Not quite enough to keep them in the hunt, not quite enough to give them a genuine opportunity, but at least the spin did see the end of Rajvani. It took 18 run over to do it, but you saw he was finally bowled by the off spin. Late wickets there of Atikur Rahman. Ultimately, Mehboob Ahmed and Harkamal Singh, in their contrasting ways, saw the team to the victory target of 100 to win. So the way we end it then is with Parma in Group A have played Milan and Rome and beaten them both and therefore topped the table. And Rome, who went into this game having beaten Padova, have now lost to...
So there was only going to be one man who was man of the match for the second time today. Rajmani Singh, 60 off 25 balls, as Royal Palmer made it 2 wins from 2. Quite an achievement for a cricket club that were only formed in 2018, but are really making their mark here on the European Cricket Series stage in Rome. Should mention as well, we took 2 for 15 with the ball, and he's the club president. Rajmani, is there anything you don't do for this team?
No, I think I'm lucky because they see potential in me, for everything. They put, responsibility in me. Just go there, play responsibly. And I think now I'm actually hit and I'm used to it, And I like to do my job for my team. Anything can I do, I'm always ready for them. Just they should win. I can do everything for them. So that's it.
And of course, we've seen how destructive you can be with the bat today, but people might not know that you were a big part of this club being formed. How much does it mean to you to have started this club back in 2018? This is only your 3rd season playing in Italian cricket, and you're already making such an impression. 2 wins from 2 today with the world watching. Is this a dream come true?
Yeah, definitely. It's a dream come true for us, It was just, I can't explain my feeling right now because when we formed our group, our club, never thought that we going to play such a big platform like European cricket. We just started playing cricket for enjoy, But slowly the boys, doing well. So we thought, we can do that good. So we're just trying. Still lots of area to improve, like fielding. The boys are doing well, but still lots to improve. And we are learning this new thing, and it feels good.
Is this the best day of your cricketing life?
I will say yes. Last 2 years I was just trying to do like exercise and trying to get 100. Last like 2 months ago, I missed on 100. I made it 88 run in a 2020 match, and I was so disappointed. And getting 100 on such a big platform was just like a dream come true. I think it's the best day of my life, and I can't forget this day. It's just can't get better than this.
But of course, you'll hope that Sunday can top it. Super Sunday, the finals day. If you can get in the top 2, then you'll be in those semi-finals. After today, I'd assume that you'd think that not only can you get through, but top pool day, there's nothing for you to fear.
Yeah, definitely. We will try to win the finals, and then that will be my best day when we will win finals and lift the cup. So definitely, it's really good.
Congratulations to Rajmani Singh. He's Royal Palmer's best bowler. He's their best batsman. He hit 17 sixes today, and for good measure, he's the club president. He pretty much does everything for them except for make the teas. He'll be back tomorrow. He was the star of day 1. 2 wins from 2 for Royal Palmer. We'll see you shortly for match number 4 from day 1.
Here for the European Cricket Series. Last game of the day, we've got Kingsgrove Milan versus Padova Cricket Club. Now, both teams have played one today and they've both lost, so they'll be very keen to register their first win for the tournament. Kingsgrove is a home team, so you'll flip the coin. Padova, you'll call. Which one? Head tail. Good, let's do it. Tail is the call. And it's a tail. You're going to bat first?
Yes.
Why are you going to bat first?
Because of the light, coming light and bad light.
You want to get out there and post a total and not have to be batting in the dark.
Yeah. We were to put about 100 runs with 100 runs.
Okay, good luck, mate. Hope you have a good game. Cheers, buddy. All right, so you're in the field. Yeah. How do you feel about that?
I already chosen to, if I was winning, to bowl first, so it's nothing new. Yeah, we leaked a lot of runs in the first game, so we're trying to bowl our best and to restrict them under low score as possible.
You must have been a little bit disappointed with the first game. We were looking to register a win in this one, I'd imagine.
Yeah, we got 120. Even they had the most hitters in the team and they scored 144. I think we are just short of few shots, so it's nothing about the batting, I think so. But we have to be carefully with our bowling, so bowling with the dead bowling, so trying to do our best.
Okay, well, good luck. Have a good game. Cheers, mate. So Padova Cricket Club have won the toss and they have chosen to bat.
Padova winning it. They chose to have a bat in this match number 4 of the European Cricket Series Rome 2.0. We had the first edition for a week at the start of September, but now we've got a load of brand new teams for the second edition. And these are two teams desperate to record their first win. Milan Kingsgrove in the field. They lost in match number 1 to Royal Parma. Padova winning the toss and choosing to have a bat. They fell well short, chasing 144 against Royal Roma in match number 2. They actually only got just over halfway to the target. Michael McCann, it's fantastic to have you with us, wherever you are across the world, for this game, joining us. First ball set to get underway. Rico Full is alongside me. Power play, of course, scoring opportunities galore. Padova will try and capitalise early on, having won the toss and elected to bat. Team changes for both sides. As it will be Hunain to get us going for Kingsgrove. It's a very aggressive full toss. Might be a no ball on height. Instead, the non-striker has to hurry back. Confusion in the Padova batting ranks. Not the start that you really want. It was Nuwan Samira, who himself hit 28 off 11 in the first game. He was nearly run out without facing. Well bowled again, beats him outside the off stump. It's too hot for the keeper to handle either. He's unable to pick it up. So early problems for this opening pair, caused by Hunain Hamid. See, they're just hitting that back of the length, exposing the batsman's lack of footwork.
Yeah, he's not moving his feet at all. He's got to get move on. Got to get that foot right across.
Not a bad bouncer. He's actually going to concede 4 or 6, waiting for confirmation. It's a 1 bounce 4. We banged it in short, but maybe a bit too wide. Well, yeah, it actually was a bit too wide. And it's the first boundary of this 4th match. Nishan Kavinda gets it.
Yeah, very wide ball. Faced. Just reaching. I think it would have been a call wide if he didn't get to it.
Well, the signal's been changed from a 4 to a 6. We weren't sure it was on the far side from us. And it's the first 6 of this game. Nicely bowled. Swinging into the batsman, cramping him for room. Quick single brings Nuwan Samira on to strike. Main man for Padova, their best player, top wicket taker and run scorer this season. He opens the batting and the bowling, so he really does get value for his membership subs when he plays. Nain Hamid opening up for Padova. Oh, that's a huge shout, surely gone, well not given. This looked a very, very decent shot indeed. Possible overthrows and also possible inside edge as well. Well, I'm not sure there was an inside edge actually. On seeing that replay, a very good shout, and Hanain Hamid possibly unlucky. Wide of the crease, and he's just given the benefit of the doubt right on that wide line. That's almost one of those, Rico, you'll know as a qualified umpire, it almost as much as anything else comes down to whether the umpire's in a good or bad mood. Whether he fancies giving that.
But that's the areas that a lot of the bowlers, I think, are going to have to concentrate on. This wicket's got something to give. If you put it in the right areas, bowl it short of the length, and you're aiming for those lines, it's going to make it very difficult for the batsman. I think we're going to see quite a few that are going to go up in the air towards the third man area. They won't mind that. You get the fielders in the right place. See the next bowler getting ready to come, just marking up his run up. And we're going to see Zahid Chima. We know what an important man he is for his side.
Chima didn't really get it right in game one. When he does, he's without doubt Milan's best bowler. Saying that, his last two balls were both wickets at the back end of the innings. That's a decent start from Chima. It's met with a swipe across the line that, because of the power play, goes for 4. Well, this wasn't the worst ball in the world by any stretch, but he knows that any clean shot over the leg side is very likely to bring him 4. So Samira chances his arm, and the fielder trying a scything tackle that in a game of football these days would definitely be a red card. Goes over the rope. Komi was trying to save it. That's a good reply from Chima. Just pulled his length back a bit so that that swipe across the line, meeting the ball at the pitch of it, couldn't be played again. Just see, it means that it's rearing up. And Samira really should have given that one a bit more respect.
Yeah, Numan Samira just trying to swing big, hit. He knows the men are in. Inside this power play, trying to hit over the top.
Missed outside the off stump. That's good from Chima. This is a proven fast bowler who is a very capable performer. We haven't seen his best yet today. Game 1 took 2 for 22. When he came back for his second over, we saw more of the in-swinging Yorkers and control that we're used to from him. Ball by Chima again, hitting that back of a length. Little off-cutter. Caught Samira out, so we have to settle for a leg by.
Yeah, Chima there opting to go into him. I was hoping, you mentioned the Yorker, I think when you've got a batsman who's had a few swings like Numan Samira did, I think what you want to be doing there is saying, okay, well, I'm going to put this on, right, bang it right in there, right in your middle stump. Are you going to play the same shot, or are you going to change the shot?
It's nice stuff again from Chima. Back of a length, outside of the off stump. He's got a 5-4 field. Third man is out, as is deep mid-wicket. So, although he is bowling outside of stump, and that's traditionally where you like a bowler to do so, any convincing hit in front of square on the offside from Kavinda probably brings him 4. But he's only been eyeing up the deep mid-wicket boundary where there is a sweeper. that goes through him. He was aiming for that Yorker, just didn't quite hit it to Chima's frustration. It still bisected the batsman and the stumps. Well, if it hadn't have swung in, it would have definitely hit the leg pole.
That was the ball that I was searching for. That's the one I was asking about. You know what the batsmen are doing? Both these batsmen are playing the same way. Put one right up there and see how they're playing the change of style.
But one does have to be careful, because often people watching white ball cricket will scream at their television sets to fast bowlers, just bowl Yorkers, just hit the stumps, just bowl Yorkers. And that's great, but if you miss your Yorker by the tiniest bit, then you are right in the slot to get pummeled for 6. And if you're going to keep trying to bowl that same ball over and over again, you're going to get eminently predictable. That's a wild wide, superb wicket keeping. Superman, Clark Kent behind the stumps. What a dive this was from Sadif to save it. He had no right to stop this. Just look at this from Sadif Faharaja. One-handed takes it and then turns around. I was almost expecting to finish at the top like the people doing the Olympics routines with his hands above his head waiting for the judges' score. Magnificent. Well, that would have been a wide, but he instead had a go at it. It is the power play after all. I mentioned any half-decent hit through the offside will probably get him 4. He's instead run out on the second. He is run out. Oh, that's gorgeous fielding. Well, they really are on fire, Kingsgrove Milan. I don't know what they've had as a late afternoon snack, but they've got a pep in their step.
It may have been superb fielding, but the running was awful. You'll see that again. Both of them, no communication at all. They just stood there looking.
But you've got to give the fielding side credit. That is absolutely ruthless stuff. The bowler gets to the stumps and takes it off immediately. And Padova lose their first wicket to the run out. And so Hossain steps out to join Samira. Rishan Kavinda run out. Is Damif Kosala, the new batsman. And then continuing his second over. Wider of the crease this time. This time we'll get 2 to the team mid-wicket sweeper. Might have thought twice, having just had the run out, but there was always 2 there, and they rightly took it on.
Both these teams been wanting to perform well here. Played one, lost one. They want to register a win. One of them will. Playing it down the leg side again. So yeah, which one of these 2 teams is going to end the day without a win? Played 2, lost 2.
And of course, with this format, you do have time to get back. 6 games, you play each team twice in the pool stage, but if you're 0 from 2, it is a long way back. Short back of a length, skied up, surely taken, is taken, caught and bowled. Well bowled by Hanayan Hamid. The short ball, the batsman onto the pull shot very, very early and could only spoon it in the air. It's the big wicket in this Padova lineup. Nuwan Samira, you can see he's trying to fetch that from a yard outside the off stump. Simple caught and bowled. So Padova's key batsman and go-to all-rounder, Nuwan Samira, departs for just 8 of 8 balls. And they're 18 for 2. Damir Kosala hasn't even faced a ball yet, the number 3. And he's joined out there by Akash Handon, the left-hander, the 18-year-old who can hit a long ball. Will be a left-hand, right-hand combination, which can be awkward for bowlers, but right now, just got to steady the ship.
Yeah, they're in a bit of a pickle. 2 wickets going in this over. The run out, which was a real mess. And that one, a total miscue. The easiest of caught and bowls for the bowler, Hani Hamid. Well, he certainly made an impact into this, his team, Milan Kingsgrove.
His right arm over to the left-hander. He's given a bit too much width. And there's some good fielding out there. Bit of football skills does the trick. must say, I've also got a lot of time for Hanain Hamid's shirt. So we do try and be as professional as we can here at the European Cricket Series, but this is distinctly village. So he's borrowed this shirt from his brother Hasib because he's left his shirt at home. And what he's had to do is he's had to stick his name on top of Hasib's. Just look at that there. He's had to make a little sign and stick it on top. Got a lot of time for that. That's full. Flicked away off a combination of bat and pad. They'll get one down to fine leg. And, well, thankfully for Padova, Hanain Hamid's ability with the ball is much better than his ability to dress himself or turn up with the correct clothing here today.
Well, Michael. I mean, it could be worse. You've seen a lot of players just get a bit of duct tape and put it on there. At least he's gone and been a little bit imaginative.
He certainly has, yeah. Oh, the effort ball, the grunt as well. More often seen from a tennis player than in cricket. Finishes with a double thumbs up. Nicely done by Hanain Hamid. 17-year-old completes his 2 overs in the power play. 15 for 1. He's one of 2 changes. He's come in for his brother Hasib Hamid Ansari, who got a thanks for coming in their first game, didn't bat or bowl. And the other change for Milan from game 1 is Gohar Nisar, who had a bit of a difficult time of it. Has been rotated out. Ijaz Yassin comes in. Only one alteration for Padova. Musuru, who picked up that nasty looking left hamstring strain and limped off mid-over in the first match, comes out. And Rodrigo comes in for Padova. Shendra Rodrigo. So it's like for like tactical changes in both senses. We're out of the power play, so they could put a few more men out, and that's exactly what Padova have done.
And this is the other young man. Now you're talking about the duct tape. You see what I mean? Now look, what looks better? The imagination from Hanain Hamid, or the sort of white paint artistic touch to the back of his shirt.
I feel like we should. We're heading into another soliloquy here. We've talked about sort of judges rating celebrations today, rating catches in terms of looking aesthetically pleasing. Also need maybe some judges, some scores out of 10 for that shirt. Good short ball. Oh well, it's been wided, maybe just over head height. But I don't mind that if I'm a captain. If you're going to bowl a short ball, bowl it properly, bang it in, try and get it up at that helmet, intimidate the batsman. And I'd argue maybe this looks higher than it is because the batsman's ducked a bit. Oh, that replay suggests it probably marginally just about was a wide. I like the intent though. Let's go short again, that's good. Up into the armpit. Get up into that armpit. It's really difficult to do too much of it apart from just jabbing away.
You say if you were the captain. If I was a captain, I wouldn't have been too happy with the first one. I just think he banged it in far too short. It was always going to be, on this wicket, always going to be a wide. That one, that's more like it, because that one is worrying. The batsman has to play. He has to take evasive action. And now he's thinking, right, I've had 2. Where's this one going to be? And can the bowler, Nima, put this one right, get that Yorker in now. This will be the good finish. It's gone in the air.
Well, it was actually in the slot to go, but it's been mistimed and they've run into each other. Oh, Chima and Hanain having a bit of a nightmare. They're now having a big old discussion. It's a double teapot. Hands on hips for both players, looking at each other. A real lack of communication. Like a relationship that's coming towards the end where no one wants to talk to each other anymore. There really wasn't much communication here. They weren't on the same wavelength. They're still not talking now. Oh, that's very full. That's well bowled. Missed outside the off stump. Well, the recriminations are still going on from that catch between Chima and Hamid. They've both got hands on hips at long off, long on and mid off. Pardon me. Youngster Hamid trying to encourage. Chima, the fast bowler, is still not happy. Right arm around. Sived away through cover point. Bottom-handed thump. We'll only get 1 though that time. Handon.
Yeah, the young bowler will be frustrated. We were just talking about him doing a good bit of work with the short ball. And then we were saying he needs to get one up there. He did. Rather than go for the Yorker, he put the slower one in. Should have had his man. He'd be very disappointed. And I say thumbs up to him for even thinking to do that.
Oh, he's beaten him. Again, magnificent keeping from Superman behind the stumps. He's taken a couple of really good ones with his left glove. This one was in his right, Sadif. Well, why use two gloves when you can use one? Taken straight in the mitt. Very good keeping from that man in shot. This is a very difficult pitch to keep on. Bounces up so high, even when the ball might look pretty full on camera. Aiming for the stumps this time, nudged away. They're thinking of two. And he's got hit there in attempting the run. This is nasty. I'd be surprised if the physio doesn't come on to have a quick look. A bit of ice. I was saying skipping through. Well, they'll be pleased to have not got run out. But ouch, that is nasty. On his right arm. Takes the blow. You can see the grimacing. That really did hurt. Taking his time, getting himself together. Joy Pereira, the Italian national team captain, having a bit of a laugh and a joke with the two batsmen. Great to see the spirit of cricket very much. Of course, all the games today have been played in a very good way.
Yeah, been played in a great atmosphere. This, the fourth game of today. And the great thing is, if you've enjoyed it, wherever you're watching, whether it's via Fan Code or Sports Flick, well, you'll be pleased to know that we'll have a repeat of every one of these fixtures tomorrow, Michael. It's the same again, isn't it?
Yes, it is literally Groundhog Day. Except we'd like to think quite a good Groundhog Day. Better than the film, anyway. So spin into the attack. We haven't seen much spin in any of the games today. Just taking a bit of time to set his run up. Dinuk Samara Wikrama. In the first game. Came on first change and conceded 27 from his two. A single from his first ball here, just nudged away. Really haven't seen much spin today from any of the teams. There's a perception sometimes in white ball cricket in particular that the spinner is more likely to get hit, but again beats him. We've seen across 500 odd matches of this European cricket series that spin when bowled well really is mightily effective, and when you've got pace on the ball, often even the miss hits go for 4 or 6. And Kit Harris, who's not actually on commentary right now, is beaming next to me that I've mentioned that. Really has been a shot. There's been little to no spin. Now look at this guard. We've seen some strange ones today. He's stepping a long way across. You can't see any of the stumps. And just hits this straight to point. They're running. This is ambitious. Direct hit definitely would have been gone. Chima does the backing up. Really pushing the running here, Padova, which is strange because in game one their running was not particularly impressive at all. But if you're going to run a quick single, it's a good idea to run it in a straight line.
And you've got to go straight away as well.
That's lovely spin bowling from Dinuk. Knows his angles. Right arm off spinner to the left hander. That's his channel. That's where he wants to be. That's quicker, flatter, shorter though. There to go, 6. It's gone over the wider fencing perimeter as well towards our TV production engine room that's keeping this broadcast up and running. There to go, and go it did. Deliberately hit low to high on it. Wasn't going to miss out on that, David Kosala.
Picked it up very quickly. Saw it was shorter, got low, got right under it. Good, clean hit, 6 runs.
Beats him. And just look at, again, I mentioned it earlier, how much this ball comes up He actually has to take it at shoulder height. It's not particularly short at all. And look at the bounce. That's really good keeping. Comfortably the best wicket keeper we have seen today. Absolutely no doubt about that.
Yeah, you've got to be a brave man on a wicket like this with this bounce to step back. And it's one of those wickets where it almost is the slower the spin bowler, the more bounce you're going to get on it. It's just one of those. And for a wicket keeper to be able to see that when you've got the batsman in front as well and take it like that, that's class work. Very classy.
Slower the spin blower.
Oh,
You're dreaming of getting that hair on a shampoo and a hairdryer tonight, Rico.
Don't you start. I've done weirder things, you know.
Right, so halfway point. Padova crawling along to 33 for 2, but that 6 might help to finally get them going. Brought Kasala into double figures. Asad Ali to bowl. Well, he's got him. What a strange situation that was. Everybody stood around. Time was frozen. And then everyone realised, yes, he has played on. The batsman took an age to walk off. Walk off he must.
Yeah, he's discussing with himself. Samiullah, the bowler, he gets it. It's one of the things we've been saying. Focus on the area around and outside the off stump. Get the batsman to play and taking the pace of the ball, and that's a good example. Trying to force it through, trying to play the big shot, making a mistake, banging it on 2 stumps.
And a wicket with his very first ball in the tournament. He wasn't used in match number 1 when Palmer racked up 144 against them, and Harris and I were wondering why they didn't turn to spin. We're seeing all the more good reason why they should have done. Samiullah gets Akash Handon. Out of a 33 for 3 now. Nicely bowled again by Sami, but just turning too far down the leg side. With that amount of turn, you've got to adjust and start it outside the off stump. An extra to the tally, the 5th wide of the innings.
Once more, just
better. That's just about okay.
No, that's not better. How can that be better? It's down the leg side. It's a wide ball.
I might have to agree to disagree. That's a poor ball. Short down leg. Should have been hit before, really. Instead, it's miscued to the fine leg fielder. Asad Ali, the new batsman, is off the mark. 23-year-old. He turns 24 next week. Brings the left-handed Kosala back onto strike. Their top run scorer this season. They really need something from him. That's nicely bowled. We find the sweeper at long off. Singles are really not enough here.
Samiullah, nice start from him. He's making the batsman play. A couple of extras. I like the way he's drifted the ball in. This one a bit flatter. The batsman, for some reason, stopping his shot. You just thought if he followed through with it and made good contact, he could have split those 2 fielders.
So 1 ball left of the 6th over. And this has been a brilliant over of spin so far. Just 4 runs scored from it. He's picked up another wicket. Only had 3 boundaries in the entire innings. Does he go for a much needed boundary? No. Plays it out to extra cover, fielded by Joy Pereira. So at the end of the 6th over, Padova really struggling here. Damiv Kosala with 11 off 11, which is not ideal. Asad Ali on 2 off 3 at the other end. Kosala is the only batsman to make it into double figures. The run rate is only just above a run a ball, which is slow for a T20 game, never mind T10. And Padova have got to do something about it if they're not going to be 0 from 2 at the end of today. 37 for 3 off 6.
Yeah, that's very below par, isn't it? And what we're seeing here is a good example. Take the pace off, have your fielders in the right place and keep just applying the pressure. They're going to have to hit the ball hard, hit it sweet to beat these players now. Didn't continuing, just reshuffling his field a bit, bringing the man in up to square leg. I think that's a good move. Doesn't have to get too defensive. Still wants to take the wickets. Well bowled, fired that one in a bit quicker to the left-hander. Dimmoth, Kostler. This is good stuff at the moment, just a single. And you can tell the pressure is on them. Their camp is very quiet. Not too much happening. Not too much motivation coming their way at the moment.
We know what, you could almost tell everything going on with the momentum of one of these games. If you turned up at the ground, shut your eyes, didn't watch any of the cricket and just listen for the roars, because when it comes from the batting tent, the batting tent's are loud, it tells you a lot. They've been quiet as field mice. And they'll continue to be missing out on deliveries like that. Took his eye off the ball. Just watch this. That was nowhere near the ball. He's turning, but he's swinging so hard. Can't really see the wood from the trees. Oh, that's a good shot.
Hold of that one. That's gone all the way. It's about time they needed one. That's a big one. Kitna badda shakka. Ek ho gaya, thodi aur hale chahiye. They need a few more of those to really kickstart this innings and get the runs on the board. And you just see the difference there. The ball before that, he totally lost his balance. He went all the way down the leg side. He was hanging his bat out there to try and do something with it. This one, there was a little bit more movement, got into line, and was able to get balance correct, and all of the weight went behind the ball. 6 runs, good hit. So the end of the 7th, 46 for 3. So really, they've got to be looking at minimum 10 of every over. Anything less just won't do for them. It's a good hit. Fielder going across. He's not going to get there. 4 runs. So finally starting to play some shots. This time Asad Ali waited for it. A little bit too short. Puts it away.
So the 50 up for Padova. Belatedly so at the start of the 8th over.
There we go, right under it, good catch, there goes the wicket. It was a good little flurry of boundaries, but in the end, well, the catch taken by Hani Hamad.
Your favourite man.
My favourite man, does the job.
Does the job on the back of his shirt, does his job in the field.
And you see, that's the thing, everybody knows who he is. He's got his name.
Oh, no, I love it. I love it. He turns to his brother. He says, you haven't batted or bowled in the first game. I'm playing in the second game. By the way, I'm having your shirt. I'm going to rewrite the number from 26 to 20. And I'm going to put a little bit of paper over because my name's more important than yours.
It might be in lights tomorrow. You never know.
Absolutely. Part of me was wondering if he was playing badly, would he take the name back off? Let people think it was his brother after all.
That's in the air. Oh! Well, there was a spectacular effort there. And it's gone all the way for 4 runs. For one moment here, Michael, I thought he was going to get a hand to this. Did his legs go from under him? No, it was clearly over him. Good effort there.
No, that would have been some Ben Stokes level stuff.
That would have been a super duper catch for the left-hander. He's now gone a little bit behind, backward point. Hit it well. Is it going to go all the way? It does indeed. Put your hands up in the air, umpire. That's 6 runs.
Well, it's all happening here. The last 5 balls, 6-4, wicket 4-6. It got to that point where something had to give for Padova. And it has, because Sala breaking the shackles. Fancy footwork now, and he'll get 4 more quite probably. He does.
Chokka ho gaya. Feeling very cautious, Gipti, but couldn't get there. Nice shot, 4 runs. So all of a sudden this acceleration, where was it earlier? Has it come too late? Well, I believe it has. If they can carry on though, taking 15, anything 15 to 20, it's possible. This is T10. They're taking the attack finally to the bowlers.
100 still looks a long way away. Fighting their way back.
Good batting, clever. He's the main man, he's hitting it well.
Oh,
takes a single. Nearly losing his footing.
Joy Pereira doing the fielding. It got a wicked bounce off the edge of that AstroTurf. It can sometimes happen. It hits the edge of the AstroTurf, flicks up. Luckily for them, Chima was alert at long on. Did the job, so the end of a boundary laden over where everything was happening. 19 runs and a wicket. Padova up to 65 for 4. And what did I tell you? Close your eyes, listen for the batting tent. We haven't heard them pretty much all innings, and we've just heard them with some shouts of encouragement in the last few balls for the first time in a good while.
Yeah, bowling change, and this is a good call. There was a chance they could have risked another spinner, but the way these two batsmen, or especially the left-handers, going after the spin, put the pace back on. Crucial stage. Dimith Colossa. That's quick.
That's
Very
a great
quick.
bouncer. Well, the batsman's doing the full-on wide appeal. Dimith Kosala. It's just looked like a perfect bouncer from our point of view. Definitely not if you have to face it. Man known as Nimna for short on. Talented teenager, just 17, charging in. He's come down here. Oh, he's turned it down.
He's obviously deciding he wants to
fancies
strike.
himself.
He does, he fancies, and that's going to, well, that will fire up this young bowler even more.
Yeah.
I think he's going to...
You think I'm easy to hit?
It's going to be dancing.
You wait and see, sunshine.
It's a little bit of dancing going to be happening here. You know, I'd like to have a speed gun to see how quick he bowls.
Here's Nimna. Oh, ho, ho!
He's got hold of that, and we even have a crowd catch as well. What a beauty that was. He picked that up early. He knew it was coming. He's saying, you want to dance? I'll dance with you. Take that.
Well, if you're going to turn down a single, you've really got to back that up. Otherwise, you look a bit silly with the world watching. But worked out well enough.
So what's the reply? Is he going to put it right up there? And he comes. Slower ball. That's good bowling. Clever. Very good. He saw that Divitt moved earlier. Puts the slower ball in. You're looking at me with that puzzled look. Tell me.
We in the commentary box, we try and analyse things and be analytical and tactical. That was just an awful waist-tight full toss. He just missed it.
No. What you didn't see is he moved far too early. I think it was clever bowling. Saw the batsman move, put the slow ball in. This one, he's got hold of it. It's in the air, man coming across. I don't think he's going to get there. 4 runs. Little legs patrolling that boundary.
Can we read that one was
Couldn't
a
get
waist-tight full toss?
Yeah,
that should have gone.
That one should have gone, and it did. Didn't go for the maximum, but 4 runs is a boundary.
Well, he's giving them a chance here, Damir Kosala. This is still going to be a below par total. They're in the game.
Oh, loving that. That's nice, that's sweet, that's juicy. Middle of the bat, and he's rocking and rolling on his way to a 50 here.
Yep, and we do everything for teams and the federations and everyone to be as accommodating as we can here at the European Cricket Series. And to that end, Sam Williams, a member of the European Cricket Network team, has run 30 yards off the bat as soon as he saw that one hit to save the fielder in trouble. We really do our best to look after everyone as well as we can, and saving the fielders the ignominy of having to go and fetch it a fair old way is only part of the silver service here.
And how about this? After 6 overs, 37 for 3, 8 overs gone, 81 for 4. What a remarkable turnaround. And all thanks to this man, Dimith Kosala, 49 of 25. He's at the non-strikers end at the moment, but he ain't finished yet. And while all of this has been happening, Radhik Suran has not faced a ball. This is his first ball. Unbelievable.
He's just been watching.
Watching and admiring, but has he learnt something? Let's have a look. We'll see. Kick single, that's what they need. They need him on strike. He's on 49. Will we see another half century completed here today? What a day for the batsman.
Well, the cheers for the single were as loud as any cheers we've heard for any of Kasala's 5-6s. They know what they want. They want this half century. They want this celebration. But the leg side boundary is now being ringed. So, does he go for the single? Does he think of the fact that there's a televised 50 on offer for him? Or does he just keep going? Does he try and hit a 6-6? The leg side boundary's ringed. Here we go.
Oh, well,
he's turned it down.
Unbelievable.
He's turned down the 50. If he gets up for 49 now, he's going to be kicking himself.
I could understand if we were here in the very final and he needed, like, I don't know, 12 runs or something, and say, no, I've got to stay and I've got to hit it big, I've got to hit the boundaries. But at this stage of the game,
you could argue it's quite selfless, in a way.
You could. Depends what happens with this next ball, really. Full toss, that'll go for 4 runs. Not the best of deliveries. And well batted indeed. Top effort. He had to really accelerate when, well, at one point, I must admit, we didn't think it was going to be possible. Were they going to be able to get anywhere near 100? I didn't think so, especially when you're looking at 37 for 3 of 6.
50 up for Kasala, 53 off just 27 balls at a strike rate a touch below 200, 4 4s and 5 6s. It's given them a chance.
Yeah. Certainly has. 2 more big blows here. He's going to push for 2. He's got to really, hasn't he? Even though he's running at the danger end. Not the best of throws. Not very clever cricket there from the man who's hiding his name with a bit of white paint.
Yes, Nimna fielding out at long on. The wicketkeeper here, look at this acrobatic take. He did really, really well to gather it and have a go. If that would have been a direct hit run out, that was some MS Dhoni level stuff. He's been superb. He's been a joy to watch here, Sadif, behind the stumps.
Should be a straightforward catch here. The man running backwards, no. He didn't look comfortable, did he? In the end, I don't know what's going on here. It's all comedy of errors. Is there going to be a wicket in the end? Yes, there is. It's finally a run out. Well, catch went in the air, went down. Then one batsman stood at one hand, just looking at it. And it was Hafith Belintuda who put the catch down. But then he threw it to one end. 2 batsmen were literally staring at each other saying, what are you doing here? Get to the other end. The throw came, and in the end, well, after all that, what they did manage to do, at least get another 1 run.
And again, some really sharp work by my favourite man, Sadif Haraja, behind the stumps, who's been comfortably the best wicketkeeper that we've seen all day.
Yes.
So Kima to continue. What can they get from the last ball?
That's well hit. Kuda should. He does. It was one of those awkward bounces there, Michael. Once again, will be another run out by your favourite man.
He's had a very, very clean 10 overs behind the stumps. He completes it with a run out. No byes, which is always the first mark of a good keeper. Some very tidy stuff when it comes to the despairing end of innings situations. Dummy of Kosala hitting it out to long off. They tried to get back for a second. You do have to wonder why on the final ball they were pausing, wondering whether to come back for 2.
Oh, yeah.
It really shouldn't be a dilemma in any way, shape or form. The unselfish end of innings sacrifice very much necessary. But run out completes the innings. So they end up with 90 for 6, which doesn't sound great in isolation. But when you remember they were 37 for 3 after 6, they added 53 from the last 4. It's actually a half decent effort.
It is good effort, but mainly through from one man really. We're just watching some of those highlights here. Early on, some nice shots. We see this one here where there was a a race to the boundary, but in the end all they could do was kick the ball over. 1-0 this side. This was the run out. This was where it all sort of went downhill from early on. Real mix up and very, very good work there from Nimna. Kept his cool. And there, after that, there was a few blunders there. That one could have been nasty. So many times you've seen players run into each other. But this was all about one man after that. And that was a left-hander. Played a beautiful innings. Damit Kostal, 57 of 30. And when you look at that scorecard, other than him, no other player got to double figures. In fact, 7 was the highest any of the others got. So that shows you the quality and also the importance of his innings. And there again, another fine shot. Now obviously 90, the target is a 91. Now Milan, Kingsgrove in their loss earlier to Royal Palmer, who piled on the runs against them. They managed to get to 121 for 7, so they will be feeling that this target should be something that they should be fairly comfortable in getting to. Well, it's a different team, they're going to have to face different bowling, and what this team will have to do, Pardova, they will have to make sure that that their seam bowlers bang the ball in, because that's what seems to be working. No freebies, nothing pitched up, not allowing the batsman to drive, and also I think apply a little bit of pressure early on while you've still got the runs and the ball to play with. Take the pace off it, toss the ball up and let the batsman make the mistake. They've got nothing to lose. They're about, for me, at least 20 runs short on the target, so they've got to come out fighting and they've got to bowl and field out of their skins. And another very important thing they've got to do, they've got to take every single chance they get. The ball goes in the air, it's got to be snapped up. If they do that, they've got a chance. Anyway, we shall be right back, Rico Fall and Michael McCann, to see how this one turns out. So just to remind you, the target Milan's Kingsgrove have to chase is 90, so they need 91 for victory. We'll be right back.
for the final time today. Welcome once again to Rome, Spinacetto to be precise. This beautiful new cricket ground, which across this week will be home to 27 T10 matches between 8 teams. For now, we've got to find out who the 4 will be to make it to the semi-finals and to Super Sunday. 2 from Pool A and 2 from Pool B. Here we go with the first ball of the run-chasing game 4. It's a dot ball, nicely bowled by Nuwan Samira, who opens the bowling and the batting for Padova. Very much their key man, the captain. Opening batsman for Kingsgrove. Desperate to get their first win, as both of these teams are. Joy Pereira and Ijaz Al-Haq. Joy Pereira, the Italian national team captain. That's flicked away just over the head of mid-wicket, a real teaser. And Pereira will get back for 2, so he is off and running. In fact, pardon me, it's Ahmed Raza Amjad with 3 on his back at the non-strikers. Ijaz Al-Haq has previously advertised. It's nicely bowled, decently played as well. Worked away for 1. Ijaz Al-Haq has been added to the man side for this game, coming in for Gohar Nisar as part of rotation. I would expect that he'll bat in the top order. One of 2 changes from Milan from that first game. Padova trying to defend a pretty meagre total here.
So locked away. Battle of the captains going on here, captain to captain, always nice to see. 69, he's made his way to the non-strikers end. Played a bit uppish, so Nuwan Samir will certainly think that he's winning the battle so far.
Quick single. Bit of vocal support from the batting tent of Kingsgrove Milan. They came into this tournament as the favourites in Pool A. Lost by 23 runs against Royal Palmer in that first match, meeting the flashing blade of the Centurion, Rajmani Singh. Oh, and that's gone very, very high. It's a 1 bounce 4, in fact. It would have been an extraordinary effort to stop it at all. Nobody out there. It is the power play after all. Came wider on the crease with some crisp footwork. The flashing blade of Ahmed Raza Amjad. He gets going. It's the first 4 of the innings. 8 without loss after the first over. I want a good power play just to not give Padova too much hope of defending this. 90 without doubt a below par total. And it would have been much, much worse if it wasn't for 57 off 30 for him of Kosala, pardon me. Scored an extraordinary 63% of the runs in the entire innings. It really was a one-man show. Ramesh Silva to bowl the second over for Padova. 1 over in their match against Roma that only conceded 8. Coming on as the 6th option. He's got an earlier opportunity here with his little left armers. And that's a very good start, drifting in. Not a million miles away from that off stump. Does add something different as well, the left arm around angle.
Certainly does. I mean, a horrible hoik there off a shot. Now, one of the things the captain, Joy, was telling us, Joy Pereira, we'll come back to that, see this ball.
W appeals, but you've got to remember with that left arm around angle, it's going a long way across, and when it's hitting, we can already see pretty much all 3 stumps.
Yeah, and of course the umpires will have to take into consideration what they've seen, the bounce on this wicket. Umpires Nirmal Singh, Ron Fernando.
again in towards the pads. Once more, there's the classic, oh, it's hit the pads, so maybe it's out appeal, which I'm happy to admit, having been wicketkeeper in village cricket plenty of times, particularly when there's a long partnership on, you do it almost to stay awake more than anything else. And it's very gloomy here, sun just setting behind the clouds away from us. We haven't really seen it today though, hidden by the clouds throughout. I thought of the single. If they'd have gone quickly with conviction, they'd have probably got there.
Yeah, they're a little bit. I mean, I'm just watching Joy Pereira, the non-striker, the captain. He's not really backing up at all. He's just standing on his bat. Just wants to get the under end.
Oh, that's a good shot. Nobody out there. There's always going to be spaces in the power play. If you get a half-decent contact, the odds are probably with you. It's a really good pull shot from Ahmad Raza Amjad.
Yeah, he's played that very well indeed, got into position. And one of the things Joe Pereira, I saw him talking to him earlier, he's probably said to him, look, you know that we've got 4 men, top 4. If we lose those 4 wickets, we're in trouble. Let's not play any rush shots. And that's exactly what Ahmed Raza is doing now, playing the ball on its merit.
Follow the ball captaincy. Deep mid-wicket's gone out. That's a better ball. Back of a length, off stump. And again, they don't chance the single to Amir Kosala, who was so impressive with the bat. End of the second over. And it's runnable stuff so far. 12 without loss. A really nice over from Ramesh Silva. Just one loose ball that was put away. 5 dot balls out of 6 is excellent going in any white ball format. Never mind T10. So Joy Pereira has 7 and Ahmed Raza has 5. Ghulam Abbas to come on for Padova. So far in this competition, his first game, Abbas picked up 3 wickets. Hold very nicely indeed. And on his first change of his dobbly seamers. Going to try and repeat that feat here for Milan Kingsgrove.
Starts off very, very wide. Once again, seeing another wicket-keeper doing some good work.
For Padova, pardon me, of course, against Milan Kingsgrove. Well, that is a very impressive piece of wicket-keeping. I described Sadif as Superman. Insert your flying character here for Padova's finest, as that's 4 runs. Good aggressive power play batting. Any shot in front of square on the offside with any conviction was probably bringing 4 or 6. Stepped inside the line of the ball, freed his hands at it, and through extra cover. 4 to Joy Pereira. If he gets going, this could be a lot of fun to watch. 33-year-old Italian captain. He's a man that scored a T20 international 50. He's a serious batsman. Wide from Abbas, well taken again. Both of the wicket keepers in this game have been impressive.
Yeah, you just see Joy Pereira just moving a little bit early, getting across, so the bowler will want to be keeping an eye on that and probably be looking to fire one in. There you go, there's that trigger movement again. It's just a little move across. That was a good ball, bit of late swing there as well. So Ghulam Abbas getting the ball in the right areas here.
It's Sujan Fernando, the Padova keeper. It's just giving out his name, he deserves the shout out. Fernando busy again. Well, that was right on the line for me. Again, one of those where you almost wonder, is the umpiring it? Has he had a nice late lunch, or maybe is he a bit hungry? What's his temperament like? I thought that was just okay. What did you reckon?
Yeah, harsh dishes, and I think especially when you see the batsman was also coming down the track as well. Yeah, tough one.
That's okay. Similar line to the previous ball, but maybe just a touch more inside. I mentioned Joy Pereira's got a T20 international 50, 208 runs for the Italian national team, A very respectable average of 35 in T20 international games, 6 of them. Oh, he's got a nick on that though, dropped. You can't drop the opposition's best batsman. We've just been praising Sujan Fernando behind the stumps, but he'd have expected to take this, and he didn't. Well, when you're defending a low total, it would have been an excellent catch. He was diving off the ground, but having got there, you'd expect it to stay in.
Yeah, we saw him take a beauty for a wide, one-handed, went straight in, finished with a somersault. This time round, it didn't want to stick. It would have been an absolute blinder if it had. And what a big wicket it would have been as well, the captain.
This is a sort of front foot cut shot, and he's perished. That catch is taken. Padova get their man, so the most relieved man in the whole world right now will be Sujan Fernando. He gave the batsman a life, and there's no better feeling of relief in a game of cricket than when you've dropped the opposition's key player. The very next ball, he spoons it in the air. Asad Ali gets him out of jail. In fact, he doesn't, of course, because they cross. So Joy Pereira is still around. Sujan Fernando is still a very nervous man. He might be doing that thing. I've seen people do it when they're playing village cricket. They try and sort of, as time goes on, almost rewrite history as to who they dropped. When fielders forget a few overs later as they're in a huddle and they go, oh no, yeah, it's the guy who was already out. But it's Rico next to me, keeping me sane, rightly reminds me they crossed from that first drop catch. So now Pereira is back onto strike, wanting to make the most of the life he's been given. Ahmed Raza goes for a poor 5 off 9, where he struggled to make contact most of the time through swinging too hard. That's down the leg side. Oh, what a catch! What a catch! Well, for all money, this looks like a boundary. Joy Pereira is now gone, and Sujan Fernando can finally rest easy, having dropped him 2 balls ago. Back on strike after the batsman had crossed from the previous ball. The catch was juggled and then taken brilliantly. Lovely fielding. And if Padova are going to defend this, they need fielding like that to go in their favour. Nishendra Rodrigo with it. Stuck out the right hand in hope more than expectation. And then eventually managed to get both hands around it. And now he's on a hat-trick, Ghulam Abbas.
Yeah, it was a nothing shot for me. I mean, it's one of those, we see a lot of dismissals like that. The batsman gets into good position, and then rather than, what I would say, hit the ball, just trying to place it, and I won't say he chipped it into his hands. I said the catcher deserves a little bit more credit there, Nishendra Rodrigo. But if he followed through with his shot and hit it cleanly, that would have sailed over for 6 runs.
Well, if he either committed to going over the fielder, scooping it from low to high, or high to low, keeping it down, he would have been all right, but sort of went in the middle, which is what allowed it to travel at such a catchable height. So, Dinuk Samara Wikrama is out to face the hat-trick ball. It's the end of the over, so no hat-trick ball this time. Team hat-trick, which the Australians like to talk about, but anyone else in any other part of the world has very little interest in. They also talk about broken hat-tricks, which once you start talking about that, I'm completely lost. It is very much an Australian thing, the idea that you can take 3 wickets in 4 balls and anyone cares about that. It's all about the 3 and 3. That's nicely bowled. Single into the covers. So Ghulam Abbas has to wait. And the interesting thing is Abbas normally bowls 1 over at the top in T10 and 1 over at the back end. I wonder whether he's just saying to his captain, come on, let me just bowl 2 at the top here this time. I'm on fire, mate. Here's Ramesh again, and Ramesh Silva is putting together a really good spell here. He's only conceded 4 from 9 balls. We've talked about how modest this target is, but Milan Kingsgrove are very dependent on their top order. They've lost both their openers already.
Yeah, this is a very key stage of the match, Michael. These two have to put a partnership together, both Dinuk and Nimna. Now, Nimna, we've seen he can hit the ball big, but he's got to be thinking about making a big innings.
Can't do much with that though. Left arm around, swinging in, arcing towards the top of off stump. He is a big hitter, Nimna. He's one of the young players we're most excited to see in this competition. Just 17 years old. He hit 25 off only 9 balls in their first game against Royal Palma. And there he goes. That's his first shot of any conviction. We'll get a single for it. Accompanied by Dinnock. These two trying to rebuild. Does remind me of a question to throw out there to our European cricket family. Well bowled again. It's him on the thigh pad. Might have been hitting a second set or might have been going over. About the longest time someone's been stuck on a hat-trick. Because Ghulam Abbas, if he comes back at the death here in maybe the 8th, 9th, 10th over and they save his second over, he's got to wait about half an hour. Which reminds me of a story from an English first-class match once upon a time, where a player was left waiting for hours because they got injured whilst taking the second wicket. They picked up an injury. It's a 4-day game, and they had a whole session where they were, well, sorry, they had a whole session where they couldn't bowl because they were off getting treatment for an hour, and then you have to wait for the same amount of time to bowl again, having been back off the field. So he had an hour of fielding, eventually came back on, Yorked him and got the hat-trick. And now I cannot remember for the life of me who it was in the game. So, poor guy, he was waiting for 3 hours. He had the lunch break as well. And eventually did get his hat-trick. It's going to be Damith Kosala. So they have changed the bowling. It won't be Abbas. He'll have to wait for his hat-trick ball, and Kosala starts with a wide. Well, he won't have to wait 3 hours, Abbas, because Padova would lose the game because of the penalties for time taken. It's cumulative various 5-run penalties for any time after 45 minutes. It's Kosala. 5-4 field. Again, wide. Batted really well today. 57 off 30. With his left armers, can be really useful. He's got to get his radar correct. Got to follow the script that Ramesh Silva's set.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Do it with the bat and the ball.
That's a cutter. Held that one back. It's his first legitimate ball. I get through for a single. 3 conceded off his spell so far. The sun, having been absent all day, has peeked its little head out at 4:23 local time. It's a very, very slow ball bouncer, and eventually, credit to the batsman who had to wait and wait again, did enough to get it through third man for 4.
Yeah, intelligent batting, knew what he was doing, he knew that the man there was very fine, and that's a very welcome boundary. These two, yeah, okay, it's important to take the singles, but they need to hit some boundaries as well.
Had someone chipping in on the chat. Tom Williams from Hartlepool says, remember when Stuart Broad got a hat-trick and didn't even realise he had? Well, that's an excellent point, Tom. Just one I'd forgotten about. Kosala coming left arm over. That will be a wide as well. And he looks up despairingly, but them's the rules, as the kids say. It's a 3rd wide of the over. He looks up to the heavens in frustration. Yeah, Stuart Broad took 2 wickets in consecutive balls at the back end of 1 over, then came on as Kosala continues. That's 2 full, 2 wide, there to go, and it duly does. 4 runs. He just can't bowl there from left arm over, offering the batsman whip to free his arms, throw his arms at it. Lovely flourish as well, down on one knee, proper square drive that.
Yeah, they're liking the pace on the ball, and before these runs whittle away, I think they need to change it.
Short. Loops up. A bit fortunate there because could have gone on to the stumps. Bit of luck in the way of the batsman, as bowlers say it always does. Short. Badly mistimed. Good aggressive fielding as well, but there'll be overthrows. This should have been backed up. He did the exact right thing there, Nuwan Samira. Charged in, one-handed pickup, underarmed at the stumps. Had it hit, it was probably out. But when you're fielding on the leg side boundary, you've got to be alert to the possibility of needing to come in and back up. Comes a long way down the track. That's an excellent shot. One bounce four through extra cover. As good a shot as we've seen all day. Dances down the wicket here. Gets those dancing shoes on. And Kasala, you can see what he's trying to do, throws it wide. But actually, having got inside the line, the batsman really doesn't mind that. It's up in that half volley slot because of the steps down the wicket. Gets the boundary. It's the end of a very long over. One of those overs that feels almost never ending. Damir Kosala, the guilty party. 3 wides, 15 runs off the bat, 18 runs scored. And at the midway point of this run chase, Milan Kingsgrove making a recovery from their early losses thanks to the hitting of Dinnock. They're 40 for 2, but still behind the 8 ball. They need 51 runs off the last 5 at 10.2 runs and over.
Ghulam Abbas looks like being called upon by his captain. So Nuwan Samara is saying to his man, look, we need you to bowl your second now. Need it to be a good one. And this, with the drum roll, it's the hat-trick ball.
It's the hat-trick ball. He's had to wait 3 overs. He was taken off. Now he gets his chance. Does he remember he's on a hat-trick? Oh. Well, if he did, the pressure got to him. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, as the Chuckle brothers used to say. Oh, well, they still say. See, they're still knocking around.
Starts with a wide, needs to get it back. Needs to get his radar back. In he comes. It's better. That's where he wants to be. Good running, good backing up.
That's excellent aggressive running, but really shouldn't have been a bye there. It is difficult, it is bouncy, the new ball is swinging, but Sujan Fernando would have expected to take that. Gave him the big build-up. He's missed out on the hat-trick ball, but Ghulam Abbas still putting together a good spell here.
Well played by Nimna. Hasn't had much of the strike. Quite happy just to play the anchor role at the moment. We know that he can hit it big. He goes on to strike now.
He's got 3 off 6.
3 off 6, yeah.
But he'll be aware of the fact that at 10s, run rate is perfectly manageable. No need to panic.
Well fielded, tidy work, gets the throw in.
It's good running as well. It's good cricket all round. Wasn't the worst ball.
Yeah, Redick Suran doing some nice tidy work. Being appreciated by his team. Swing and a miss.
That's gorgeous. It's really good bowling. Outswing, bowling to his field. He's got more protection on the offside. Third man, deep cover, long off. And long on and mid wicket at the boundary riders on the onside.
Top quality bowler this. Got a right line to bowling that here. He's got 2 batsmen who are going to be looking to play some shots pretty soon. That run rate is still over 10.
Getting towards that time. Something's got to give. Not quite there yet, but the more these dots and singles go on, the more the sense of slight panic in the batsman might set in.
Slower ball, well dug out, just be the single.
Yeah, but it's all well and good doing this, but you can only do this for so long. It's been a really creditable effort from Padova. Came into this tournament as probably the least fancied of the 4 teams in Pool A. And although he hasn't been the necessarily star that we've been talking about, it's Ghulam Abbas who picked up the wickets in back-to-back balls. A big reason why this game is alive is Ramesh Silva, unexpectedly given the chance to open the bowling, conceded just 6 balls, let's try that again, conceded just 6 runs from his 2 overs bowled out at the top. Abbas now bowled out, 2 for 13 from his 2. What this is going to come down to is the depth that Padova have got in the bowling. They've gone for Akash Handon now. Handon on. Now he had a bit of a nightmare against Roma, conceded 40 from his 2 overs. They can't afford him to be so wayward again.
Sliced away, that's going to race away. Fielder should get it, keeps an eye on it for the spin. Thinking about going back for the second. Nimna.
He's got this slingy action that can often be very erratic. Now, if you're Nimna and Dinuk batting, do you decide this is the 5th or 6th bowler that we can target? Do you decide this is the over we've got to go?
We'll see this ball through first. Very, like you say, very much a slingy action. That's catchable. He's got to keep his cool. He does. Big wicket. And well, the answer to the question there is, well,
he decided they should.
Yeah, Nimna sort of, you can see his body language, because when he sees that Dinuk is getting out there, his shoulders sort of shrug, because I think the 2 of these, they've obviously been talking to each other. They know the importance of this partnership, and I think we're now at a stage where the more or less unrecognised batsmen are now coming out to the crease, and Nimna knows that a lot of pressure is on him now to perform. He's got to start playing some shots.
Yep, that's the breakthrough they really wanted. Milan Kingsgrove in domestic T20 cricket this season have been known as a side that have been very bowling heavy, and batting have been very dependent on their top order, and now it's the middle order that are going to have to get them home here. As Hassi comes out. Is that out? Not given. I thought maybe it flicked off the shoulder rather than the bat or the glove. That replay only tells us so much. Oh, maybe it got a flick off the glove. Nicely taken by Sujan Fernando, but not given.
Yeah, fielder coming across.
Oh ho ho!
Takes an absolute blinder, sensational. What a catch. Talk about catches winning matches. Well, that one, take that. Look at this. He never looked like he was going to get there at one point. He seemed slow setting off, and then all of a sudden, there's the dive. What a beauty. Game on.
Well, that is an excellent catch. If you're going to defend a low total, you've got to take those, well, I would say half chances. It was 1/10 of a chance, really. If it was a cake, it was just a slice of it, of an opportunity. But take it, he did. Mufu Kalman, take a bow, sir. And you can imagine, once this game is over, and he and his friends have been watching this on Fan Code in the subcontinent, and exclusively now on Sports Flick across the rest of the world. He'll be clipping that up, saving that on social media, and sending that round to everyone forevermore. You won't be able to hear the end of him talking about it, and you couldn't blame him.
2 new batsmen. They've got to start all over again. Now that's certainly gone through and touched something, surely.
I thought it touched his shoulder. Didn't quite look right, that one. Handon's frustrated. Batsman's rubbing his arm. Well, yes, it's hit the outside edge of his arm, it would seem. Courageous or arguably foolish stuff from Hasifa Bellandula in the middle of a huge batting collapse to decide, you know what, first ball, I'm going to charge down the wicket.
Yeah.
That's the first ball either of these batsmen had faced. Sami Ullah at the other end. That's a lovely shot.
Picked up beautifully, didn't he? Well, we needed that. They needed the boundary. Wickets are tumbling. These two need to put some form of partnership together. Samiullah. Well, that was the end of the over. 51. 4 down.
First boundary in 12 balls, which in T10, that is a long old time. We've only added 11 runs from the last 2 overs. It's going to be up to these two to try and do the bulk of the work. 90 suddenly looks quite a long way away. It's falling in 2 pairs in this innings so far.
What a difference a game makes. You were saying that Akash Sundan had a nightmare of a game. Here he is. What an over that was. Spectacular.
And it's the beauty of T10.
Yeah.
You can have an absolute stinker and a perfect game on the same day. Oh ho ho!
The captain announces his arrival back into the bowling attack.
And that's his 1 for the over. Just look at this. Oh ho ho! He did well to get out of the way of that. Like a cat on a hot tin roof, managed to jump out of the way. That is as good a bouncer as we'll see this week. And it's following you, swinging in as well. Ouch. Credit to the bowler, but also credit to the batsman for managing to evade it somehow. And Tudor did well.
He's got to get back onto ball. That run rate is creeping up. He's just under 14 now. And if this over goes the way it looks like at the moment, and they only struggle to get 3 or 4 off it, well,
he's trying to hit the ball just a bit too hard, Bellantuda.
Moving very early. Just have a look.
That's gone very, very high off the bat. They'll get 1 down to 3rd man. And then Tuda has 5. Sami Ullah is on to strike now. A question for Ullah, who's generally quite a stylish, accumulative middle order batsman. Does he try and knock it around? Does he go for it? Boundary option, square of the wicket on either side. Effort ball short. Nice cut shot. Well timed all the way along the ground 4.
That's
very controlled shot in a pressure situation. Fielded out there by Alex Knapman of the European Cricket Network team and thrown back. Just waited for it. Played it controlled, down, got his hands on the top of the bat. Well above the ball. Proper cricket shot.
Yeah, it's as good a shot we've seen today, that one. Quality. All about timing and positioning.
And the football skills from, aforementioned Mr. Knapman weren't bad either. Get 1 for that. Good quick running from Bellantuda. He was alert to the possibility of the single. Rightly called him through. Can't really afford dot balls at this stage. The rate just short of 15 and over.
Yeah, I think that one there, I'm looking at it again, maybe Sammy just needs to just step inside the line. It was always going down the leg. It's one of those where a clever, smarter batsman just walks inside, says, I'll take the 1 run and the extra ball. He's hit that well, that's travelling. 4 runs. That's a beautiful shot. He gave that everything and got the right result for his team. Good hit, powerful batting, powerful, positive batting.
Well, he's been throwing not just the kitchen sink, the island unit, the cutlery, the tables and the chairs at every single ball he's faced, Bellantuda. So you knew if he connected with one, it was going to be hard to stop. And that it certainly was. This looks like it's going right down to the wire. 29 to win off 12 balls. Who do you fancy, folks? Both of these teams desperate for a win. They know that losing your first 2 games, even in this 6-game pool phase where you get to play everyone twice, leaves you with a lot of catching up to do on Tuesday and Wednesday. As Akash Handon bowls his 2nd over, you'd be a brave man to take him off after his first. Picked up 2 wickets and conceded just 5 runs. Oh, there's a bit of the massive Malinga about him, and this kit only adds to it. He really does look like he's charging in for Sri Lanka.
Yeah, they've got to take them. They've got to take any run they can get.
They do. Someone joked to me in the mid-innings break from the Padova team. I said, sort of, so how's it going for you? He's like, oh, well, it's an interesting group for us. We've got Pakistan and England in it. And it took me a second to work out what he meant. He was like, yes, well, we're Sri Lanka. There's a lot of players of Sri Lankan descent in the Padova side. You should be unsurprised by the kit. Kingsgrove Milan do look quite like Pakistan with theirs. I didn't even get a single for that. And those of you who will have watched the earlier games will know that Royal Roma do very much look like the England 2019 World Cup winning side. I do half expect Owen Morgan to walk out for them every time they take to the field. I have to keep reminding myself that this is the European Cricket Series.
Good start from Akash. Oh, he's got hold of that. Great work. Wow, that's beautiful fielding there. Damath Kosala. Excellent. Look at the roll. Look at this, Michael. This is beautiful. Pick up, does a little roll, and gets the throw in.
And it also takes a lot of courage, because having hit 57 with the bat, he had a nightmare with the ball, went for 18 from his 1 over, but he's kept his composure there when his team really needed him.
That's a bit wide. Gets signalled as a wide ball. Now really here, as we're coming to the end of this, the penultimate over, it's got to be at least, I think, 2 big hits, 2 boundaries, otherwise it's going to be too much to do going into the last. They need a big finish in this over the batting side. Milan, Kingsgrove, what can they do?
Back-to-back wides.
They'll take those, they'll take those.
That helps the equation. It knocks a few off. So he's bowled 5 balls in this over, but only 3 legitimate deliveries. And of course that also has an accumulative effect on Handon, because he's charging in here. A bit of fatigue sets in maybe, adds to possibility of loose deliveries coming.
Oh, that's soft dismissal. And I think that's, well, it's got a big game. Would you say, Michael, that wicket, not only the wicket, dot ball as well?
You never know. Stranger things have happened, but yes, that is another big moment for Padova, who've shown real fight here. Remember that when they were batting, they were on struggle street, 37 for 3 off 6 overs, and then they fought their way back pretty much only through Kosala. He was the only man who believed when everyone else had given up hope and pretty much gone home for the day. And then the rest of his team have come back with him in the run chase, well, the containment chase from a Padova viewpoint. And now it's the youngster, the man who we were enjoying his fancy work on the back of his shirt earlier on. Hanain Hamid bowled 2 overs really nicely at the top of the innings, picked up a wicket and was very economical. The 17-year-old in the pressure cooker situation. He's got his brother Hasib's shirt on that he's stuck his name on over the back.
He looks tiny there, doesn't he? Anyway, oh, will he get a wide? Yeah, it's another wide. Just got to keep a cool head, wait for the right ball.
3rd in the over.
Yeah, it's a long over. He's just got 2 legitimate balls to try and bowl. Struggling with his line, and every one of those runs, well, they're helping.
That's better. Swing and miss. 24 off 7 now. Really need a boundary here. Look how deep in his crease Hanain Hamid is standing. Well, he's left it alone, but it's not a wide. It's inside the lines.
Yeah, well inside. Needed to throw everything at it, really. Even if he could got an edge, goes down to 4. Takes that run rate down a bit at the moment now. Well, they've got a big arse. 24 runs off 6 balls.
Yes, and it isn't Andre Russell batting. It's Hasifa Belentuda and Hanain Hamid. And no one will be happier than me for the drama if they make me eat my words for having said that. But even the Milan Kingsgrove dugout themselves would admit that these aren't the two that they would want in, needing this amount of runs from just 6 balls. Damif Kosala to come back on, so that will be interesting because he really struggled in the 1 over that he did bowl. He bowled 3 wides. It was a 9 ball over effectively, and he conceded 18 runs, so he's got to get his head back on here.
Yeah, should be straightforward catch. Oh my dear word, what a mess up there. And I don't really know what the batsmen are doing actually. Well, it's a comedy of errors out there.
Well, they threw to the wrong end because Sami Ullah was charging down at Hanain Hamid, screaming for the second run. And Hamid wasn't really alert to the possibility. Just look at Ullah here. Really should always have been 2. In the end, Ullah runs his batting. They didn't get the call, and that's because Kosala was drifting into no man's land rather than doing what the bowler should always do, which is get behind the stumps.
Yeah.
We've seen it so many times. Think of that close Barcelona game in Barcelona, which went viral.
Well, we get maybe, well, the umpire's having a look, deciding that it didn't go over. I thought it did. I thought that would have been my
over.
call.
I thought that was over. Head height. For those unfamiliar, this is the dramatic chaos situation where it ended up on a golden ball. Worth going and seeing the clip on social media, as it looks like Sami Ullah's actually pulled his hamstring in the process of trying to hit that ball. He's tried to hit it so hard, he's actually injured himself. Which, that doesn't sum up swinging off your feet. I don't know what does. In fact, it's Bellantuda, pardon me. That's got to be a wide. Could well go for 5 of them. It does go for 5 of them. Well,
that keeps things interesting.
That does, yeah.
It was also a no ball.
Oh, so it's 5 no.
So it's a free hit. So I was just doing the calculations thinking, okay, I don't think this game is mathematical possible. And all of a sudden that makes it interesting again. Well, so the 2 batsmen having a word. And the thing is, though, they haven't got baton to ball, these 2 hardly. So it's going to be a big ask. But the task has been made a little bit easier. If they can send this free hit to the boundary, who knows?
Well, you do wonder what Rishan Kavinda is saying to Damif Kosala. You would think it's along the lines of, just please don't bowl any wides or no balls, mate, and we've almost certainly won the game. The problem is that Kosala's been having a really difficult time of it.
So, can we see a big finish here? Can we see the ball being sent by Hasith to the boundary? And his team come back to life. They've been very quiet sat there, haven't had too much to cheer about Milan Kingsgrove. Can we be set up to an exciting finale here in this, the final game of today, match 4, this European Cricket Series, coming to you from Rome. He's hit it well. It'll be 4 runs. Well, that keeps it interesting. So.
They need 2 6s for a golden ball.
2 6s for a golden ball, and of course that's if Damif Kosala can bowl 2 legitimate deliveries. So a lot of weight on his shoulders. Needs to send a good legal delivery in. Bat on it. It's not going to go to the boundary, I don't think. And
they're going to keep running. Surely a run out. Oh ho ho! Well, you can't reserve. You can't, I should say, criticise his commitment. Hanain Hamid.
You know, you mentioned that.
He's dived half the way there. That's ridiculous.
You mentioned that tied game that went to the golden ball in Barcelona. Well, there was a hint of that there, wasn't it?
Come on, come to my end. Well, it's a 4, but it won't matter. They'll fall short. 84 for 5 they close on. So Bellentuda going hard, gets 22 not out of 14. But Padova win this game by 6 runs and get their first game of the tournament. Win of the tournament, I should say, from the 3rd game.
Yeah, and Milan Kingsgrove coming into this series as one of the favourites. They've now played 2, lost 2. So they've got to try and come back strong tomorrow. Remember, we've got the same 2 games again tomorrow. So all of these teams will be looking back at some of these highlights. We'll be looking back at who performed, who didn't perform. Be looking back at the line they bowled. Myself, Kit Harris and Michael McCann, we're of the opinion that the slower bowlers weren't utilised as much as they should have been on this wicket. Quite often I think bowlers' eyes light up when they see a bouncy track and the ball coming through quickly. And I feel what happens a lot of the times is that encourages the bowler to start bowling shorter than really trying to bowl to a plan or try to bowl at the stumps. I think we've seen a little bit of that here today. Milan Kingsgrove, well, they need to come back strong. They've let themselves down with their batting, they'll know that. In this particular game, their run chase never really got going. They did the hard work, restricting Padova to 90 of their 10 overs. But in the end, other than just a few shots, they never got going. They never hit the ball well enough. So a disappointing end for them. For Padova, well, they'll have their chins up. They were beaten easily by Royal Roma, who scored 144 for 4. Padova only putting along to 72 for 7 in that one. So going into this game, when they set 90 or 91 as the target, they would have felt that they hadn't done enough. I certainly felt they hadn't do enough. I thought they needed at least 120. But in the end, they were courageous, they were brave, they came out fighting, and they've won their first match. So congratulations to them. Michael McCann will be getting ready to bring us the man of the match of this day. And as we're closing, give a shout out to the European Cricket Network team here. Sam Williams, Meda Daub, Alex Knappman, Stefan Gooch, Sharad Brumbat, Kit Harris, Michael McCann, and the scorers, local court scorers, Mark, Tushara. Thank you guys, everybody's done a great job. Thanks also to the production team, Andis and Richards, bringing you marvellous images of the day. Good team effort by everybody. Shout out to the Federation of Cricket Italia, the president Fabio Maravini, his support, and that of the CEO of Cricket Italia as well, Callum Pereira, has been absolutely exceptional. They've done a great job. Excellent ground this, excellent facility. Certainly enjoyed being here. I was at Roma Campanelli early in the year in September. That was a great location for cricket. Great ground there. And here's another one. So things looking very good for Cricket Italia. Finding good venues and good grounds. So just a reminder, tomorrow we should be back once more. First game starting at 9:15. And it would almost be a repeat of today. So it's like a replay really. Obviously teams such as Milan Kingsgrove will be hoping that the results will be more in their favour. So we're first up again with match 5 tomorrow at 9:15, where Royal Palma will play Kingsgrove, so Milan Kingsgrove. That will be the first match. Just having a look to see how we're doing with the man of the match. Looks like we're getting ready to go. So Michael, tell us who is the man of the match.
Well, we've just had a low-scoring thriller, match number 4 here at the European Cricket Series in Rome. Only one man stood up with the bat for either side. The only player to score a half-century, the only player to actually score more than 22 on either team. Dimov Kosala, player of the match. Congratulations, Padova with their first win of the tournament after losing earlier on today. Victors by 6 runs. A very close game. How much did it mean to you to not just score the 50, but then eventually get the win?
It's a bit pressure to me.
You to have that 50 going out across the world, family and friends maybe watching?
It's good.
Was excellent. Your bowling, I'll let you talk me through it. A difficult day.
Yeah, it's a little bit pressure to me. Good.